all of this, the Russians fighting for the peoples of Donbass, the Syrian people suffering in the aftermath of the overthrow of their anti-imperialist government, all of this points to how important it is to build a revolutionary organization in the United States. And building a revolutionary organization in these times, building an organization of people that are willing to fight for a government of action that will fight for working families, building an organization that will oppose the danger of a new world war and oppose the emerging low-wage police state is not an easy thing to do. It's very difficult, but we do it. And we have a growing organization right now. CPI is growing. We have 3 functioning locals. We've got people joining us. I hope that you will become a member right now. If you join, your first month of membership is free. After that, we will begin charging you $15 a month. Not much. But I hope you will sign up and become a member. And building a revolutionary movement is not just difficult on the mass scale. It is also difficult on the individual and personal scale for reasons that we're going to talk about tonight. Tonight, we're going to have a conversation about how to stay on the revolutionary road. So here we go. How to stay on the revolutionary road. How are humans different from animals? What is it that separates human beings from animals? Well, according to Frederick Engels, all planned action of animals has never succeeded in impressing the stamp of their will upon the earth. That was left for man. In short, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his end and masters it. And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction. Human beings force our will onto the world around us. We are creative. We are innovators. We take the world around us and we force it to serve us. And we don't simply interact with it like animals interact with their ecosystem. We force the world around to change. We improve the world around us. We are creative. We are a creative species. That's what defines us. And that is why we are innovationists. We celebrate this beautiful aspect of the human species. And that we understand that the whole history of human civilization is human beings reinventing how it is they force the environment to serve them, reinventing their relationship with nature, and doing so in a more efficient way to increase the population, to increase living standards, to make life more comfortable, to increase the life expectancy. And that first we were hunter-gatherers. Then from there, we moved toward domesticating animals, and we had slavery. Then from there, we had feudalism. And then from there, we had capitalism. And then capitalism moved into the stage of imperialism, globalism, or the monopolistic system that we live under now. And that ultimately, to overturn and defeat globalism, imperialism, we need to give birth to innovationism, a system where with a planned economy, with a government of action, we can unleash human growth to even higher levels. By getting rid of the irrationality of prophets in command, we can allow human growth and creativity and innovation to soar to even greater heights and eventually build a world with wealth and abundance for all, in which poverty is eradicated, in which people can live a comfortable life and live and just do what they feel like doing, from each according to their own ability, to each according to their needs. A society where there is so much abundance of wealth and there is so much technological advancement that people only really have to work because they feel like it. A society where there's really no inequality because there's enough for everybody. A society in which there's really no need for a government because there's no need for coercion. We want to unleash human creative power to reach a higher plane. And that ultimate higher plane is innovationism. And the ideology that understands this trajectory is called innovationism. And we at the Center for Political Innovation, we are innovationists. Now, the system that we currently live under is called imperialism, globalism. And there are three ways to understand this system. The first is when Henry Charles Carey, he wrote about the American system versus the English system. And he described the monopolistic practices of the British Empire that were holding back development and impoverishing people around the world in order to enrich the London Stock Exchange. And he argued that the American Revolution, the theories of Alexander Hamilton and others that favored economic development, were the opposite. And Henry Charles Carey wrote about the English system versus the American system. Later, Vladimir Lenin talked about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and talked about how bankers were becoming dominant over industrialists. He talked about how the export of capital was becoming primary and how there was an international financial oligarchy that was emerging, and it was keeping countries impoverished and holding back development around the world. They were carving up the world, carving out the world with what they call territorial partition. And that as a result of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, that Africa, Asia, and Latin America were being impoverished, and that war was breaking out as a way of redividing the world among the imperialists, etc. So Lenin had his concept of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Now, increasingly around the world, there's talk of geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about how geography and the nature of the land and our relationship with geographic formations affects our politics. And in Russia, Alexander Dugin, who is a geopolitical thinker, has talked about the history of Atlanticism, or civilizations of the sea, and Eurasianism, civilizations of the land, and how civilizations of the sea build up mighty militaries and navies, and they seek to control trade routes, and they build highly individualistic and highly militaristic societies. They hold back development, and they plunder, loot, and they concentrate it in one mighty city. The Roman Empire was a great example of this, and the British Empire and the modern Western imperialist financial system are Atlanticism, civilization of the sea. Whereas civilizations of the land, empires and societies that are formed on great land masses, develop in a different way. And the history of Chinese civilization, which is mostly on the land, is different because you have different regions that are connected, and the way they are held together is through developing together. And that's why China invented the world's first civil service examination. And that's why, China developed a language to connect the peoples of all the different regions, Mandarin. And you can talk about in Russia, the history of Russia. Watch the movie Ivan the Terrible, and you'll learn about a czar who unified all the peoples of the Russian Empire. And as a result, was able to increase their living standards and raise the people up. And you can talk about this with the history of the Persian Empire, that there are many examples of civilization of the sea and civilization of the land, and that civilizations of the land tend to have a more collectivist way of being, and they tend to encourage development as a way of holding great regions and nationalities and tribes and religious groups together. They must find common economic interest in order to stay together. Whereas Atlanticism is about might makes right and rule by sheer force. And that these two trends, Atlanticism and Eurasianism, civilization of the sea, civilization of the land, they very much exist throughout history. All three of those approaches, the American system versus the English system of Henry Charles Carey, Lenin's theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the geopolitical approach of Alexander Dugin, Atlanticism and Eurasianism, all three of those approaches point to the same thing, which is that the global economy that we currently live under, which is centered around Wall Street and London, the Atlanticist, imperialist, English system, British Empire, global order, this rule of the world by big banks and monopolies based in Western countries is in a state of decay. And in revolt against it around the world, you have the Eurasian superpowers, Russia and China, that are rising up in alliance with Iran, in alliance with Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua and many other countries that have broken out of the domination of the Western system. And as the atlanticist system is collapsing, I argued, and it was actually me, this is my concept that I put forward first in this book, We Are City Builders, which was the first textbook of the Center for Political Innovation. We Are City Builders. I put forward the notion of the atlanticist pathology. And the atlanticist pathology is mental illness as a mechanism of social control. And we're going to be talking about the atlanticist pathology tonight, because in order to stay on the revolutionary road, you must combat the atlanticist pathology in yourself and in others. And there is an individual, psychological, personal, spiritual journey that all of us have to embark on if we wish to stay on the stay standing and stretch. Just stretch as much as you can. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Stretch. Just get a good stretch. All right, very, very good. Now you can sit down. Now you can sit down. I'm going to take this off of here. It's been a long day. We've heard a lot of speeches and a lot of presentations. We don't know how often we're going to have the opportunity to have conferences like this, so it's important that we get as much in as we possibly can. So thank you for being here. I know it's late. I'm going to try to not take too long because I know we've all got places to go. We're tired. We've been working hard. But I want to just point out, isn't it really a great thing that CPI is not an online organization? Having gatherings like this, where people come together, where we're among friends, we're among allies, where we see that we're not alone, where we don't get stuck in that crazy internet world. You know, I tell people Twitter isn't real. Did you know that? Twitter is not real. Facebook isn't real. But what we're doing today here, this is real. So I want us all to now take a deep breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let's do it one more time. Take a deep breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. When we breathe, that's a pattern. And patterns are very important to human beings. Patterns give us security in a world that is often very, very insecure. Right? Patterns, the ability to know what's coming, is one thing human beings depend on. Think about your heartbeat. Your heartbeat is a pattern. And paying attention to patterns, being able to know what's coming, that's something that's very, very important for human beings and trying to relate to the world and trying to find some sense of security. Today is Saturday, and I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but I do know that every Saturday in my whole life has been followed by a Sunday. And every Sunday in my whole life has been followed by a Monday. And every Monday in my whole life has been followed by a Tuesday. We don't know what the coming Sunday will be like, but we do know that we can count on it coming. And that's one level of security that we do have. And that's very important to us. And if you look throughout human history, a lot of the way human beings have dealt with patterns and trying to find patterns in the universe, trying to find things that bring us security, one of the ways we've dealt with it is by telling stories. Right? We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from ancient Greece and Rome, some of the stories from China, stories that give us a sense of security. For example, here's a story for you, a brief one. The story goes that there was a greedy Wall Street banker who was working really late one night at his office. He was working really, really late one night at his office, and all of a sudden, the devil appeared to him. Out of nowhere, in a cloud of smoke, the devil appeared, and he said,
"Sir, I am here to offer you a deal." And he said, "Okay, go ahead." The devil said, "I will triple your profits for the next 10 years. He said, "That sounds pretty good. What do you want in exchange?" He said, "All I want in exchange is the soul of your wife and children to burn in hell for all eternity." And the capitalist, banker, billionaire was silent. There was dead silence. The devil said to him, "Will you take the deal?" Dead silence. The devil said, "Will you take the deal?" Dead silence. The devil said, "All right, you got to make a decision right now. Will you take the deal?" And the capitalist said, "No." The devil said, "Why won't you take the deal?" He said, "I've been in business a long time. No deal is ever this good." And why is that story funny? It's funny because it points to a higher truth. It points to the reality. We've all seen what this system does to people, how it makes them heartless, how it plays them against each other. It drives this selfishness, driving us all into atomized individuals, breaking down the connection between us. We've seen that, and so that story makes sense. And I'm sure those of you who follow what I do, you all know what I'm about to say next, which is, if I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's... I've talked a lot about how Superman, one of his first adventures was to rescue a group of striking workers, how Superman fought against the Ku Klux Klan during the Second World War to show that racism was just what the Nazis were about and was un-American. I've told you all what the way you say man of steel in Russian and how that wasn't a coincidence. But I also want to point out, and I think it is worth pointing out, that there's more to the reason that I've tried to popularize Superman than simply those historical observations. One of the reasons I've tried to point him out is not just the explicit politics you can find in the early Superman comics, but also the attitude that Superman has. Superman has a smile on his face. Superman is not vengeful. He's not trying to destroy anybody. He's not trying to harm anybody. He's not trying to punish people. In fact, Superman doesn't even want to be famous. He lives a humble life as mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent. He doesn't care if anyone ever knows who he is. And he's reluctant. But then, every so often, there's a situation where it looks like a job for Superman, and he's got no choice but to swing into action and do what's needed. When I think about Superman, I think about my grandparents, both of whom fought in the Second World War. On both sides, my grandfathers fought in the Second World War. My grandmother was a nurse in Britain when the Battle of Normandy was happening and was taking in injured soldiers. And my other grandmother worked in a defense factory making bullets to go and fight the Nazis. And when they talk about the greatest generation, the World War II generation, they really incarnated a lot of those values. These are people that had been through the Great Depression. They'd been through all that hardship and suffering. They'd seen people starving on the streets, and they'd organized, and they built unions. And they put Roosevelt in a situation where he had to give them concessions, and he had to enter an alliance with the Communist Party to defeat the fascist threat. And there's a lot we can learn from that generation. And it's tragic that so many of those folks aren't with us anymore, because the knowledge of what they've been through a big capitalist crisis that exploded into a world war, the knowledge of that generation is really valuable. And that's why I know a lot of us have really taken great inspiration when we read the writings of William Z. Foster, when we read the writings of Moishe Olgin, when we read the writings of communist organizers from that period, because what they were facing on a smaller scale is what we're facing now. A global capitalist crisis, fascism on the rise, the danger of a new world war. And that's why I've done my best to try and revive 1930s communism. The principles that built the Communist Party to be an organization of hundreds of thousands of people that gathered in Madison Square Garden. But I actually want to refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah. And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came. All right, we've heard this story. And I think it's pretty safe to say that this is a story that is very, very important to human beings. There's something in this story, whether you believe it's true or not, that really speaks to us, right? That he got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark because it knew it needed to be done. That actually reminds me of a quotation you can find here in the Little Red Book. In the Little Red Book by Mao Zedong, they quote Mao's famous essay that he wrote in 1927. He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash the trammels that bind them on the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. And every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test, to be accepted or rejected as they decide. And there are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly. Now that's Mao Zedong in 1927. What's he saying there? He's saying a storm is coming. A storm is coming, and if we don't take the correct action now, and if we don't put ourselves in the right position, when that storm comes, it's going to blow right all over us. But if we do the right thing, and we get prepared, when that storm comes, everything can change.
Hello and welcome to the Kim Iverson Show. Thank you guys so much for joining us. A little bit of show business. It is Friday. We are not going to be here Monday. It is Labor Day. So there'll be no show Labor Day. We'll be barbecuing, doing what you do on Labor Day. And then we will be back with a great show on Tuesday, just after Labor Day, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to join us then. And I hope you guys have a really great weekend. All right. Today on the show, we have a great one for you. You might have heard about the idea out there that has floated around that neocons are actually Marxist Trotskyites, that Trotskyites were the group that were opposed to Stalin. You had the Stalin Marxists and you had the Trotskyites. I cannot say it properly, but the Trotskyite Marxists. And those two Marxist groups, they basically clashed with one another, and the Trotskyites moved away, ran off into the West, and essentially became modern neocons. And that actually our neocon infrastructure, the neocon thinkers here in this country are actually Trotskyites and Marxists. You might have heard this from Alex Jones has mentioned this a few times, and there have been others, and this has floated around. Today, we're going to have an expert explain and break this down for us. Caleb Maupin joins us on the show. He just recently wrote and released a new book, Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, The Whole Story. So we are going to get that whole story, at least part of it. I mean, we're not going to cover the entire book in this hour, but certainly we're going to get some chunks, and we're going to understand what is the reality of the Trotskyites and the neoconservatives. Are the neoconservatives actually Marxists in disguise that have infiltrated our country and taken over? We're going to get the real story. That is coming up here with Caleb Maupin here on the Kim Iverson Show. Caleb Maupin, welcome back to the show. It's always great to have you.
Sure. Glad to be here.
It's always great to get the history lesson. And we're about to have one today. Okay, so Alex Jones, I've heard him talk about this, say the Trotskyites, they're the ones who actually are the neocons. Stalin should have done away with them from the very beginning, and then we wouldn't have all the problems that we have. So this is the extent of what I know when it comes to Trotskyites and the neoconservatives, is just kind of the rumblings that I've heard, very low little rumblings online. Kind of a fringe topic, I'm not going to lie, but an important one, because you do have the Alex Joneses in the world saying The neocons are Marxists, essentially, right? Like Marxists, the basic premise being Marxists have infiltrated our system, and we're all in danger of these Marxists. It's these Trotskyist Marxists, and we've got to, alert, alert, alert. That's kind of been my impression of this. Am I summing that up correctly?
Sure. Ever since the Bush years, there's been conversation about the fact that all these war hawks in Washington, D.C., many of whom are around the Republican Party, but they have influence among the Democrats as well, that they originated as followers of Leon Trotsky. And to this day, no one has ever actually just written a book about this relationship. There's a lot of books that touch on it that I quote: Alan M. Wald's book, The New York Intellectuals, The Struggle for a Proletarian Party by James Cannon. There's a lot written about this trajectory. However, I am the one who decided I just had to compile it all into one because there's conversation about it. And this book takes you through the history, starting with Leon Trotsky, his life and death, his exile from the USSR, his building a movement of intellectual Marxists around the world who opposed the Soviet Union, to the 1939 split among his followers in the lead up to World War II. Where the New York intellectuals cut their ties with Trotsky over some big disagreements, to when Max Shachtman started working for the CIA during the McCarthy period, 1949, all the way up until a number of them started supporting Richard Nixon in 1972 or earlier because they considered the Democrats to be too soft on communism. There is a trajectory that leads us all the way up to John Bolton, who just had his home raided. John Bolton comes out of people who studied Sovietology in the 1970s and 80s, an academic field of studying Russia, opposing Russia, seeing, Stalinist communism as the main enemy. And they were crafted as a field by the neocons, the former Trotskyites, who kind of gave them an intellectual framework with which to oppose Russia and become hard right Cold Warriors. So that history is important to go over, and there is an intellectual continuity to it. There is a strand of thinking they held on to. These people went from being the far, far left to being, the conservative right-wing war hawks, but there is a certain continuity of thought that you can trace, and that's what my book focuses on.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to wrap up for everybody watching is why this matters. And because, otherwise it's like, okay, history, neat, there's a lot of history out there, and this seems to be like a very pinpointed point in history. And I think the reason why this is relevant is because, for two reasons, really. The first being, you do have, like I mentioned, the Alex Joneses of the world saying Marxists, well, we're hearing this a lot in the conservative circles, right? Marxism, 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 and it is infiltrated. And here's an example of it. It's Trotskyites who are actually the neocons, and they've already infiltrated us and we're screwed. That's kind of been Alex Jones's and those, and even Jackson Hinkle was on his show recently saying this, basically having the same discussion, that it was the Trotskyites that are these Marxists have infiltrated. And they claim that they're spreading capitalism and democracy, but ultimately they're these Marxists that have infiltrated our system, and we should be on a high alert. The second, so that's what we want to break down today is it true that Marxists have already infiltrated our system, and that's who's actually running it? Now, of course, you're coming from a different angle on that. I think, do you consider yourself a Marxist?
I come out of the Marxist tradition. I mean,
Okay.
I believe in God. I don't really believe in dialectical materialism, the philosophical underpinnings, but I'm certainly an admirer of many of the governments that have based themselves on Marxism around the world. I oppose imperialism and the Western domination of the world by big monopolies. Why is it relevant, though? I'll tell you why it's relevant. Because the American people overwhelmingly reject regime change wars. Left, right, center, polls show Americans do not want us to be involved in conflicts around the world. Yet in our government, the deep state, the Pentagon, the intelligence agencies are staffed full of people who've been trained to believe that the United States is on a mission to spread democracy around the world, to overthrow various governments, that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union are equivalent and the same, and it is the mission of the United States to destabilize and overthrow similar governments and spread freedom in this big crusade around the world. That's called neoconservatism. That is a school of thought that became dominant in academia and in foreign policy studies in the Ivy League. And that school of thought was invented by former Trotskyists, people who broke with Trotsky, who'd been followers of Trotsky, they'd been communists, and they eventually crafted together this worldview the American people reject, but it's very prevalent within our deep state.
Okay. Right. And we'll get to exactly that issue as well. A second issue that I identify as being why this topic particularly matters right now is the big discussion we see a lot on X, which is Jews control the world, right? I mean, it's kind of this, it's the Jews. They're the ones who have caused all these problems, right? There was, and we hear this like even when it comes to people say, well, it's the Jews that created Marxism, the Jews that were spreading it, the Jews that caused that. And it's like they're the ones who were really behind all of that. And the Trotskyists were actually mostly Jewish, right? So there's this Jewish intellectual group. And then those same Jewish intellectuals with the direct lineage basically became the neocons, American neocons, who are in the same Jewish intellectual circles. So when we hear, so I at some point want to get into that as well, how much of this is like a Jewish conspiracy, versus a Jewish conspiracy theory, right? Is it a conspiracy or is it a conspiracy theory? And I want to break into that as well, because a lot of people are talking about, it's the Jews that are doing all of this, right? And I know you touch on that in your book as well, right? And you don't think that it is, just to clarify from the beginning, right? You don't believe that it's a Jewish conspiracy, that's more of a conspiracy theory. Am I right on that?
Yes, there's an element there that needs to be acknowledged, which is that, Trotsky, his difference with Lenin and Stalin was that for him, his embracement of Marxism and the revolutionary movement was an expression of his alienation from Russian society. For him, he was Jewish. He experienced a huge amount of discrimination. He grew up in what is, in Kherson, which is a territory that's now disputed in the special military operation. His family experienced discrimination, and he spent his life in Western Europe. And for him, being of Jewish descent and embracing Marxist politics was a way of kind of opposing the society he came from. And he developed this theory called the permanent revolution. And the idea was that in a country that was impoverished and not yet industrialized like Russia, the working class, the revolutionary working class could take power, but their focus should be spreading communism to where it counts, which is the Western world. Trotsky loved the West. He lived in New York City at the time of the Russian Revolution. He actually developed a reputation for refusing to tip in restaurants, which I find to be a little bit hilarious. He got soup spilled on him in restaurants. He was kicked out of various restaurants in New York City for refusing to tip. He would give the waiter a condescending speech about you should form a union. You shouldn't, depend on guys like me for a tip. And for Trotsky, being a Bolshevik, being a Marxist was an expression of alienation. For Lenin and Stalin, it was very much opposition to the Western system, right? Lenin developed this whole theory of capitalism had entered the stage of imperialism, and that nations struggling for national liberation would break out of imperialism and use a socialist planned economy to build themselves up. Trotsky is saying, well, no, it's the Western countries are the most advanced, and eventually the Western working class will seize power, and the most advanced West will create the most advanced socialism. And
Граждане и гражданки Советского Союза, сегодня в 4 часа утра без предъявления каких-либо претензий к Советскому Союзу, без объявления войны, германские войска напали на нашу страну, атаковали наши границы и подвергли бомбежке со своих самолетов наши города.
So there are two communists at work one day, and the one says to the other, how's things going? He says, well, I'm really excited. I'm about to go on vacation. He says, oh, what are you going to do? And he says, well, he said, I am going to go to the beach, and I have a new book with me I'm going to read. And it's just going to be so interesting and exciting, and I'm just going to kind of rest on the beach and read my new book. And so a friend says, oh, what's the new book? He says, well, it's the new government-issued biography of Karl Marx. And he said, I'm going to read this new government-issued biography of Karl Marx. His friend says, well, I just read it. And he said, it's amazing. Wait till you get to the part where he tells the proletariat that they have nothing to lose but their chains and a whole wide world to win, and they should rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish communism around the world. And the other guy turns to him and says, God damn it, spoiler alert, you ruined it for me. Right? And I can tell, and this is not a joke, this anecdote actually happened to me. When I was in college, we had to take a course in liberal arts and sciences. And every student, no matter what your major, biology, chemistry, whatever, you had to take this one course. And we had this little book, and it was full of writings of who they considered to be like great thinkers from around the world. And they had like Immanuel Kant, and they had different philosophers and such. So there was a selection that we had to read in this text, and it was from Karl Marx. But it was an obscure text by Marx. It was from the German Ideology, which is a pamphlet where Karl Marx is arguing in favor of philosophical materialism against the German idealists. Nothing in there about politics. I mean, it's just a really obscure pamphlet. So we had to go read it, and then we had to come back and discuss it. So we go back into class. The professor's like, so, what do you all think of the Karl Marx passage? And this one girl, front row, raises her hand. The part where he says that everyone should get paid the exact same wage, no matter how hard they worked, I hated that part. And the other guy in the back raises his hand. Yeah, he's like, the part that says that we should have a dictator and we shouldn't have any freedom so that the dictator can make everything equal, I hated that part, And it was pretty clear they hadn't actually read the text, and they were just kind of operating from a stereotype or a widespread conception of what Marxism actually is. But the funny thing is that these widespread conceptions, I would say in a lot of ways, have actually permeated into the Marxist movement. For example, for many years I was involved in a particular revolutionary organization, and as I was finding my way out of that organization and moving out of being a political activist and moving toward being a journalist like I do now, where I just make commentary and educational presentations like this, I remember that one of the people said to me, fine, you can leave now, but someday the workers are going to rise up. They're just going to rise up one day. They won't be able to take it anymore. And where are you going to be when the workers rise up? And I heard that, and I remember thinking, this could be like a fundamentalist Christian preacher back in Ohio. Like, sure, you can quit the church now, but when Jesus returns on a shining cloud down from heaven, you're going to feel pretty, that kind of perception about Marxism as just kind of and revolution as just this mystical event that just appears out of nowhere and no one ever sees it coming and it brings on some glorious utopia. That perception is pretty widespread, and I think even a lot of the people who call themselves Marxists or socialists actually buy into that kind of idea. But the reality is the Marxist movement does not view revolution in that way. If you learn anything from the study of Marxism, it's that revolutions are not mythic, magical events that come out of nowhere. They're not spontaneous. They're not randomly occurring, and they are not explosions of rage and passion. And these vague notions of revolution that we see in Hollywood movies like Les Miserables and stuff, that's been around long before Karl Marx was ever born. William Blake, the famous English poet, his very famous poem Jerusalem said, "Bring me my bow of burning gold, bring me my arrows of desire, bring me my spear, O clouds unfold, bring me my chariots of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land." And that was William Blake, and he wrote that in 1808, 10 years before Karl Marx was actually born. This kind of revolutionary, mystical, magical notion was around. But what distinguished Karl Marx and his theories was his ability to talk about concepts like socialism, class struggle, and revolution in a scientific way. And in order to explain the actual nature of revolution, which is the theme of this class, I will be drawing from Marxism and historical and dialectical materialism. Now, the word revolution itself comes from Latin, and its literal word meaning, it's the word revolutio in Latin, it means to turn around. And the first time the word revolution was ever applied in politics was in the year of 1450. Around the time of 1450 in England, documents began to refer to big turnarounds and big changes in politics as if they were revolutions. However, the way the word revolution really caught on was in 1543 when Copernicus composed his groundbreaking book on the revolution of heavenly spheres. Now, this book was not about politics, it was about astronomy. It argued that the sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe. And the book was not about politics. Copernicus' book had nothing to do with politics. It was purely about astronomy. But it had huge political implications. It argued that what Copernicus had discovered by means of mathematics and his use of a primitive telescope was true, and that what was said by the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church, saying that the earth was the center of the universe, was false. That was big. That was a huge political statement, even though the book was purely about astronomy. Now, followers of Copernicus, who believed that the earth was revolving and challenged the teachings of the Catholic hierarchy, began referring to themselves as revolutionaries. And the leaders of the French Revolution in 1789 opposed the Catholic Church, seeing it as a corrupt institution that granted legitimacy to a tyrannical king and aristocracy. And those who led the charge to bring down the King of France called themselves revolutionaries because they rejected Catholic teachings, and also because they engaged in a big political turnaround, and essentially the two terms were combined. You had the combination of the astronomical term of revolution and the political definition, and it came together in this notion of a revolution as people going out and overturning the old order and trying to replace it with something better and more scientific. That's really where it came into being. And Marxism and scientific socialism, as they emerged, they came to understand the concept of revolution as human beings advancing to higher stages of civilization. This view fits in with historical materialism, which understands that the history of human beings is a constant struggle to improve living conditions and create a higher level of abundance and stability. Frederick Engels wrote, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man, by his changes, makes the environment serve his ends and masters it. And this is the final and essential distinction between man and other animals, that human beings have the ability to force the environment to serve them, to create, to be creative and intelligent. And when human civilization is prepared for a great advance, it comes in three stages. First, there is an economic revolution, and advances in technology make the old system of production and economics unsustainable. Then there's a social revolution, in which a new class emerges to fit this new advance in technology. And then third, there's a political revolution, when this new class becomes the ruling class and takes control of society and the government. And for the majority of human history, as folks know, we were hunter-gatherers. We were, hunting wild animals. We were gathering fruits and nuts, and that's how we survived. But eventually, with our brilliance and our creativity as human beings, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We developed, spears and rocks to kill animals with. We began tracking the patterns and how plants grew, so we knew how to hunt and gather, and there was a big scarcity, right? So an economic revolution took place that made it so that hunting and gathering was no longer a sustainable way of living. And so, after that economic revolution, you had the first social revolution, which is when people began growing their own food and domesticating animals. And you had the dawn of agriculture, and you had a class of landowners, of people who claimed a little piece of land and claimed some animals and said it belonged to them, the origin of private property. And then you had the first political revolution to follow up that social revolution, which was the birth of ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia and Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Or you can fast forward to the 1400s in Europe. We had new technological innovations like the printing press, textile looms. All of this made feudalism unsustainable. During the Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation, we saw an economic revolution, with new technology laying the basis for the elimination of the feudal system. So another social revolution took place with the rise of the merchants, a new class. Merchants and the traders, they sold goods for a living, they traveled around. They were neither peasants who worked the land or landowners and nobles. They were a new class. And ultimately, the political revolutions shook Europe and France, England, and Germany, and elsewhere, as the nobles and kings were toppled and replaced by the merchants and bankers, this new class that took power. And eventually the merchants and bankers set up factories and became the capitalists and industrialists who rule the world today. It is with the emergence of capitalism that we got the modern political system of liberal democracy and nation states. Revolutions have three phases: first economic, then social, then political. Now, the Communist Manifesto was written and published in the year of 1848, and that was the year of what people called the Spring of Nations, because every European country, except for Britain and Russia, had a massive uprising or revolt in that year. In these revolts, you saw liberals, nationalists, and radicals joining forces under the banner of republicanism and demanding the creation of modern democratic states, or republics. And Karl Marx's Communist League was a grouping among the radical republicans in Germany who wanted universal male suffrage, which back then was a big demand. To have the right of every man to vote was big, and not having just property owners voting. And they also called for the creation of socialism. The revolutions of 1848, they ultimately failed, and it's actually as a result of the failure of the revolution in Germany in 1848 that millions of Germans fled to the United States. That's why today, the most common last name in the United States is Miller, which is from the German Muller. It's because thousands and millions of Germans fled here to escape the failed revolution. And interestingly, the first Marxists in the United States were people who had fled Germany in the aftermath of this revolution. Joseph Wedemeyer and August Willich were two Marxists who fled to the United States, and both of them became prominent leaders of the Civil War. Joseph Wedemeyer, he led the Ohio 9th Regiment, which was considered to be the Red or Communist division of the Union Army that carried the red flag as its marching emblem during the Civil War. And August Willich became a brigadier general in the Union Army. Both of them corresponded with Karl Marx throughout the Civil War. And Marx was actually employed by the New York Tribune, which was the Republican Party newspaper here in New York City. So I think it's very funny nowadays. A lot of times the Republicans are always accusing people they don't like of being communists. Well, actually, originally, if you go way back, in the early days of the Republican Party, the communists were Republicans. I think that's pretty funny. So Marxists generally argue that revolutions require a revolutionary situation. And Lenin described a revolutionary situation this way. And I'm going to read the quote, and then we can break for our discussion, because that'll be the first part. So I'll just read you the quote where Lenin describes a revolutionary situation. He says, "What, generally speaking, are the symptoms of a revolutionary situation? We shall certainly not be mistaken if we indicate the following three as the major symptoms. 1. When it is impossible for the ruling classes to maintain their rule without any change, when there is a crisis in one form or another among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling class, leading to a fissure through which the discontent and indignation of the oppressed classes bursts forth. For a revolution to take place, it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live the old way. It is necessary that the upper classes should also be unable to live in the old way. 2. When the suffering in one of the oppressed classes has grown more acute than usual. And 3. When, as a consequence of the above causes, there is considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who unaccompaniedly allow themselves to be robbed during peace times, but in turbulent times, are drawn both by the circumstances of the crisis and by the upper classes themselves into independent historical action. Without these objective changes, which are independent of the will, not only of individual groups and parties, but even of individual classes, a revolution as a general rule is impossible. The totality of all these objective changes is what you can call a revolutionary situation." So that's where we'll end the first part.
Just a quick tidbit on socialism. What I'm concerned about is that there's still going to be a ruling class regardless. Bernie Sanders in 2016 said millionaires and billionaires, and now he's only saying billionaires because now he's a millionaire.
Next, we're going to have somebody, probably of all the people in the room, I think you are the person that I've known the longest of all the people here, and that's Gavin Lockhart. I think it's been at least 15 years I've known Gavin. We go pretty far back, and I don't want to steal Gavin's thunder. He's got plenty to say. But Gavin's going to give a presentation about Libya, about the history of CPI, and about what we're doing, and I'm really excited to hear it. So come on up, Gavin Lockhart.
Thank you, Caleb. Why don't we all just take a minute to do some deep breaths first? Haven't done a lot of public speaking, but my name is Gavin. I'm a member of CPI, and I've been asked to talk about how I became involved with the Center for Political Innovation, as well as why CPI is important to me as a Christian. I think it started with my parents, who are politically progressive and encouraged me to pay attention to current events. As a young teenager, I read a lot of Wikipedia articles, not realizing how biased they were. I was introduced to Al Jazeera News by my older sister, where I found a lot of shocking information about Israel and Palestine that most Americans had never heard about. But I discovered that even an alternative news source like Al Jazeera isn't always accurate. The biggest shock came when I was told by a friend, shout out to Malik if you're listening, that Al Jazeera actually fabricated a story about Gaddafi supposedly bombing his own people in central Tripoli. Malik and others who were actually there, I heard this from multiple people in that neighborhood where the bombing was supposedly taking place, said that no such thing was happening, and Al Jazeera didn't even show evidence. In fact, from the 1970s through 2010, Libya was Africa's most prosperous democracy. It had a national health program of high quality. It had good schools and universities for free. It had startup money for young couples, startup money for anybody who wanted to become a farmer or a herder as well. It had the largest clean water pipeline project and the longest life expectancy on the African continent. It had, at least according to its government supporters, a direct democracy, or something closer to a direct democracy than anything else in the world. But by 2012, large neighborhoods of Libya had been turned into rubble, and there are now open-air slave markets. International corporations came in and began to privatize the country. It is now considered a model of a failed state, so-called. So how did this happen? Well, in February 2011, a series of anti-government riots in Benghazi, in eastern Libya, escalated into a full-scale armed uprising. Of course, some of these protesters had genuine grievances, but there were a lot of suspicious fingerprints. The NSFL, National Front for the Salvation of Libya, which is a known CIA cutout, was involved, and there were some pogroms against black Libyans who were stereotyped as being overly loyal to the Jamahiriya, which is the Gaddafi government. When the Jamahiriya, the forces loyal to Gaddafi, were close to winning, the US and European countries placed blockades on the country, and NATO warplanes attacked Libyan armed forces. The intervention of NATO, with its heavily armed foreign troops and al-Qaeda-style forces, was decisive in this, destroying the armed forces of Libya and murdering Gaddafi, who asked them if they knew right from wrong. Before Gaddafi died, the Wikipedia articles all admitted that he had come to power in a mostly non-violent way, that key industries had been nationalized, that debt had been paid off, and that people had been lifted out of poverty. But after Gaddafi died, just like with Fidel Castro, all the uncorroborated scuttlebutt was piled upon him. When I looked at mainstream news websites, I found only demonization of Libya and Gaddafi. I looked at alternative websites, same thing. Does anybody want to guess what groups were supporting Gaddafi, supporting the Jamahiriya? Alex Jones, yeah, very good. Anybody else? Workers' World Party, yep, shouts out. Nation of Islam. They were some of the best ones.
What has he done to bring down on him the wrath of the West? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to me, the three most hated of men are: one, a rich man who gives away his wealth to the poor; a wise man who shares his knowledge with the ignorant; and the man to whom the Holy Quran is revealed. Why do you hate Gaddafi? Does he share the wealth of Libya with the poor? Well, if he does, and he does, doesn't that make you, America, look bad? America is ruled by special interests, not by the needs, rights, and interests of the American people. And you dare to say that the Arab world that is rising wants your democracy? No. They want liberty, they want justice, they want equity, they want a government that serves the needs, rights, and interests of the people. That's what they want, and this is why Muammar Gaddafi said, this is not Egypt, this is not Tunisia, this is not Bahrain, this is not that, because he has looked out for the needs, rights, and interests of the Libyan people.
Yeah. Groups that were against NATO's illegal military interventions included Uhuru, World Socialist Website, and several different African nationalist groups. Some libertarians were also firmly against the intervention and even praised the Jamahiriya government. Around that same time, I was a freshman in high school and learning about Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong. I searched Mao Zedong on YouTube. Thank you so much. I searched Mao Zedong on YouTube, and guess who turned up? Jason Unruh from Ontario, Maoist Rebel News, who was a fairly early YouTuber. He initially cheered the so-called revolution against Libya because, leftists tend to be attracted to rebellion. But to his credit, a few days later, he corrected his position. He donned a green tie and a green shawl, like this, but green. He had clearly done some homework. He jumped in front of the camera and talked about Gaddafi's achievements with the Libyan people and work with the anti-imperialist movements around the world. That stuck with me. Around this time, I read a great article on Libya written by Caleb Maupin. And I thought, yeah, this is what I've been looking for.
Because we understand fundamentally that what's going on in workers here and how they're destroying the high wages and how they're cutting the programs and how they're fighting and doing everything they can to beat workers down here in the US, how that's linked, and it's the exact same thing with Libya. The government of Libya came to power in a popular revolution, and regardless of whatever criticisms we may have of the Libyan government, that government came in, and that's a government that they know will not obey their orders. That's clear. While the Black Panther Party in the United States was being hunted down and harassed by the FBI and assassinated, in Libya they welcomed contingents from the Black Panther Party here in the U.S. as heroes. In Libya, the oil belongs to the people. In Libya, college education is free for everyone. And they're not going to tolerate that. And that's what this war is about.
And connected with Caleb, we were, on some kind of terrible leftist chat forum, that existed. Fast forward a few years, I was in college, and Caleb invited me to join SINA, or SINA. There wasn't an official pronunciation. Students and Youth for a New America. That's what that stands for. the predecessor to CPI, or it's still the youth group of CPI. Caleb and some others founded that in 2016 after he left the Workers' World Party. Sina received a lot of vitriol online and was hated by leftists because it was patriotic. We at Sina and CPI believe that it's important to reclaim patriotism. The very reason we're working so hard to improve things is because, doing our little part, is because we love our country and we want to see it become better for everyone. In college, I became a Christian. For many on the left, being a Christian and a socialist is considered incompatible. Yet even a shallow dive into history shows that there were many Christian socialists of all types. And one of the best examples, classic from our own country here, is Martin Luther King. Just look at some of the last speeches in the last 2 years of his life. I'm going to quote one here. Dr. King said, "At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened, for such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment, or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live." Unquote. He was a Baptist pastor. We need more Baptist pastors like that today, amen? There are some. While in college, Sina experimented with building ties to the local DSA. I even organized 1 or 2 joint Sina DSA events. Then, my local DSA chapter found my Facebook account and basically saw that I was a Christian. One day, I got an ominous email saying I was being put on trial to be expelled. They had screenshots. I critiqued mainstream Darwinian evolution, supported British communist Jyoti Brar, shouts out if you're listening, Jyoti, and of course had connections to Caleb. He was being canceled for American patriotism, but you have to understand the thing that Caleb is being canceled for is always changing. And at this particular time, the big thing was Dugin. He had been on one panel with a few people that included the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin, the spooky Russian wizard man who speaks of a multipolar world.
And when I was in Iran, I remember at this conference I attended, many of the guests from around the world said to me, "You've got to read the writings of Alexander Dugin." And then, oddly enough, I went to Venezuela. I was in Venezuela in 2015. And in Venezuela, this was a Marxist government. The leader was quoting, Lenin and Trotsky and such. But I noticed that there was a clear difference in the way that the activists in Venezuela were talking. They talked a lot different than the leftists in the United States talked. And when I brought this up with the Venezuelans, they said to me, "Oh, you really ought to read Alexander Dugin." And so, with all of these people mentioning Dugin to me, with people accusing me of being a Duginist, I thought it would be best that I actually study the writings of Alexander Dugin. So I had to get a copy of The Fourth Political Theory, and I read the book cover to cover, and it was fascinating to me as someone who'd only really studied the political left and the ideology around it to see a wider analysis of the world. And there were many things in the book that I did agree with. The most essential being this understanding of what liberalism is, and this understanding that there is this ideology coming out of the Western countries, the United States, Western Europe, and that seeks to put the individual above all else and break down any sense of collectivism or bond or community. And that this liberalism has a left-wing face and it has a right-wing face.
At my Zoom trial during the pandemic, I explained that yes, I was pro-life, but I was not bringing that position into the group. But that wasn't enough. Simply having a Christian worldview was reason enough for expulsion. Ironically, you can actually find some official DSA documents that promise space for Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, but nothing about Christians. Very weird. That confirmed to me that Sino was the group I needed, and that DSA maybe wasn't the way to make change. At this point in the political landscape, like so many people, I began to wonder if left and right have become irrelevant categories. I'd strongly agree with Jim Hightower when he said today that politics isn't left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Most anti-imperialists are not leftist, and most leftists aren't anti-imperialist anymore. Libya was typical of this shift, in which liberals and most leftists cheered on as NATO destroyed a government and a country whose only crime was to invest in its people. CPI is not a communist organization, or it's not, I mean, some people in it are, but it's not exclusive. You know, some people are against communism here, some people are for it. But the point is, we recognize the cases in which communism has achieved a lot. We shouldn't allow the relentless, century-old anti-communist propaganda to exaggerate its flaws. Some of the world's greatest achievements in human progress were those of communist countries in medical care, science, literacy, and feeding people. Most of today's successful countries are not communist, but they are influenced by communism. But China is a big exception. It does call itself communist. And it has lifted almost 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. But it's market-based, patriotic, and favorable to religion, things we don't always associate with old-school communism. Socialist or anti-imperialist countries are more Christian and Muslim than Western pro-imperialist countries. Henry Morris, a pioneer in young Earth creation science, spoke in Beijing and Soviet Moscow to applause, while he couldn't speak at many American universities. The Cuban government rejected a shipment of NIV Bibles, accepting only Reina Valera, which is the one preferred by fundamentalists. So they rejected a neo-evangelical translation, that's Calvinist, in favor of a fundamentalist translation. China has Confucius institutes. Iran declares Twelver Shiite Islam its true religion. Marxist-Leninist influenced governments in Venezuela and Nicaragua have fundamentalist Christian members in the United Socialist Party and the Sandinista Party, respectively. Cuba has some as well, although not as many. The anti-Christian nature of communism used to be very real in the 20th century. That turned many people against socialism and communism who might otherwise have supported their social and economic changes. Yet now, many socialist and anti-imperialist countries welcome religious believers. I'm really grateful for that because I also see it as an opportunity to show how traditional Christianity can work with anti-imperialist and socialist ideas. I believe that socialism is absolutely compatible with Christian values. As Jesus says in Matthew 25, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Sick, and you visited me. In prison, and you came unto me. Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least, these are the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me." Jesus calls us to serve the poor and to alleviate suffering in the world. Other than actually preaching the gospel and making sure people have eternal life in the kingdom of God, the second most important thing in the Bible is helping other people in this life. And if you're not sure that you have eternal life, Jesus said, "He who believes in me has eternal life." It is that simple. Here's just one example from the Gospel of Luke, very famous story that most people know, probably in this room, everybody. The story of the Good Samaritan. In this story, or I should say account, because it really happened. And he said unto him, What is written in the law? How readest thou? And he answered, said, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. And he said unto him, Thou hast answered right. This do, and thou shalt live. But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, And who is my neighbor? And Jesus answered, saying, A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and went to him, and bound his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. Which now of these 3, thinkest thou, was a neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves? And he said, He that showed mercy unto him. Then Jesus said unto him, Go and do thou likewise. And I share this story because who your friend is not always who you'd expect. The people we're being taught to hate, just as the Jews were taught to hate the Samaritans, are the people we need and need us in the fight against imperialism and all of the edifices it builds to justify itself. We need to find our commonalities, not what divides us. We need to stop saying that only if you completely agree with every one of our 52 points, we can let you into our group. We need to unite to fund healthcare, housing, schools, and to clean up the environment and to stop funding endless wars. We need to work with everyone who agrees with these goals, whether they're a conservative Christian like me, or a Muslim or any other religion, whether they're an African nationalist or a libertarian or any other political belief. This is what CPI stands for. Thank you.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Where do you want to start? Well, can I respond to what was said?
Yeah, whatever you want
course.
to do, yeah.
Okay. I find this a laughable caricature of anything I've ever written or anything that I understand is part of this conversation. And I don't appreciate being told what I think or what I say or what I mean or what I intend. I can speak for myself, and that would just be fine if we could allow each other to do that. Number one. Number two, I have no idea what this silly remark that I hear so often is, that no socialist society has succeeded at anything. I have no idea what you're talking about. Let me give you an example. One of the most important metrics used in the economics profession around the world to assess the quote-unquote success of an economic system is the rate of economic growth. You measure GDP and you look at how it grows over time. And then you compare one country to another to assess their relative success, not as societies, because that's a vague generality, but at this particular metric, which we use in economics to measure economic growth over time. It's not the only metric, but it's a widely used one. So I'm now going to use it. In the 20th century, the fastest growing metric, the fastest growing GDP in any country measured was the Soviet Union. And in the 21st century we're living in, the fastest growing GDP in the world has been the People's Republic of China. This is not an endorsement of one or another economic system. It's a statement of fact verified by any reliable source of information. The UN, the project in the University of California, Berkeley, and others who keep track of this. So this has to be understood because in much of the world, economic growth is a shared objective and goal that these two societies have excelled at achieving.
But when you say that socialism has never worked anywhere, and statements like that get very widely made on American television.
Wait, real quick, because you're about to, I don't care. I know you have a prepared answer to that. I'm not using the meme, socialism has never worked anywhere it's tried. What I'm saying is I don't think central planning has worked. My critique is much more specific here, and I would be, like, if you have, like, I'm curious, because I would have to go read more on them, because every time I've tried to read on places, so the only places I'm familiar with are, like, Vietnam or a lot of the older Soviet Union or some places in, like, Cuba. Like, my understanding is that when we try to socially plan a lot of stuff, you just can't do it. There's so much for a government to keep track of. It's bureaucratic. It's slow. You can't respond to changing market conditions. So I'm saying central planning specifically doesn't seem to be a solution to an economy. That's what I'm saying specifically, not like the socialism has never worked meme.
Okay. I'm glad you're being more specific than that. But I would encourage you to read Maurice Dobbs' book, Soviet Economy Since 1917. Maurice Dobbs was a lecturer at the University of Cambridge in Britain, and I have, quotations from the book right in front of me. In 1928, they launched the 5-year plans in the Soviet Union. By 1938, coal production had multiplied by 3.5 times. They had increased the rate of electrification tenfold. There were 20 new tramway systems. The number of hospital beds in rural areas had doubled. The Soviet Union at that point was the largest tractor producer in the world, and they were the largest locomotive producer in the world, right? This notion that socialism has only resulted in people getting poorer or making everyone equally poor is false. In 1917, Russia was an impoverished agrarian country. By the mid-1930s, they were an industrial superpower.
My understanding is that in the 20th century, there was a faster growing economy than the USSR, and it was Japan. Japan still exists today, and the USSR does not. I understand that the USSR did show a huge amount of growth, but I think it's odd to use that as an example when socialists often point to the evils of imperialism, and when you point out the fact that everybody was heavily industrializing around that time as well. I don't think it's fair to say that the USSR simply grew on the merits of socialism when there were so many other things happening at the time, and when it was outgrown by another economy that was...
But those are the facts. I mean, you can play whatever games you want. The fact of the matter is that the Soviet Union's performance in the 20th century completely outshines that of Japan. There's no comparison. In 1917, when the Soviet Union begins, it is the poorest country in Europe by far. It then goes through 70 years of a lost World War I, of a civil war, of an agricultural collectivization, and of World War II, which did more damage in Russia than in any other country. Notwithstanding that it was the poorest country at the beginning of this horrific story, it ends up in 1965 being the #1 competitor of the United States for global hegemony. That's only because of its #1 status in economic growth that it achieved the overcoming of all those horrific losses. I'm not arguing in favor of this or that about the Soviet Union, but the fact of its achievement is a staggering reality that you can dance around from here to tomorrow, but it doesn't go away because it's inconvenient to confront it. And the same thing is true now. If you read Pearl Buck's novels about China before the revolution, you will hear about a society whose depth of poverty literally blows your mind. And here they are about to surpass the United States before the end of this decade. And that was accomplished by a communist revolution and a government that has been run by a communist party to this day. And yeah, for sure, they cleverly opened their society up to capitalists to come and join them. But to imagine that the achievement of the Chinese economy is purely due to the private capitalists rather than to the state economy, that's making believe, because you need to have an argument that puts the success at the credit of one or the other. The infrastructure, the training of the mass of people, everything that happened in China is as much a product of the planning and policies of the communist government than of any other factor. And that has to be recognized as well. And none of this is an endorsement. That society has strengths and weaknesses. It has things we can criticize, but we can't make it up because it's inconvenient to face the successes they've had and continue to have.
They were a country that was strong enough to defeat Nazi invaders. They were a country that eventually
hold on. A lot of this is just not true. So the Soviet Union was not strong enough to defeat the Nazi invaders. Firstly, in the early part of the war, the Nazis were involved in lending a lot of things like rubber and other materials to the Soviet Union. And later on, the Lend-Lease programs from the Western capitalist nations were a large part of the reasons of why the Soviet Union was able to field as much armor and everything as they could. These aren't controversial claims. Lend-Lease was a huge program that was massively successful to supplying the USSR with supplies.
It was a global alliance, an anti-fascist coalition.
Sure, but it's
Britain
disingenuous to say that
it's Nazis on their own either.
Sure,
they
but
had help as well. The United States had help.
I'm not saying that these are sure. These are what about? Sure. I understand that. These are whataboutisms that aren't relevant to what I'm saying. Is that the idea that the USSR was some strong superpower that on its own could stand up to the Nazis? That is absolutely not true. They absolutely needed outside help. First from the Nazis themselves, and then once Hitler turned on Stalin, then from other Western nations via Lend-Lease. Secondly, you're talking about like how the Soviet Union was able to accomplish so much in terms of like getting electricity out to rural areas and hospitals and all of this. This is just industrialization. Lots of countries have done this under capitalism, under other economic systems, under socialism, and also part of Russia's rush to industrialization led to massive famines that are to this day debated about whether or not they're considered genocidal. So I don't know if I like the idea of like, well, I can modernize a country if I tell everybody to stop growing crops, starve to death 10 million people, and make some of them work in factories. I don't know if that's a good argument, saying like, well, look how quickly we industrialized our country. I don't know if I agree that that's a success of central planning.
I think you can look all over the developing world today and see a lot of free market countries that have not industrialized and have not done what Russia and China both did during the 20th century, right? This notion that socialism never creates growth, it's never worked anywhere, all it leads to is people being poorer. Look at Russia in 1917. Look at Russia by the mid-1930s.
Okay, hold on. We're back
at Russia by the 1970s. Look at China in 1949. Look at China today, the second largest economy in the world. That's a big fat lie. And I am sick of hearing it because it contradicts reality. Socialism has raised countries up out of poverty. Meanwhile, all over the developing world,
this is like literal.
These are like still illiterate, where people don't have a basic electricity. right?
I feel like I'm running down.
Okay, let's
I'm running down like a dialogue tree right now. I'm talking about central planning. I'm not. I understand that you've probably heard a million times socialism makes people poor or whatever. I would never make that claim.
That's false.
Well, no, but I would say that like the industrialization of the world. So much the same way when people say like, oh, capitalism is what's causing global warming. I don't think that's true. I think it's industrialization is what's causing global warming, right? We consume a lot of stuff. We produce a lot of emissions as a result of that. Like it's industrialization. When you talk to me about how like, well, the living standards from the 1900s to the 2000s has increased. I'm not going to sit there and say, well, capitalism did that. And I'm also not going to say in socialist countries, socialism did that. Technological innovations, medical innovations, agricultural innovations, like these are the things that have driven a lot of this. So I'm not giving you the meme that socialism hasn't helped any country. I'm sure that we can find, you know, whether we want to bring up Catalonia or other types of like smaller socialist societies that have existed and thrived for small periods of time. I'm sure we can find examples of that. What I'm saying is that central planning as a means of controlling an entire economy doesn't seem to be a realistic policy. If you want to talk more specifically about the USSR, we can, but I feel like that is not a good example for you to go to show off the successes of central planning when millions of people starved to death in that society as a result of central planning.
I think millions of people starved to death prior to the Russian Revolution. As an agrarian economy, when there was a famine, people starved to death all the time. Now, you're talking about specific famines that took place, but prior to the Soviet Union, Soviet agriculture didn't have, or Russian agriculture and the surrounding countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they didn't have tractors, right? It was the Soviet Union that mechanized agriculture. It was the Soviet Union that electrified the entire place. They actually had the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world in 1931, the Dnieper Dam. The fact that you gloss over the transformation of a deeply impoverished country into a country that was a superpower and is widely acknowledged to be a superpower, and you just say, yeah, but there were a bunch of famines, so none of that counts. That's completely disingenuous, right? The whole world realizes what happened there, and the whole world realizes what's happened in China. And furthermore, if you want to see countries that have been part of our global free market capitalist system and how they've flourished, take a look at Haiti. That country has NAFTA-style trade agreements with the United States. People eat dirt mixed with oil, right? The amount of poverty there is pretty big, right? And that's a free market country. But no one ever says Haiti's problems are because of capitalism. But all of Venezuela's problems are because of socialism. Take a look at Nigeria. This is the top oil-producing country in Africa. They have been doing business with Chevron and Shell Oil for decades, right? I mean, if oil and wealth and selling on the market would make them prosperous, they'd be a wealthy country. Their life expectancy is only 59. The rate of illiteracy the rate of literacy in terms of population that can read is not even 60%, right? The unimproved drinking water rates. Take a look at what the CIA World Factbook says about Nigeria, the top oil-producing country in Africa. That's what the free market has to offer, right? Free market capitalism is not industrializing countries. Why don't you compare India to Russia and China, for example, right? India did not have a socialist revolution. It had a nationalist revolution. It got its independence from the British. That was a good thing. But it did not have socialist construction or central planning. And compare it to Russia and China throughout the 20th century. Compare the conditions of the people in India to the people of Russia and China, and you can look pretty clearly there. And in fact, a lot of the industrialization that has happened in India happened because of the Soviet Union and China, right? It was the Soviet Union built steel mills in India. China is now doing a lot of business there. So this notion that capitalism is industrializing countries, you can talk about the Asian tigers. I'm happy to address the Asian tigers. That's an example. But I mean, all these immigrants that are pouring into the United States on the border right now, countries like Honduras, free market, capitalist country, where there are people that don't even speak Spanish, people don't have running water, people don't have electricity. Guatemala, take a look at Mexico. These free market countries have been looted and destroyed by international corporations, whereas countries that have central planning have raised people out of poverty, they've industrialized, they've electrified, they've wiped out illiteracy very consistently, despite the problems. And there are big problems. I don't deny that.
Okay, so I'm revolutionary road, and that means actively combating the atlanticist pathology, because we live in a society where mental illness is being cultivated as a mechanism of social control. And the mental illness that is being cultivated is the atlanticist pathology. So let's talk about this. 1888, something happened that had never happened before in history. Right? We've always had murderers in history. right? It's in the Bible, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not murder. People get mad at other people and kill them, right? Husband finds out the wife is cheating on him, goes and kills her, goes and kills the man she's cheating with. Somebody feels that somebody else stole from them, so they go and kill them. Somebody wants to rob somebody, so they go kill them and rob from them. Murder happens. It's one of the unfortunate aspects of human civilization. Crime, murder. However, in 1888, there was a type of murder that had never been seen anywhere in the world, and it happened in Whitechapel, which is a district in London. And it was crimes that I believe they have finally identified the individual who did it, but there's still debate. But for a long time, these murders were widely unsolved. And they were the murders of Jack the Ripper. Now, Jack the Ripper was not his real name. We don't really know who he was. There's some people who say we do at this point. I think they have an individual picked out. They say it was definitely him, but there's still debate. And Jack the Ripper was the nickname that the press and the media and the police gave to this murderer in Whitechapel. Whitechapel was a district in London where there were a lot of prostitutes. And there was a wealthy man, he was quite wealthy, named Jack the Ripper. And he would go to Whitechapel and he would hire prostitutes. And instead of just having sex with them, he would cut them into pieces. He would violently murder them. Sorry to pick International Women's Day to talk about a horrendous crime against women, but here we go. Jack the Ripper was the world's first serial killer. And that kind of murder had never happened before in history. Have people murdered people before? Sure. Have people murdered women before? But Jack the Ripper was an individual who was sexually perverted to the point that the way he got himself off was killing women. And he would hire women as prostitutes, and he would mutilate their bodies, and he would cut them up, and apparently he was a surgeon, because he knew a lot about human anatomy. Based on what the police were able to deduce. I don't want to get into detail about this. It's a little R-rated. May not be the ideal stream to watch with your kids, but we'll get past this. The rest of this isn't as gross and violent. But Jack the Ripper, he was a serial killer who murdered women for sexual gratification. That had never happened before. And the whole world was like, what in the world? What in the world is going on in London? So the police of London immediately said that they wanted anyone who knew any information about Jack the Ripper to send them a letter. So the London Times, the Times of London, received thousands and thousands and thousands of letters from individuals claiming to be Jack the Ripper. Now, that was even weirder than the murder itself. It was weird enough. No one had ever committed horrendous crimes like this before. But then thousands of people sent letters to the Times of London saying that they were Jack the Ripper and describing how they had carried out the murders in lurid detail. And that showed that while there was at this point only one Jack the Ripper, there were thousands and thousands of people in Britain who were sexually turned on by what Jack the Ripper had done and fantasized about engaging in horrendous crimes against women this way. And that was certainly shocking. So Jack the Ripper, whoever he was, realized there were thousands and thousands of people stealing his thunder. So Jack the Ripper sent body parts from one of the women he murdered in the infamous From Hell letter. He signed the letter From Hell, Jack the Ripper, and he sent the body parts of women that were confirmed to actually be from the bodies that he killed. And so there was the infamous From Hell letter from actually Jack the Ripper. Now, Jack the Ripper was the first one in 1888, but pretty soon there were more. And starting in the 1880s and the 1890s, all over the world, we started to see serial killers. Now, there had never been serial killers before. But yet, for most of the 20th century, this was a very common occurrence. You have, Ted Bundy, you have Jeffrey Dahmer. You have these people who are turned on by murdering other people, usually women, and they commit these horrendous crimes. Now, in recent years, there's actually been a downturn in serial killers. We don't see it as much anymore. But what caused this kind of insanity, this kind of violent criminal insanity that had never existed before? Well, the British Empire at the time was very much cultivating the population to be good imperialists. And they were actively changing their culture to make people effective imperialists. And one of the things that they were doing was they were urging parents not to hug their children and not to give their children affection. The belief was that, especially for men, if you hugged little boys, if you gave little boys presents on their birthdays, if you were kind to little boys, they would be weaklings. And so it was necessary to be cold with your children. That was the belief at the time. Furthermore, there was the introduction of violence in everyday life. Children were trained, especially boys, were trained to be military and were trained to think about war and killing constantly. There were violent punishments that were enacted that became kind of, ritualized. In addition to that, there was a huge amount of sexual repression. Now, sexual repression is something that, traditional society generally does, but Victorian England was obsessive in the idea that if you masturbated, you would become crazy. They would cover up the feet of pianos with curtains because they thought the feet of pianos looked like human feet and people might be sexually turned on by the legs of pianos. The word leg, which is just a word for part of the human anatomy, was considered an obscene word because you might be turned on by the word leg. So you were never supposed to say leg. You were supposed to say limb, right? And there was just a huge effort to crack down on anything sexual in society. Just a huge, huge amount of sexual repression. So if you combine the lack of affection that you're giving children with the constant obsession with war and violence, with ritual punishment being enacted. On top of that, if you have a huge amount of sexual repression, you're going to get people like Jack the Ripper. And Victorian Atlanticist society produced a form of insanity that had never been seen before. And that was the rise of Jack the Ripper. And all through the 20th century, up into the 80s and 90s, serial killers were a thing. Serial killers are not a thing anymore. It happens occasionally, but it's very rare. Now we have mass shootings. Mass shootings have replaced serial killers as the new form of violent mental illness from Atlanticist society. And mass shootings had also never really happened before. There was an incident where a school was bombed in the 1920s. The school was dynamited and a number of children were killed. But largely, you did not have this phenomenon of young men going to their school or going to a public place and taking out a gun and killing as many people as they possibly can with their gun. That had never happened before. So now we live in the age of we don't have serial killers, but we have mass shooters. And mass shooters, when they first started happening, were something that had never been seen before. And it originated in Western civilization. Just like the British Empire gave us serial killers, the United States has given the world mass shooters. Well, all of this is rooted in Atlanticism. And let's just talk about that briefly, right? The Jack the Ripper serial killer types, these are men that to some degree or other are insecure in their masculinity. They feel that they have something to prove, and they feel that in order to prove their manhood or whatever, it is necessary to murder women. And to some degree or other, they are out of touch with their own sexuality. Their sexuality has become perverted in a way that the way that they feel sexual is to commit horrendous crimes against women. It's a really, really horrendous thing. Mass shooters, on the other hand, there's no evidence that mass shooters are sexualizing their crime, but mass shooters are also like serial killers. They are very, very much obsessed with violence, right? The catharsis or the thrill of violence, right? Serial killers are sexualizing it. Mass shooters, maybe they're not sexualizing it, but they're very obsessed with violence. They're obsessed with violence, and they also are very insecure. Serial killers are generally insecure about their own manhood. In many cases, serial killers have been shown to have erectile dysfunction, and they feel they need to prove their masculinity by murdering. And mass shooters are generally people that are insecure, men that are insecure in their masculinity, and they feel they need to prove their masculinity by engaging in mass shootings. Now, this kind of behavior, serial killers and now mass shooters, this is insanity, dangerous, violent insanity on a level that humanity has not really seen before, but it is tied in very much with the ideology that is espoused by the atlanticist, globalist, imperialist system. So what does the atlanticist, global imperialist system believe in? Well, the ideology of globalism, imperialism is called liberalism. And I'm not talking about liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about liberalism, the school of thought that came out of the struggle to overturn feudalism. The fight for individual rights, the ideology that celebrates the rights of the individual. This is called liberalism. And in our society in the West, everybody believes in liberalism. The so-called left emphasizes individual and personal liberalism, social liberalism, your right to be gay if you want to be gay, your right to use drugs if you want to use drugs, your right to not live according to a defined gender role, your right to be who you want to be without any obligation to society, etc. Whereas the right emphasizes economic liberalism. The government must stay out of the economy. You shouldn't have to pay any taxes. Corporations shouldn't have to abide by any regulations. You're on your own. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, every man for himself. Liberalism, individualism in opposition to collectivism, is the defining ideology of the so-called collective West. The NATO countries, the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, we believe in liberalism. We believe in individualism. Now, on top of that, the British Empire in particular started believing in Malthusianism and the concept of overpopulation. And just as much as we believe in obsessing with the individual and individual rights in the West, Malthusianism is also becoming part of the ruling ideology in the West. Children in school are starting to have climate anxiety because they're being told that, oh my gosh, we're all going to die from global warming unless we reduce consumption. We are constantly being told that there's too many people on the planet. There's too much CO2. We're using up too many resources. We're a cancer on the planet, etc. So in addition to the radical individualism and liberalism, we're being told that the problems of the world are due to overpopulation and that there are too many people in the world. Now, in addition to that, the economics of the West is this belief that, again, the government shouldn't be involved in the economy. And it's this belief that the market will naturally solve things. Adam Smith called it the invisible hand. The invisible hand, right? The idea that the market will just naturally lead to the right conclusion. And then that combines with what's called social Darwinism, which is an economic and political interpretation of Charles Darwin's theories of biology. Survival of the fittest. Now, many people have pointed out that Charles Darwin's idea of what is fittest is just, having children. But regardless, social Darwinists generally argued that America and Britain and France were the richest countries because we're just the best. We're just superior. We're the fittest. And the poor countries, they're poor because they're inferior. And it was the invisible hand, and it was social Darwinism. It was survival of the fittest. Rich people, good. Poor people, bad. Poor people are just naturally inferior, so you shouldn't try to do anything to correct poverty. Rich people are just naturally superior. The invisible hand, survival of the fittest, might makes right, etc., etc. Right? And then that combines with Alfred Mahan and his concept of sea power. Right? Alfred Mahan was the military theorist who argued that the way to dominate the world was to have a mighty navy. The first book of geopolitics that was ever written. So we have a gigantic navy to dominate the world. From there, you get Friedrich Nietzsche and his notion of the blonde beast and the idea that there is no real truth and that the only way to be heroic is to engage in deconstruction. This is philosophical irrationalism. Nietzsche is celebrating that Europe is becoming less Christian as it becomes a colonial power, and it's becoming much more beast-like. The blonde beast, might makes right. We're just brutally colonizing the people of Africa and Asia. And then from there, you get Leo Strauss and Irving Kristol, the founders of neoconservatism, who believe that there are some people that are just naturally superior. They're called the philosopher kings, and that they must control the inferior ones, and so that they can rule. And if the inferior ones get together, that's dangerous. And that the philosopher kings, the superior ones that are smart enough to understand things, they need to rule. This is neoconservatism, neocon thought. So if you combine all of that, you get the ideology of the Western world. Individualism above all else, anti-collectivism, belief that there's just too many people in the world, we're breeding too much, belief that some people are just naturally superior to others, and the invisible hand and survival of the fittest leads to the rich just ruling over everybody else. Sea power and the belief you need to have a mighty military to dominate the whole world in order to have a strong society. The belief that morality, right and wrong, is for suckers, and that we should become more animalistic, and might makes right, become the blonde beast. Philosophical irrationalism, the belief of the philosopher kings. There are some people that are just superior to others. All of this is an ideology that basically says the majority of humanity are dangerous animals, and they must be kept asleep. Right? That if the majority of humanity starts asserting its will, starts getting politically active, that this is a threat, right? That they'll take away the sacred individualism, they'll create some kind of collectivism, they'll start breeding and overpopulating, they'll screw up the natural order and want the poor people who are not the fittest and are not, the invisible hand to start having justice. They'll destroy our mighty navy. They'll try to force a moral and ethical system on us and get rid of philosophical irrationalism. They won't let the philosopher kings just rule over us. The atlanticist ideology, whether it's liberalism, Malthusianism, invisible hand, Adam Smith economics, social Darwinism, the sea power, philosophical irrationalism, neoconservatism, all of the atlanticist ideology leads to the conclusion.
Hey, have you guys heard what's going on in China?
President Xi Jinping's new style?
Yes, and there's more.
The Shisanu. The what?
China's 13th five-year plan. Yeah, the Shisanu.
Oh.
Every 5 years in China, man, they make a new development plan. The time has come for number 13. Shisanu, that's what it means.
It's a huge deal. Like how huge?
Huge.
Like China huge?
Yeah, China huge.
Oh, that's really big.
If you wanna know what China's gonna do, best pay attention to the Shisanu. The Shisanu. The Shisanu.
The Shisanu what?
The Shisanu.
But who makes all the plans?
There's government ministers and think tank minds and party leadership contributing fines. There's doctors, bankers, and farmers too, and even engineers who deal with poo.
Ew, did I hear that right?
Yeah, it's true. Chorus.
If you wanna know what China's gonna do, best pay attention to the Shisanu. The Shisanu. The Shisanu.
The Shisanu what?
The Shisanu.
But how do they make all the plans?
First there's research, views collected, then discussion and views projected. Reports get written and passed around. Then there's actually more research and more discussion and more research and more discussion. Like at every level. over and over, like through hundreds of rounds. It's
Okay, we got it. Hundreds of rounds.
Oh my God.
crazy, right?
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
If you wanna know what China's gonna do, best pay attention to the Shizanu. The Shizanu. The Shizanu.
The Shisan what?
The Shizanu.
But it's not over yet. When the plan comes out, the work's not done. In fact, it's really just begun. Because every province, county, city, too, have got to figure out what they're gonna do.
Whoa.
That's a lot to do.
I know.
Hey, what's it called again?
The Shizanu. If you wanna know what China's gonna do, best pay attention to the Shizanu. The Shizanu. The Shizanu.
The Shisan what?
The Shizanu.
Then the plans keep getting even better. As the plan goes down from high to low, the government's experience continues to grow. They have to work hard and deliberate, because a billion lives are all at stake.
Like every 赵钱孙李周吴郑王冯钱楚魏蒋沈
Chorus! If you wanna know what China's gonna do, best pay attention to the Shizanu. The Shizanu. The Shizanu. Everybody's talking about the Shizanu.
So that's it.
That's it? Yeah, now it's time to get ready for the 14th 5-year plan. What?
Yeah, the Shisu.
The Shisu what?
That you can read what Lenin wrote about the Jewish Bund, which is a group of Marxists in Russia that aligned with Trotsky, right? Lenin forms the Bolshevik Party. Trotsky doesn't join it. He groups with some other people, and they're called the August Bloc. And among them is a group called the Jewish Bund. And the Jewish Bund basically says that we Jews, we're so special, we're so different, we can't join a regular communist party. We have to have our own group for Jews only. And Lenin writes about this, Lenin himself also of Jewish descent, and he calls this the spirit of the ghetto, right? This idea that we are so different, we are so special, we have to be separate. And he says Zionism is the ultimate expression of the spirit of the ghetto, the idea that Jews need their own state, they can never fit in Europe or whatever. But he argues that the Jewish Bund is also an expression of that. And it's this anti-populism, the idea that the masses of people, the bulk of the population, especially for Trotsky, the peasantry, they are dangerous, they're backward, they need to be controlled. That's a big part of Trotsky's mindset. And that is a big part of neoconservatism. It's also a big part of Zionism. So you can see that kind of that intellectual continuity, that kind of superiority and persecution complex that kind of defines Zionist thought. Trotsky had that. The neocons certainly have that. That's where you can see things. It's a mindset. It's not a conspiracy.
Right.
And I would say that probably the father of this kind of thinking is Friedrich Nietzsche, who was not Jewish at all, right? And philosophical irrationalism, what he wrote about the Übermensch and, the last man and the blonde beast and all of that, that's really the basis for all of this. And Friedrich Nietzsche is widely considered to be anti-Semitic. And a lot of the neocons are not Jewish. Anne-Marie Slaughter, who was an advisor to Hillary Clinton, is largely, responsible for the U.S. military intervention in Libya. She's very much a neocon. She's an Irish American. Mary McCarthy was from this school. She was very, very big among these circles. Dwight McDonald. So, they're not all Jewish necessarily, but if you want to look for a continuity, it is that persecution superiority complex that kind of defines Zionism, that defined the Jewish Bund, that you can see a lot in Trotsky's alienation from Russian society.
Is there really when you say that there's a supremacy sort of element to that? Because I see a lot of these same sorts of feelings and even discussions in the Black community, for example, more recently, and in the more recent years, where the discussions have gone to, it's the white, like racism, like privilege, white privilege, which telling people you're privileged because you're white, and so therefore you have to acknowledge that you have this problem and understand that you're causing racism even when you're not trying to, right? It's kind of, even though they call it white privilege, it's actually that the other group is putting another group down, putting whites down, almost saying, you have this, you're born with this problem, this like fundamental problem, this disease almost. And so I see this even in a mentality within the Black community here in the United States, which is we've been oppressed for so long. We want to be separated from you, right? There was many years, especially when I was growing up in the 90s, there's many years where it was like, we're all the same, let's all come together, be together. And then what we've seen in the last 10 years, I don't even know how long it's been, but certainly it was very prominent when Trump first took office, right? That's when I think a lot of this discussion really was out there. And it was this, we need to be separated actually from you. And it's cultural appropriation if you try to do things that our group has always done, and vice versa. And so I see some of those same elements there, but I don't know if I would classify blacks as having, like, if it comes out of a feeling of superiority. So that's why I'm questioning it. Was it a function with this group and Zionists? Maybe with Zionists more so, maybe, but maybe not even. The idea of, but we are superior. Now, people will say yes because of the chosen one mentality that is within Judaism, that is not within the vast majority of other religions or even thinking. And so people might pin it on that specifically, and sometimes I do as well. And often, in fact, I think that's a major issue. But do you think that, is it really truly out of supremacism? Or do you think it's more out of this victimhood, kind of like what I'm illustrating with the black community? Where it kind of creates this division naturally, like, well, you're never going to accept us, you're never going to like us, so we might as well just be separated from you.
It's complex. It's a specific situation. You can't really compare it to any others. You know, right before he dies, Trotsky writes a biography of Stalin called Stalin, an Appraisal, right? Writing about Stalin. And the first 5 or 6 pages of the book are all about how Stalin is, quote, Asiatic. Meaning that he's like people in the East, and he's not, sophisticated and Western. And he compares Stalin to Genghis Khan, and he talks about, this concept. It's a racist trope in Western media about Asiatic despotism, right? This idea that people in Asia are just inherently authoritarian and brutal. And Trotsky plays that up and baits Stalin over the fact that he's born in Georgia, that he's from the Russian Empire, and that, he went to seminary school, got his training in a Christian seminary school, and that Trotsky sees Stalin as the incarnation of the peasant masses of Russia, this inferior blob of scary people. And, you really have to go back to the 1930s in the United States when, Roosevelt was the president, and Roosevelt embraced the Soviet Union as an ally against fascism. He recognized the Soviet Union diplomatically. And the Communist Party of the United States went into kind of a patriotic overdrive. They had these big Madison Square Garden rallies. They said communism is nothing but 20th century Americanism. They waved the American flag, and they said racism is fascist, racism is un-American, labor unions are good. It was kind of this kind of patriotic, socialistic, anti-racism. That was the message of the Communist Party. The Trotskyites were the wing of communism that was considered to be more radical than that. The Communist Party was kind of toning it down in their alliance with Roosevelt. The Trotskyites were the ones that were still screaming about workers' revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat. And among kind of wealthy intellectuals and others, to be a Trotskyist was this very edgy, radical thing to do, right? If, communism was already quite popular. They controlled 2 city council seats in New York City. The member of the House of Representatives in Harlem was a guy named Vito Marcantonio, who was very close to the Communist Party. And so communism is already very trendy in the city in the Roosevelt years. But to be a Trotskyist meant that you were this radical, edgy interpretation of communism. Mm-hmm. But all of that changes in 1939 when the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany sign a non-aggression pact. And all of a sudden, the mainstream media and the Roosevelt administration, all of them go into an anti-communist overdrive. The communists are hypocrites. They've been saying that fascism is the enemy. They've been building an anti-fascist front, but yet they sign a pact with Hitler. And the media just goes into this anti-communist overdrive. Roosevelt imprisons Earl Browder, the leader of the Communist Party. So all these intellectuals in New York City, all of a sudden, they can't be associated with Trotsky anymore. They can't be Marxists. And their main disagreement is that Trotsky says the Soviet Union is led by a Stalinist bureaucracy, but it's technically socialist in its foundation. They can't be associated with that. Oh, no. They come out with this theory that the Soviet Union is what they call bureaucrat collectivism, and it's the same economic system. It's neither capitalist or socialist. It's the same as Nazi Germany, and it's a danger, and they want to be not associated with it anymore. And it's mainstream media has gone into an anti-communist, anti-Soviet overdrive. They're afraid of their careers. They're afraid of their reputation. And so what was at one point a very trendy thing to be is suddenly not popular anymore. And so they're running away from it. And they write all kinds of screeds about, they want to think for themselves. And they attack the Trotskyist movement for having cult of the leader. And for not allowing free thought and not allowing intellectuals. They say, well, we're not going to take orders from Moscow, from Stalin, or from Mexico City, where Trotsky's living. We think for ourselves. And, they think for themselves. That's why they go along with mainstream media, right? I mean, and we see this up to today. I mean, for years we've heard that. People, in the name of intellectual freedom, in the name of not following propaganda, you follow the CNN line. Yeah. And it's It's a middle class trend of basically they couldn't put themselves at odds with the prevailing foreign policy institutions of the United States. And that when the Trotskyist movement was pivoting in a way that would put
anti-communism hurts all of us. It's not just about being wrong about communism. It is a poison pill that has destroyed so many lives and has made so many people right here in this country miserable. All kinds of awful things in your life are justified with anti-communism. You don't have health care because of anti-communism. Your wages are low because of anti-communism. Roads aren't being paved because of anti-communism. Drug gangs are coming into this country, and you know why? Because starting in the 1980s, the USA started sending weapons to people called the Contras who murdered people, and you know what the justification for sending them those weapons was? Anti-communism.
The other major issue of the hearings, of course, was the diversion of funds to the Nicaraguan Contras. I believed then, and I believe now, in preventing the Soviets from establishing a beachhead in Central America.
And it's based on a pack of complete lies.
While $30 million had been allocated for the weapons, the CIA funneled a portion of that money to the Contras in Nicaragua, the group Reagan supported in their guerrilla fight against the Sandinista government.
What was China like before the communists came in? What is China like now? What was Cuba like before Fidel? What is Cuba like now? What was Libya like before Gaddafi? What was Libya like under Gaddafi? And what is it like now? I mean, it's obvious. They do everything they can to obscure the obvious. Communism has been a largely successful economic system. That doesn't mean human rights weren't violated. That doesn't mean there were serious shortcomings when it came to the production of consumer goods. That doesn't mean that there weren't, crimes, atrocities committed, innocent people put in gulags or murdered. But the standard line, communism just doesn't work, is bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. Communists invented space travel. Communists turned the Soviet Union into an industrial superpower. Communists have built the largest telecommunications manufacturer in the world. Communists have built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plants. Communists invented the mobile phone. Communists have done astronomical, amazing things. Communists have lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. These are undisputed facts. And the desperation. Well, there was this famine in like the early 60s in China. There were famines every day before the communists took power. Every year people died of malnutrition. There were all kinds of famines before the communists took power. Oh, yeah, but like Stalin, he killed people. Wow, I can't think of any capitalist government that's ever killed anybody. Oh, well, you didn't have human rights in the socialist countries. Geez, I can't think of any capitalist society that's violated human rights before. It's all just bullshit. Oh, communist countries don't have human rights. Plenty of capitalist countries don't have human rights. Oh, communist countries, there's famines. There were famines every day, and it's the communists who built the agriculture and mechanized agriculture and raised people out of poverty and got rid of that. So that doesn't work. Right? Oh, well, the communists, they jailed and oppressed a bunch of people. Well, the biggest rate of incarceration in the world today is the United States of America. Right? Well, communists, communist economics, I mean, they just stifle innovation. Well, it's funny that they invented space travel and mobile phones and satellites and, LED lights and all of that. It's funny they invented all of that, it's pretty wild. Anti-communism is just a pack of lies, right? Compare Nicaragua to Honduras, Guatemala, and the surrounding free market countries. Nicaragua, Christianity, socialism, and solidarity, the Sandinistas, people are doing pretty well. Cuba sends literacy volunteers and medical volunteers all over the world. According to Ban Ki-moon and all kinds of sources, they have the best medical school in the world, one of the best medical systems in the world. When Libya was a socialist society under Gaddafi, people from all over Africa were trying to get into Libya to try and get some of the access to the wealth that socialist oil production was creating, the socialist society there. Now that Libya has been bombed into the free market and bombed into capitalism and chaos, people are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya. So it's just a pack of lies, period, right? And you know what infuriates me the most about anti-communism? The arrogance. All right, these anti-communists, they're just like, well, communists want to divide up everything equally, and that wouldn't work because then everyone would be lazy, right? And they think that like the millions of people who died fighting for communism in China, the millions of people who died fighting for communism and defending the Soviet Union, and waving the hammer and sickle, the millions of people who gave their lives for communism, the millions of people who fought and gave their lives to the mission to create a socialist society, to reach that ultimate goal of communism, were just so stupid that we didn't understand that everyone getting paid the exact same wage doesn't work. It makes me angry. They have this simplistic understanding of communism, and it never occurs to them that the millions and millions of people who fought for the Soviet Union, who rallied to the defense of the Soviet Union, all of them were just so stupid that they didn't realize, right, that all the people who built China into a modern country under the leadership of the Communist Party, studying Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, all of them were just so stupid that they couldn't understand, everyone can't be equal, then everyone would be lazy. And that's what's the most infuriating thing about anti-communists. They have no desire to know what communists actually believe. They have no desire to understand what communists stand for. They assume that we're all just like, 3-year-olds going, it's no fair. Some people have more money than others. It's no fair. It's no fair. And then, well, you need to understand those people worked for their money, little Johnny. And they think that solves the argument, right? Anti-communist tropes are the most annoying thing. Right? I had a teacher who said communism is if I gave every kid in the class a C. Right? And I mean, it's like that's the level that anti-communism is. It's stupid. Right? It is idiotic. It is insulting. Right? And it's arrogant. It's the height of arrogance. Right? They don't want to know. They don't want to know what communists actually believe because they're afraid of the social consequences for knowing it. That's all it is, right? They have no idea what communists believe. They have no idea why they believe it, and they're scared to actually learn it because they're afraid they might get in trouble. They might get canceled. People might judge them. Communism is a bad thing to be in America, so I better not know about it. I better just memorize a couple dumb cliches about every kid in the class getting a C or whatever. Because if I investigate it and I actually learn it and I actually learn that there might be some truth in it, I might not fit in. I might get judged. I might get persecuted. Well, maybe you should take a $1 bill out of your fucking wallet and look at the founders of this country. Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they got persecuted? Do you think they risked anything? Why don't you ask yourself about Martin Luther King Day? Who was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Do you think he took any risks for what he believed? Do you think he just went along with what everyone else said because he didn't want to know because he might get in trouble? History is not made by cowards, and intellectual cowardice infuriates me. And most anti-communism is nothing but intellectual cowardice. I mean, I'm not a fascist, but I have read fascist literature. I know why fascists believe what they believe. I am not a libertarian, but I have read libertarian literature. I know what libertarians believe. I am not a liberal, but I know what liberals believe. When I was a small, young teenager, I discovered that the Soviet Union had astronomical economic successes. And when I saw that, I got angry because I had been lied to. Because everything I'd been told about communism, well, it just doesn't work. It was a pack of lies. And those utter lies, they don't just cause people to not believe in communism. I was here in New York City in 2011, and there was a bill that was proposed. I wrote an article about it at the time. It's in my compilation of articles, Capitalism Must Be Destroyed. Mayor Bloomberg overturned, there was a bill requiring all cities, all firms that do contracts with the cities to pay their employees $10 an hour. Pretty basic, right? That if you do business with the city, you got to pay a living wage. Mayor Bloomberg vetoed it. And you know why he vetoed it? Well, the Soviet Union, they tried to, give everyone a living wage, and communism failed. So we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. I'm the mayor of New York City, Mayor Bloomberg. We can't pay people a decent wage. Communism, right? Bernie Sanders, every debate Bernie Sanders did, every single one. He'd be up there and say, oh, I think we ought to provide health care. Oh, my God, Pol Pot killed millions, gajillions of people. You want to give people free health care? Anti-communism has led to a situation where our roads are falling apart, where we have private prisons for profit. We have schools for profit and charter schools. where our drinking water isn't being properly purified. Our country has been ripped apart to the drumbeat of anti-communism. Anti-communism is the reason that you are stuck in a cycle of low-wage, short-term service sector jobs. You don't have a good-paying industrial job with a union. Anti-communism is the reason that we are spending billions of dollars on this huge military we have to send all over the world, because if not, the communists are going to come and take over. Anti-communism is why they're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Well, that Putin, he's a KGB guy. He's trying to rebuild the Soviet Union. Anti-communism hurts you. And it's bullshit.
The strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines. It wasn't the firing squads. It wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants, he wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. The strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
That human beings are dangerous animals and everything must be done to keep human beings asleep. They must be kept asleep because we are dangerous animals. This is an anti-human ideology. The atlanticist worldview, the worldview of the imperialists and the globalists, is an anti-human worldview. So, how do they want us to exist? They want us living biologically. Now, what does living biologically mean? Well, plants and animals are technically alive in the biological sense. They are definitely alive. If you've got roses and they haven't died and they're bright red, that means that they are alive. If you have a puppy, your puppy, unless it's dead, it's alive, right? Mice, rats, squirrels, monkeys, tulips, plants and animals are alive. They are not dead. And, in biology, there is an understanding of who is alive and who is dead. Plants and animals are alive, but they are only alive in the biological sense. They are not alive in the human sense because, as I said at the beginning of the stream, other species only interact with their environment, but human beings press their will onto the environment and master the environment. And your tulips don't do that, and your roses don't do that, and your dog doesn't do that, and a squirrel doesn't do that, and a monkey doesn't do that, and a rat and a gnat and an insect doesn't do that. They are alive, but they are not creative. They are not innovating. They are not impressing their will onto nature. So they are alive, but they are not alive in the human sense. They are not alive as humans are. They are alive only as animals, only interacting with the surrounding ecosystem. They are not creative, and they do not impress their will onto nature. Rats, monkeys, tulips, weeds, dandelions, grass, you name it, plants and animals, they respond to stimulus. They avoid pain. They seek pleasure, and they have no willpower, and they have no creativity. Globalism, imperialism seeks to create a humanity that is living biologically. That is what they want for humanity. They want us to be plants and animals. They want us to go through life, and if they introduce pain, we run away from it. If they give us a reward, give us pleasure, we run toward it. Not having any willpower, not having any consciousness, never stopping and saying, why are we doing this? How are we doing this? Not having new ideas, not having new innovations, just living the same way that your dog lives, the same way that a rat lives, the same way that a weed in the garden lives. They want you to be alive biologically, but they want you to be asleep in the human sense. This is very, very important. They want you living only biologically, whereas those of us who are revolutionaries, what do we seek to do? We seek to awaken people. We want you to wake up. We don't want you to only live biologically. We want you to ask big questions. We want you to see the world around you and try to change it for the better. We want you to engage in building an organization with your fellow human beings. We want you to understand how the world around you exists and struggle to make it better. We want you to be an innovator. That's what we want. We want you to awaken, and they want you to be asleep. We want you to be alive in the human philosophical sense, and they want you to be only living biologically. And this is really important, because I'm sure you all know people, you walk by them every day, people that are only living biologically. They're alive. They are absolutely alive. They are not dead. They have feelings. They have emotions. They've got wives and kids and husbands and houses and apartments, but they are only living biologically. They are going through life on autopilot. They are avoiding pain. They are seeking pleasure. And they don't ask big questions, and they don't engage in creative thought, and they don't seek to make the world around them better. They are going through life on autopilot, seeking pleasure, avoiding pain, like rats in a maze, right? And we all know people. Most of humanity has been subdued to the state of living biologically. And our job as revolutionaries is to wake people up. We are giving people pamphlets and books because we want them to wake up. We are out in the streets yelling about the danger of New World War because we want to wake people up. We are not brainwashing people. Humanity is already brainwashed, and we are trying to unbrainwash people. We are trying to awaken them from their slumber, and that is what we are doing. We are struggling to teach people to think, to use their minds and wrangle with the big questions around them, to think and to assert their humanity and to press their will onto the environment. We are struggling to prevent people from living biologically and get people to start living as humans are meant to live. However, the atlanticist system works very, very, very hard to keep humanity in a state of living biologically because they view humanity in such a negative way. It fits their ideology. They view humans as very dangerous. And if we all wake up and if we all start asserting our will and if we all start demanding our rights, that screws up their natural order, right? The atlanticist, globalist, imperialist worldview says we need to be asleep. We need to be living biologically. Whereas our worldview says we need to be awake and that human creativity and human brilliance, this is what makes humanity great and that we want to awaken humanity. Next. So that brings us to Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud, I'll just tell you straight up, I don't think Sigmund Freud was a good person. Sigmund Freud was very much a predator. Sigmund Freud was very much a charlatan. Sigmund Freud did believe that human beings are animals. However, Sigmund Freud was the first person to really to spend his life examining how human beings think. And even though he wasn't a good dude, and even though his worldview, which is very much a materialist and biological determinist, human beings as animals worldview, even though he had all that, Sigmund Freud spent his entire life, he was a doctor, a medical doctor, and he spent his entire life interviewing people, asking them about their problems, taking notes. And after decades of doing this, he developed a system for understanding how people think. And so this is what Sigmund Freud taught us about how human beings think. And I think he's right about a lot. He's very, very much correct in how human beings think. He may interpret it differently, but he understands how your brain works. According to Sigmund Freud, your brain has three parts: the id, the ego, and the superego. Your id is your bodily desires. If you're hungry, if part of you is hungry and wants to eat, that's your id. If you are horny and you want to have sex, that's your id. If you have to go take a shit, that's your id. If you're tired after a long day's work, that's your id, right? Your id is your bodily, biological desires to eat, to sleep, to shit, to have sex, whatever, right? You know, your id is your purely animal function. In addition to your id, you have your ego, and your ego is your conscious mind. And that's your thoughts, right? You know, if you're thinking, hey, you know, I think I might do this. Hey, I think I might do that. The thoughts that you have that are your conscious thoughts where you think, you know, I think blank. I liked this movie. I didn't like this book. I want to go fishing. I want to go to college. I want to be a biologist. I am interested in Pokemon. Those thoughts in your mind, that's called your ego. Now, in addition to your ego, you have your superego. And your superego is your conscience. It is the voice of someone you look up to. It is the voice of your parents. It is the voice of your teacher. It is the voice of somebody who you view as superior to you, someone who you want to impress, someone you want to be proud of you. That's your superego. It's not you. It's somebody that is judging you, right? And your superego is the part of your brain that is pressuring you to do what is right, what you believe is right. It's your conscience, right? It's that voice in your head that says, don't steal the cookie. Don't steal the cookie. Don't cheat on that test. Oh my gosh, you could have worked out so many times this week, Caleb. You could have gone to the gym and exercised, but you didn't. You're letting us all down. Your superego is the conscience, the judging part of your mind, right? It's not your regular thoughts. It's that conscience, that parental voice, that superior voice in your head. And these are the three parts of your brain. When you are thinking, you have an id that is thinking, you have an ego that is thinking, and you have a superego that is thinking. Now, in addition to your conscious mind, you have what is called your subconscious mind. And those are all the things that you are feeling and thinking and remembering that you're not aware of. At this very moment, you are remembering something, but you're not aware of it. At this very moment, you have a desire that you don't know you have. At this very moment, you're angry about something that you don't know you're angry about. In addition to the thoughts that actually enter your mind, right? When you're hungry, you think, I'm hungry. You're conscious of your hunger. When you are bored, you're consciously of the fact that you're bored. When you are, making a decision, you're conscious of that decision. But in addition to that, you have your subconscious mind. There are all kinds of feelings and desires and memories and drives that you have that you're not aware of because you just can't handle it, right? It's a memory that you've tucked back into your mind. You've repressed it. It's a feeling that you have that you don't really feel good about. You feel like you shouldn't want it, so you suppress it. It's an anger that you have at somebody that is just too dangerous to deal with. I mean, imagine, say you have a coworker and you really hate them. Well, if you're going to be able to be successful at your job, you can't be thinking all day about, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. So what you will do is you will repress that anger. You will just put that anger aside, and it's still there. You still hate your coworker, but all day long, you don't sit there at your cubicle going, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. No, you repress it, and it's still there in the back of your mind, but you've repressed it. It's in your subconscious. You're not consciously thinking, I hate my coworker, I hate my coworker. That's your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind is full of all kinds of things. You remember everything. From the moment you were born, even before you were born, you have subconscious memory of everything that has ever happened to you. Even when you were in your mother's womb, you have subconscious data of that. There is memories of before you were born in your mind. Everything is there, but you don't draw it up. You can't draw it up all the time because it's in your subconscious. So in addition to your conscious memories and your conscious thoughts, you have a subconscious mind. That's very, very important. Now, Sigmund Freud goes on to point out that as a result of the traditional family, we all have subconscious impulses and drives that naturally occur. If you grow up in a traditional family with a mom and a dad and brothers and sisters, if you grow up in our society, which is, things are changing. There's a lot of single parents out there. There's all kinds of different things. But for the most part, everyone who grows up in our society, there are certain feelings that you will have over the course of your life. And they are natural and they all serve a normal purpose. One is called libido, and that's excitement about aggression and sex. We human beings, we love to fight, even though many of us are very afraid of fighting, even though many of us do everything we can to avoid fighting. We're excited by violence. It's just a reality. That's why we go to movies that are full of violence. That's why we watch sporting events where the two teams fight each other. Human beings are aroused and excited by violence and aggression. That's just the reality, right? We enjoy a good fight. Sometimes we enjoy just watching it. Sometimes we enjoy participating in it. Violence, in addition to being something many of us are very afraid of and traumatized of, we are aroused by it. In addition to that, sex, right? It's one of the most basic natural desires is to have sex. People have sex. The drive to be aggressive and the excitement about aggression and the sex drive are called libido. And it's a good thing we have libido because if we didn't have libido, no one would reproduce. If we didn't have libido, people wouldn't go out and defend their family and communities. If we didn't have libido, you wouldn't be able to go and enjoy a good movie, right? A good movie involves conflict, right? Involves people fighting each other. And you wouldn't be able to enjoy that movie. You wouldn't be able to sit in that movie theater and eat the popcorn and enjoy, watching the Avengers fight, Thor fight, Mega Man or whatever his name is. You wouldn't enjoy it if you didn't have libido, right? So libido isn't bad. It's natural, right? If people didn't have sex, we'd have no children. If people didn't have aggression to some degree or other, life wouldn't be normal. There's nothing inherently wrong with libido, but it exists, and that sex drive and violence are connected. In addition to that, you have your Oedipal feelings. When you are a teenager, you want to kill your parents, right? When you're a teenager, you want to be independent. You want to show that you're not a child anymore. When you're a child, you're okay with being a child. But when you get to be a teenager, you really want to assert your independence. And generally, you tend to have resentment and anger at the parent of the same gender. If you're a young man, you don't like your dad. If you're a young woman, you don't like your mother. And that part of you wants to kill your mother or kill your father to show that you are independent, to assert that you are not a child, you are not their property. You want to kill your parents, and that's just natural. And it's good that teenagers feel that way because that's what inspires them to go out and start their own jobs and their own careers and move out and assert their independence, right? You can't be a child forever. And so the Oedipal feelings are you just naturally, your body, your mind is saying, I need to be out on my own. I need to assert my independence. I need to show that I'm not just the property of my parents, that I have my own ideas, my own person, etc. Right? And again, the Oedipal feelings are natural, right? However, in addition to your Oedipal feelings, you have what's called parental transference. A child would die without its parents, right? If a baby is born and somebody's not feeding that baby, it dies, right? And that every child deep down has the desire to be cared for. And they want their caregiver, their parent who's caring for them, to be all powerful and to love them with no conditions, completely unconditionally. And they want to be loved and cared for by an all powerful figure. And they want that, right? And that even as you become a teenager, even as you become an adult, all of us deep down have parental transference. We want to be loved by an all-powerful figure. We long to be taken care of, to be guided. And that is a drive that you also have. You have your libido, you have your Oedipal feelings, you have your parental transference. All of these impulses serve their own purpose, right? And they all have a need, right? If a child didn't long for their parents, they wouldn't seek out the parental protection and care that every child needs. If the Oedipal complex didn't exist, teenagers would never grow up into adults, right? If libido didn't exist, we wouldn't reproduce. These are all natural things, and they all serve a purpose. And it's good that we have all of these. However, they can get out of whack if something goes wrong, right? And that's where all of this develops, right? That's what we're going to get into tonight. If your libido, your Oedipal feelings, your parental transference feelings, if they get out of whack, that's where things go wrong. And nobody is perfect. And generally, everyone is what Sigmund Freud called neurotic, right? That Sigmund Freud argued that there were two types of mental illness. There is neurosis and psychosis. Neurotic people are people that keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. You ever hear that? They say, oh, the definition of insanity is making the same mistake over and over and over again. Well, that's what neurosis is that you keep making a mistake in your life and you're not aware that you keep making this mistake. And the reason you make the mistake is probably because of the fact that there are subconscious feelings motivating your behavior. You don't know why you're doing what you're doing. And that to some degree or other, your libido, your Oedipal drive, your parental transference, whatever, for whatever reason, you keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. And it's because there are probably subconscious desires that you have that you're not aware of. And that's called neurosis. And everyone is neurotic to some degree or other. Nobody is perfect, right? We all have feelings that we're unaware of. We all have motivations and desires that are subconscious that we're not aware of. None of us have a perfect libido, a perfect Oedipal feeling, a perfect parental transference. None of us are totally in touch with everything. So everyone's neurotic to some degree or other. And neurosis is simply the inability to notice patterns because we're not aware of our subconscious desires. However, in addition to neurosis, which everyone is, some people are much more neurotic than others. Addiction is a really common form of neurosis, right? Addicted people want to stop using drugs, but they keep doing it, right? And they're making the mistake over and over and over again, right? They don't want to use drugs, but they are using them against their will because they're neurotic. There's a pattern. And usually addiction is rooted in trauma. They have trauma that they're unaware of, that they've suppressed, and they're trying to medicate or take care of themselves, right? Addiction is probably the most common form of neurosis, right? Is that the addict has a drive to keep using drugs or keep doing the addictive behavior because of desires, traumas, pains, motivations that they're not aware of, right? That's neurosis. Everyone's neurotic to some degree or other. And there's many different kinds of neurosis: depression, paranoia, compulsive behavior, addictive behavior. There's a million types of neurosis, and everyone is a little bit neurotic, right? And this is personality types, right? They talk about personality types. Basically, it's how you're neurotic, right? If you're a really controlling person, that's one type of neurosis, right? If you're a really creative and messy person, that's another type of neurosis, right? And then all the personality types is basically just measuring how neurotic you are, how your neurosis manifests itself, right? However, in addition to neurosis, there's what's called psychosis. And psychosis is very, very different than neurosis. Psychotic people are people that are in so much pain that they lose touch with reality. They start seeing things that are not there, and their ability to process information is gone. They are hearing things that are not there. They're seeing things that are not there. They believe things that are not true. They hear sounds. I mean, they're out of touch with reality, and that basically they're so stressed out by whatever has them upset, whatever conscious or subconscious impulse they have, that they check out of reality. Suddenly they start hearing things and seeing things, and generally psychosis is generally manifest in the form of what's called schizophrenia. And schizophrenic people, they don't make eye contact when you see them, and they don't interact with the environment around them at all, because they're in their own psychotic world. They have kind of withdrawn from reality. They don't hear things the way normal people do. Great example of psychosis is, I interview people on the street for my job. I go out and I do what's called vox pops, where I interview random people on the street. I try my hardest to never interview homeless people, because homeless people tend to be psychotic and they can't answer your questions, and many times I've asked a homeless person, what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies? And then I point the microphone at them and they say, in China, the trains have a lot of urine on the floor, and that's why we need motorcycles to go really fast. And I say, I'm sorry, but what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies? And then they get upset and they say, I told you, in China, the trains go really fast and there's urine on the floor, and that's why we need motorcycles. And you're just like, okay.
himself. So what I'm concerned about
is that true?
I noticed that, yeah. So what I'm concerned about is how can you still trust the ruling class to make it work for the proletariats, for the working people that could end up getting the same amount of pay regardless of how much work they end up doing.
I think the thing is that Marx didn't, I'll answer that question. Marx didn't define the ruling class by their income level. He defined it by their relationship to the means of production. Right? And those who work for a living and sell their labor power are workers, and those who own for a living and own major centers of economic power and live by owning, by making profits from what they own, those are capitalists, and that's the ruling class. And the idea of socialism is to put society in control of the means of production. So they're no longer functioning just to make a profit for their owners, but they're functioning according to a central plan. And that way they can operate for the good of all society. I mean, that's generally the Marxist definition. And that's why it gets so confusing when there's a lot of talk about income inequality, and like I learned in school that communism is everyone getting paid the same wage, and that's why there's so much confusion there. But ultimately, socialism is when society takes control of the major centers of economic power and operates them in a rational way, not according to the anarchy of production or the chaos of the market. And then communism is the ultimate vision that Marx put forward. He argued that eventually, thousands of years in the future, there would be so much material abundance that would be developed, and so the production would have become so efficient that the need for any state would fade away, and that people would be able to just kind of take what they need and do what they want. But this is like an ideal. This is something to be strived for, right? And that's the ultimate of the Marxist vision. But the way to achieve it was by rationally controlling the means of production, and that's what Marx wrote about. And interestingly, Marxism is very strongly rooted in this vision of historical progress, the idea that we are advancing, right? And that we advanced from hunter-gatherer civilization, to feudalism and slavery, and now to capitalism, and that socialism is the next stage, and then socialism will eventually give way to communism, the higher stage. That's the Marxist narrative. It's interesting because you don't hear that. And that's why many people would argue that even though Bernie Sanders talks about socialism, he's ultimately not a socialist, because he doesn't advocate the means of production being held in public hands. He simply advocates capitalism with a bigger welfare state. He advocates more social programs, free healthcare, free college, taxing the rich to pay for it. But ultimately, socialism is a new economic order in which the economy is planned and not operated for profits. So,
I notice in poorer countries, people have more children because the children could be considered free labor to run their farms and such like that. But in the developed countries, we don't need like child labor for a lot of things, so we tend to have less kids. And I feel like we have to develop poorer countries to not have so many kids, to not contribute to overpopulation, and help them technology-wise to adapt as well instead.
Well, there's a couple of different reasons for the large populations and large numbers of childbirths in underdeveloped countries. So one of them is the idea that you can have labor, but a lot of it comes down to infant mortality rates, especially when you're talking about places like the Caribbean and sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of it also comes down to malnutrition and infant mortality. So oftentimes people will have more kids just to have more children survive to adulthood. And then there's also this extra added layer of, in a lot of these societies, being religious and having that element of a lack of either birth control or like a lack of family planning, which contributes even further to the idea of having children. So like the notion of larger families in underdeveloped countries is often more complex than having just free labor with their children.
I mean, I, for one, think that I would reject the concept of overpopulation. I think it's not a question of overpopulation, it's just that we need a more efficient way of operating. We need higher forms of energy and resources, and that this idea of overpopulation, that's exactly what the feudal ruling class said when their system was under attack, right? When, in fact, Malthus, the man who coined the term overpopulation, was around at the time he was in England, at the time that the French Revolution happened, and he said, oh my gosh, there's just, there's too many poor people, right? And the population has outstripped the food supply, and there's just too many people. Right? And at that point, the human population was so much smaller than it is today. And the ruling classes generally, when there's upheavals and protests and strikes, they generally respond by saying, oh, there's just too many of those poor people. They're breeding too much. And that notion, I believe, is fundamentally poisonous. I think we should be developing more technology, rationally operating the economy to support more people. I think that ultimately, and that the concept of overpopulation is rooted fundamentally in the kind of the ruling class not understanding that their system doesn't work. I mean, that's That's been my understanding of it. But I know there's different views in the room. So do we want to go on to the next section? Or, oh, okay.
The last quote you read, was that, who was it? Was that Lenin or Marx? Lenin? Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that because the part where it talks about how for there to be revolution, there's multiple forces that are necessary. Not only the majority of the population, the working class or peasantry, to be basically fed up with the old system, but actually the second part of that we don't hear enough, and a lot of the left and communists and socialists and other leftists never really talk about the other aspect of what he says there, which is the aspect of that a section of the ruling class itself needs to be basically fed up with the old system. And I think that goes into what you've talked about a lot with the aspect of Bonapartism.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I guess we'll then begin the next section, section 2, which is a case study of the Russian Revolution. So the Russian Revolution of 1917 did not happen randomly. A huge number of factors were involved. Unlike Western Europe, Russia had remained a largely agrarian and semi-feudal economy. And among the wealthy intellectuals and students in Russia, you had a long-standing revolutionary intelligentsia that had formed and sought to modernize the country, overthrow the Tsar, and create some kind of either democratic or ultimately socialist government. And among the Russian revolutionaries, the first group that came into existence was called the Narodniks, and it means peopleists, but I mean it's often translated as populist, but that's not accurate. We understand populism differently than that, but it's the Narodniks. And the Narodniks were Russian students, intellectuals, who thought that the peasantry would be the basis of the revolution. They were known for going out among the peasantry. In some cases, they would dress like the peasantry to look as if they were peasants, and they would go to the peasants and try to incite them to rise up against their landlords. And actually, in some cases, the Narodniks started building communes. They would buy pieces of land and start running like cooperative farming and things like that. And actually, probably one of the most well-known intellectuals among the Narodniks was an anarchist named Peter Kropotkin. And he was kind of the intellectual of the Narodniks. And then there was a political party that was formed to follow the Narodnik ideology, and that was the Social Revolutionary Party. And they existed, and they believed that the peasantry in Russia would be the basis of the revolution, and the revolution would come about with the peasants taking control of the land, holding it in common, and having collective farming. That was the Narodniks. Now, in addition to the Narodniks, after that you had the emergence of another grouping that saw what the Narodniks were doing and said, look, the peasants aren't rising up, they're not revolting, we dress like them, we talk like them, but they don't want to revolt. So you had another grouping that emerged, and they were called the terrorists. And that was actually their name, by the way, that wasn't a slur on them, they actually called themselves the terrorists. And their idea was that instead of trying to go to the peasants and convince them to rise up against landlords and build communes, that what they would do is they would engage in acts of violence. For example, Tsar Alexander III was killed by a terrorist. The terrorist threw bombs at his carriage, killed him. The terrorists engaged in acts of violence, bombing, and assassinations. And the idea was that that would inspire the people to rise up. They would engage in terror, acts of terror, and the people would see these acts of terror and they would be inspired, and then they would rise up. It was to incite the masses. They would engage in acts of terror. And it was Marxism that emerged among the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia. It was really the third ideological development. And Marxism came to Russia. It had been in Western Europe and France and Germany, and it came to Russia pretty late. And the difference that the Marxists had with the terrorists and with the Narodniks was that they didn't believe that it was the peasants that would make the revolution. They also didn't believe that acts of terrorism and violence would make the revolution. They argued that it was the factory workers and the industrial working class in the Russian urban areas. You started to have the steel mills that were emerging and other factories, that they would be the ones to make the revolution. And they formed the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which was part of the Second International. Marx had started the First International, and eventually it collapsed. And then there was the Second International, which was mainly centered around Germany and the German Social Democratic Party. And it was the world Marxist movement, like the Socialist Party of the United States was part of it. The British Labour Party eventually became part of it. It was the Second International. And the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was the Second International affiliate, the Marxist Party of Russia. And they existed, and they were very much a loose political association. To join the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, you just had to say you agreed with some basic principles, pay your dues, and sign, and you were a member. And in 1903, Lenin argued that they needed a party of a new type, that the way that the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was operating as this kind of loose association, that this was not sufficient, that in order to make a revolution they needed what he called a party of a new type. And the very famous pamphlet that Lenin wrote, which is often quoted, called What is to be Done, was him arguing for the creation of this party of a new type. Lenin was basically arguing in his pamphlet, What is to be Done.
And if you look at China today, everything has changed. I'm sorry, we hear so much of this, communism failed, communism never achieved anything. The next time someone says that to you, ask them, what was China like before 1949, and what is China like today? Pretty fair question. And don't tell me, oh, it's all about foreign investment. That's because they became capitalists. Really? There's been a lot of foreign investment in Africa for the past 200 years. How's Africa doing? They've had foreign investment in Central America. How are they doing? It's not foreign investment that created China as the second largest economy in the world. It's not foreign investment that built the world's largest telecommunications manufacturer. It's not foreign investment that raised 800 million people out of poverty. It was the fact that somebody saw that a storm was coming and decided to take swift and decisive action. And you know, Mao, when he wrote that in 1927, that was a heated polemic. That was a heated polemic that he was writing. He was criticizing his own comrades and saying, yeah, we're organizing in the cities. Yeah, we're building an alliance with the KMT. But that's not where the storm's coming from. We got to get to the countryside. And you know, also, China's achievements, even during its earliest years, were astonishing. For example, the Barefoot Doctors Program. It was because of Mao Zedong that in the 1950s, millions and millions of Chinese peasants who had never seen a doctor in their entire lives got medical care because the Chinese Communist Party launched the Barefoot Doctor Program. And you know, it's because of Mao Zedong, and this is so shocking to me, it's because of Mao Zedong that there are thousands of Chinese children who saw the sun. Did you know this? Do you know about this? They used to have mines in China that children worked in. Children are smaller, and so they can fit into the mines. And there were children who woke up every morning, they were wakened up every morning before the sun had come up, taken down to a mine to spend the whole day working, and not allowed to come back above that mine until it was dark again. And until Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party came to power, these people had never seen the sun. These little children had never seen the sun until the Chinese Communist Party came to power. Now don't tell me communism failed. Don't tell me communism never achieved anything, for goodness sakes. One story I've heard is that in the 1970s, there were many American delegations who went to China, and one of the people that they would meet with was a woman who at the time of the Chinese Revolution was Roman Catholic. And the Communist Party took power, and she was somewhat sympathetic, but she didn't join because she said, you know, I'm a Christian and the Catholic teaching rejects Marxism, so I'm not going to join. And she said that for about a decade, she was going to church every Sunday. And she was praying that the people in China might start to have food. She was praying that people in China might start to have health care. And she was praying that people in China might have an opportunity to have education, to learn to read and write. She said, after a while, she started to realize that all the things she was praying for were actually starting to happen. And she said it occurs to her that maybe God works through people, and maybe she didn't need to wait for an angel from heaven to do it. Maybe popular power was the way these things could get done. But it all started with someone saying that a storm was coming and saying we have to swiftly change our tactics, we have to swing into action because something's going to happen. And when Mao Zedong wrote his essay, he was critiquing what is a deviation or a flaw in the Marxist movement, which is what you can call economic determinism. Some people read Karl Marx and his writings and say, oh, it'll just naturally happen, right? You know, feudalism just naturally turned into capitalism, and eventually capitalism will just naturally kind of turn into socialism, and that's how these things work. And it'll just kind of naturally, one step at a time, will gradually happen. Economic forces are beyond our control. No individual can have an impact on it. That's not what Karl Marx said. 1851, Karl Marx wrote, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. And what Karl Marx is saying is that yes, the role of an individual is important. The role of people and the decisions people make are important. Yes, you have to deal with the deck of cards you've been dealt, but you can make a decision about what to do in those circumstances, and it makes a huge difference. And if you read a very important book that's often referred to in the history of the Marxist movement called What Is to Be Done, you'll hear the exact same arguments. In What Is to Be Done, Vladimir Lenin is saying a storm is coming. A crisis is on the horizon. And if we're going to win this thing, we got to change the way we're operating. We got to start having a party of new type. We got to engage in agitation and propaganda. We got to restructure the way we operate, because there's a chance that when this storm comes, we can actually win this thing. We need to change what we're doing. And if you read Vladimir Lenin's What Is to Be Done, one of the main things he screams and yells against is tailism and bowing to spontaneity. What is that? That's something we see a lot of these days, isn't it? Whatever's trendy, whatever's hip, whatever's going around, we just go along with it. Whatever the Democrats are doing, whatever the liberals are doing, whatever's cool on Twitter, whatever's being promoted, that's what we do. And that's what most of the socialist groups are doing. They're engaging in tailism. They're engaging in tailism. And tailism did not make China the second largest economy in the world. And tailism did not make Russia a superpower that could defeat the Nazis. Again, they tell us communism failed. How many people were lifted out of poverty from the Soviet Union? The biggest power plants in the world, the biggest steel industry in the world. Who invented LED lights? Who invented space travel, for goodness sakes? Who launched Sputnik? It was the Soviet Union. But it took people getting over the tailism, getting over going along with it, and making a decision. Deciding that they would make themselves an object of history, that they would force themselves into the political process, that they would do something. They would look at the circumstances that they're in, and they would make some tough decisions and do what needed to be done so that when the storm came, they were ready, and they could turn that storm into something beautiful. That's what it took. And I'm here to tell you all, I really tried not to see this. I really tried. I was a good member of a certain Marxist group that was engaging in endless tailism, and I tried to not see what was in front of my eyes. And I went along with it. As you all know, I was supporting everything that was going on, and I was engaging in all kinds of activism, but I was in an organization that was engaging in tailism. And I'll never forget the day that we had a meeting that I was begged to go to. I almost didn't want to go to it. And they had a meeting and they said, you know, we're planning Black Lives Matter protests at our office. You know, we're planning these Black Lives Matter protests at our office every week. And there's like 80 people who come to our office, but not a single one of them has joined the party. And why is that? And they pointed to me, the only person under the age of 70 in the room, well, 60 maybe. And they pointed to me, they said, Caleb, you're a young person. Tell us, why are none of these young people that come to our office every week to organize Black Lives Matter protests, why are they not joining us? I said to them, they're not joining because they don't agree with you. People don't join an organization that is sympathetic to China and North Korea and Cuba because they think protests are really cool and they saw it on Twitter. People join revolutionary organizations that are dedicated to bringing socialism because they're one to a political line, because they're fighting for a whole new world. And engaging in tailism is not going to do it. It requires political innovation. And then, I've talked many times about how in 2013 I went to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Quito, Ecuador. And I went to that World Festival of Youth and Students, and it was amazing. I met communists from Africa, communists from Asia, communists from Latin America, communists from Angola, communists from Vietnam, communists from Indonesia, communists from corners of the world that were very different from our own. And they all said, basically, more or less, in very polite and careful words, they said, what's wrong with American communists? Why are you guys so weird? What is wrong with you guys? And why is it that over the course of the last 50 years, you guys have never built up a base among the population? Why is it you don't have big trade unions like we have? Why do you not have members of parliament aligned with you? What is going on? When I listen to American communists, I hear something completely different than what our movement is about. Those words burned in my head, and I couldn't unhear them. They burned in my head. And then, as Lily talked about, I went on a ship to Yemen. I I went on a ship to Yemen, and, you know, I was on that ship for 13 days. And on some level, I think I did not know how much danger I was in when I was on that ship. I think I was just kind of on autopilot. But for those who may not be aware, the Israeli government and the Saudi government both put out a memo saying that we were smuggling weapons to Yemen, which we were not doing. And then I saw U.S. fighter planes flying over our head, like nosediving. I was very afraid. I was very scared. And I thought about my life. And I thought about the people in Yemen. And I thought about the people who were struggling. And then, on that ship, I did a lot of reflection. Why am I here? Why am I doing this? What is this about? What is this about? And that's when I realized that I didn't become a communist when I was 15. I didn't become a communist at Occupy Wall Street. I became a communist when I was a small child in Ohio. And I was going to vacation Bible school at a Lutheran church that my grandmother attended. In a little, the whole church, you could not see another building for the whole place. It was surrounded completely by cornfields. It was a tiny little Lutheran church, a vacation Bible school. I learned about somebody who said that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And I learned about somebody who stood up and challenged the rich and powerful, who said it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven. And, you know, here in the little red book, it's written, in the little red book, it says, "To die for the people is weightier than Mount Tai, but to work for the fascists and to die for the exploiters and the oppressors is lighter than a feather." Well, the reason that I got interested in communism, even though I didn't realize it at the time, was because I learned about somebody who died for the people. I learned about somebody who died for the people. I learned that there's more to life than money, there's more to life than fame, there's something to live for. Those values were instilled in me, and that's why I was on that ship. And I couldn't deny that. And, you know, you can talk about different things, but that's why I was on that ship at that moment. And then I've told this story about how when I got back to Iran, they took me to see the supreme leader of Iran, and I heard the supreme leader speak, and I was the only American standing in an auditorium of 20,000 people who were chanting, death to America," and tears poured down my face. And I thought, my God, and I thought about my family, and I thought about the people who grew up in a small town like mine and how they're suffering, and how the forces that the people around the world have called America have been just as vicious to them. Well, not just as vicious, they've been pretty vicious.
We're here in downtown Chicago at a No War Against Iran rally. Should be interesting. We're going to talk to people, see how it goes.
We're here to stop a war with Iran, to stop World War III. We thought we dodged that bullet last year when Biden was trying to get us into World War III with Russia and Ukraine. Now it looks like Trump is doing the same thing in the Middle East, and it's just as dangerous.
The situation is escalating. I mean, Israel, of course, engaged in an unprovoked attack on Iran. Complete unprovoked. They have attacked 5 countries in the region, Palestine, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon, and now Iran. So it's actually really ironic because a U.S. diplomat at the UN Security Council said that, she wanted to say that it's Iran that's spreading chaos and instability and violence in the region, but she said Israel.
Israel's government has also spread chaos, terror, and suffering throughout the region. Iran's government.
So that was a Freudian slip that I think said a lot about in the unconscious of even these US officials. And they know the reality. The reality is that Israel has engaged in an unprovoked war.
Now, China and Russia have both said that they are considering getting involved if the USA intervenes. And Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has said that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon and that they are not a threat.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program.
Stand for justice against genocide of the Israelis. That's the main cause, and to stop the war in Iran right now.
We need to keep our funds here at home. Money for America, not for these endless wars.
The last thing we need right now is another war, especially one in the Middle East. That's the last thing the American people want.
We need to keep our money here. We don't need to pay for medical care for them when we have none. I mean, it's not even, it wouldn't even be personal. If it was just about the money, like obviously people should have their money spent on their own citizens. And as far as their atrocities they're committing, I mean, that's ridiculous.
There is one country in the Middle East that has nuclear weapons. It is not Iran, it is Israel.
Israel has nuclear weapons. Everybody knows it, but our government pretends that they don't. And so this could definitely lead to a nuclear war, nuclear Armageddon, because once the nukes start flying, you know, the U.S. gets involved, Russia, China, it's crazy. We're back to where we were last fall, worrying about a nuclear war.
Going with the books. It's going pretty good, man. Yeah, we've been getting them out to almost everybody. People seem really supportive, you know?
We don't want to get people in this situation where there is no point of return. You know, everybody in the Middle East is going to be affected by the war. If the United States intervene in the war alongside Israel, I think a lot of factors going to be, you know, like happening and all this stuff.
Poll after poll after poll shows that the American people do not want a war, especially with Iran.
You know, I heard some Dave Smith, the comedian, I think is that his name. He said he said no matter who we vote for, we always end up with John McCain. I thought that was really clever.
The nuclear issue is a distraction, and what they want to do is they want to bring regime change to Iran. They want to topple the government, and it's very dangerous. And I think there is actually a substantial American base right now, even the MAGA conservatives who oppose war with Iran. We saw Tucker Carlson do that interview, and he clowned and destroyed Ted Cruz. He's very pro-war. He doesn't even know the population of Iran.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay.
Approximately 70,000 tons of bombs on this 365 kilometer of land known as the Gaza Strip. That is the equivalent of multiple nuclear bombs. Yet the world is silent on that entity. The conversation is centered around, well, what should we do with what Iran possesses in terms of enriched uranium? What should we do about the Palestinians that don't care about so-called Israeli security? We're having the wrong discussion. The discussion should be, what should we do about the countries that currently possess nuclear weapons? There is a country in the Middle East that vehemently opposes an imposed nuclear weapons free zone in the Middle East. It is not Iran, it is Israel. It is the United States. We should not ever, as Americans, tolerate that.
The entire world is looking on in horror as Israel bombs and commits a genocide against the Palestinian people. And the only people who have really done anything material about it, although other countries say nice things, is Iran. Iran is behind the Hezbollah and the resistance in Lebanon. Iran is helping out with the Houthis. And although American media likes to pretend that they're solely responsible for Hamas, that's not entirely true. But Iran does lend its support materially in a way that no other country does.
And so I think the MAGA conservatives, the left, the liberals, everyone should get together and oppose this war. And we know at the end of the day it's the oligarchs that make the decisions.
Free, free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
The Palestinian people are to be free, then Iran needs to be strong. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that.
But even the oligarchs, I think if there is enough public pressure, they might back down. So if there's no direct U.S. involvement, I think there's a chance that it de-escalates and Israel backs off. And this would actually be great deterrence for Iran too, if Israel backs off. And this is what I'm hoping. And so please mobilize against this unnecessary war that U.S. and Israel are launching against Iran.
Palestine will live forever! From the river to the sea!
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many people here in support of the Iranian people and who support the Houthis. And I guess, you know, we just ran out of books. We didn't have enough. We brought 400 to 500. And we're all out.
No justice, no what? No justice, no peace. No justice, no what? No justice, no peace. Free, free Palestine!
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Put them at odds with the American government and the prevailing mainstream, they couldn't go along with it. They couldn't stomach it. It's an expression of intellectual cowardice more than anything.
Before we go any further, I think it's I want to get to the point of why you wrote this book.
Okay.
And so, are you arguing like against Alex Jones's idea that the Trotskyites are that the neocons are actually Trotskyites, that the Marxists have already taken over? Because I would think if the Marxists have taken over, you might like that because you come from more of a Marxist way of thinking, right? So you might be like, yeah, the Marxists have taken over. That's great. No problem. But you're arguing, no, that's not what this is. So tell us, what exactly is it? Are you saying the Trotskyites are Marxists and yes, they've taken over and they are the new neocons? Or are you saying they're not?
I'm saying that Leon Trotsky was a deviant. He interpreted Marxism in a deviant way that put him at odds with the Soviet government. And his deviant interpretation of Marxism laid the foundation for a school of people that eventually evolved into people that are crafting U.S. foreign policy. And that you can find the roots of, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. So then I think what we have to get to the root of is, what was Stalin and his thinking about Marxism and those who followed Stalin versus Trotsky and the people who followed Trotsky? Because if they're both considered Marxism to, anybody but people within your world who are very knowledgeable about Marxism can parse it all out. The average person just thinks blanket Marxism, right? So what is the difference? Because there is a possibility that people, and I see this all the time with people who are passionate activists, I would say, is that they adopt a cause and they'll run with this cause, but they're not really fully aware of what the cause is. They're just passionate people who they just see something's wrong. And so they kind of go, okay, this must be it. So we've got to fight this thing. And they kind of go along with that. And then as they open their eyes a bit, and learn more, then they start to say, well, okay, maybe that's not actually the thing. It's this other thing. But they're still focused on the core problem. It might just not have the same solution to them anymore. So I'm kind of wondering, because Marxism is a type of, it's an ideology, a way of thinking. And, is it the case that there were two groups? One group, the Stalin, Lenin style Marxists, actually believed here's a economic problem that is truly economic at its core. And if we just solve the economic function, then we would solve the problem. Versus the other group who might have been like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, let's there is this big problem. But really at the root of their problem was there's outsiders and insiders. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if your idea is more there's outsiders and insiders, and that's the problem you're trying to correct. And at first you might say, then it's economic, so yeah, I'm going to go with these Marxists. But then you might evolve away from that and say it's still outsiders, insiders, but it's the authoritarian, it's the fascists, it's the dictators. Because I could make an argument that the Trotskyites are in fact neocons, but maybe they just changed the name of how they label themselves. Now you might say there's no way that the neocons are Trotskyites because the neocons are capitalists, right? And they're going around the world spreading democracy and capitalism. And Trotskyites wanted to go around the world spreading Marxism. That was kind of their fundamental, Stalin wanted to keep Marxism in Russia, in the USSR, and Trotskyites felt like, no, this needs to be a worldwide kind of spreading struggle. And the neocons definitely do that, right? I mean, they go around and they're like, we're spreading democracy. Here we are, like doing another regime change. And all they do is they talk about how much they hate dictators. That sounds a lot like the Trotskyites saying, we hate this authoritarian Stalin and the authoritarianism of Russia or of USSR or whatever. And you've also got the Trotskyites saying, it's our obligation to spread this. The neocons also started a lot of these, USAID programs, right? So it's kind of like Marxism. You're like, we're giving a bunch of money. We're going to give you money. We're going to give you money. But now but it's under you've got to live the way we think you should live with our ideology. The wanting to spread war everywhere, Trotskyites, that neocons, that one's definitely parallel. But it also seems like, we've been battling Russia, and that's been a head scratcher for many of us. Like, why? Why Russia forever? Like, why? Where did this deep-rooted hatred for Russia comes from? Well, the Trotskyites, that makes sense.
Well, when it really gets down to it, we have to understand this system that we live under, that now among Trump circles, people call it globalism. But it really emerged in around the time of 1900. Capitalism in the Western countries went from just being factory owners and factory workers to being big banks and big monopolies that stretched their tentacles all across the planet. And that was a big game changer, right? Marx had always talked about the workers versus the bosses. But Lenin comes along and he says, well, it's actually not the workers versus the bosses. It's these big bankers, these big imperialist monopolies that are dominating the world and keeping the world poor in order to keep themselves rich. And the struggle is not the workers versus the bosses. It's rather the nations of the world struggling to break out of that system. That's what Lenin bases his entire movement on. And Lenin was a deviant Marxist. Bolshevism was like a weird spin-off of Marxism. And the Western Marxists looked at Bolshevism. They said, this is almost like a monastic religious order or a cult or something like that. This isn't real Marxism. This is a strange thing. Lenin has his whole party of new type, which is this very disciplined organization for only those who give the whole of their lives. He says nationalism can be good if you're fighting to break a country out of Western domination. He has this whole new interpretation of things. Trotsky doesn't really buy it. And for Trotsky, Marxism is a way to be Western. And it still does believe that the West is the best and the West is the center of the world. And that Marxism is just kind of continuing the ideals of Western civilization, taking them to their further conclusion, really creating an egalitarian society, on the basis of the French Revolution and that kind of thing. Whereas for Lenin and especially for Stalin, Marxism is a vehicle. It becomes a movement that is a basis for non-Western countries to establish their own identity, break out of the Western system, and begin to go their own way and build themselves up. That is the fundamental difference in interpretations. And Trotsky, he repudiated his theories of permanent revolution. He said, I apologize. He joined the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, but he still held on to that worldview. And ultimately, he disagreed with Stalin on the question of China. He disagreed with Stalin on a number of points. He ended up getting kicked out of the Soviet Union. He moved to Turkey. He moved to France. He moved to Mexico City. And in the final years of his life, he was basically aligning himself with fascists and with Nazi Germany because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And one big thing the Nazis were playing up is they wanted to break Ukraine away from the Soviet Union. They were, promoting Ukrainian nationalism. Well, Trotsky organized his followers to have a movement for an independent socialist Ukraine and to call for Ukraine to break away from the Soviet Union. In Spain, you had the Spanish Republic that had a lot of communists in the government, facing a fascist Franco trying to overthrow it. Well, the Soviet Union is organizing volunteers from all over the world to go fight for the Spanish Republic. And so Trotsky and his followers in Spain launch an armed uprising against the Spanish Republic, saying that it's holding back the working class, etc. And that, at the final year of his life, 1939, the Republicans in the United States, Martin Dies forms the Dies Committee, which eventually becomes the House Un-American Activities Committee, investigating Roosevelt for his ties to the Communist Party. Trotsky is invited to testify before the Dies Committee, and he agrees to do it. And the Republicans are going to fly Trotsky into the United States to give a speech to Congress against the Communist Party and against President Roosevelt. Now, ultimately, it was a bit of a scandal. Obviously, Trotsky's a Marxist. They're Republicans, so they rescinded the invitation. But Trotsky was somebody who had been part of the Russian Revolution, but had a falling out with the leaders of the Soviet Union. He fled to the West, and he functioned as a professional anti-communist for a decade or so, before ultimately being assassinated by an agent of Stalin, right? Because Stalin saw him demobilizing the war effort. Trotsky was against World War II, and he was having his followers go and try to organize a union to disrupt the U.S. military. When France was invaded by the Nazis, he condemned the Communist Party for building kind of a patriotic resistance to the Nazis. He was prepared to, play a disruptive role in World War II, and Stalin thought that was too much of a threat, that everything had to be done to defeat the Nazis. So he was ultimately killed. He was found guilty in absentia in the Soviet Union for allegedly conspiring with other Soviet leaders to overthrow Stalin. I can't confirm that that's necessarily true, but it appears to some degree or other fascists were boosting Trotsky. William Randolph Hearst, the anti-Roosevelt, somewhat fascistic conservative in America, was republishing Trotsky's writings. The Italian government of Mussolini was distributing Trotsky's writings. Trotsky became the spin-off interpretation of Marxism that was useful to the Soviet Union's enemies. Very similar to Gregor Strasser, right? There was a Nazi who had been a founding member of the Nazi Party along with Hitler, a guy named Gregor Strasser, who had a falling out with Hitler, and Hitler killed him. And so his brother, Otto Strasser, fled to Britain and had a radio program broadcast into Germany from Britain saying, well, I'm a true Nazi and Hitler's a big sellout. I'm the true National Socialist. And that this kind of thing happens. This is how intelligence and geopolitical games are played. Trotsky switched sides when it came to the Soviet Union. He was working against the Soviet Union. He developed a following of intellectuals who wanted to be with him so they could be ultra radical. They didn't like the Popular Front. They didn't like aligning with Roosevelt and the kind of vague anti-fascism that the Communist Party emphasized in the late 30s. But if they're not communicating with you, when I asked them about what do you think of Donald Trump and his policies, they didn't hear that. They heard something else. And then they said to me, the trains go really fast in China and there's urine on the floor and motorcycles go really fast. And to them, that makes perfect sense. They're not processing information correctly. They are psychotic, right? And people that are schizophrenic, psychotic, they can't communicate with you, right? They're in their own universe where words don't mean the same thing. Where they're withdrawn. They've kind of in response to an extreme amount of stress and pain, they've completely retreated into their own world and they can't talk to you. And it's sad. It's sad. That's what psychosis is. So this is Sigmund Freud's understanding of how the human mind works. And so here we go. So what is leftism? What is leftism? Leftism is a political movement that started at the time of the French Revolution. During the French Revolution, those who were, they overthrew the king, and those who were loyal to the king sat on the right, and those who were loyal to the Jacobins and the Girondists and the revolutionaries, they sat on the left. And leftism was the ideology of revolution, of social progress, etc. And it really had no real meaning other than if you were for the old world, you sat on the right. If you were excited about the new world, the birth of the modern world, you sat on the left. But what was the French Revolution? The French Revolution was very much an explosion of libido, right? It was that in feudalism, sex is very carefully controlled. Who you can have sex with is very heavily controlled. If you have sex outside of marriage, you can be burned at the stake. You can be killed, right? And that sex is very controlled. And if people are in charge of you, they can abuse you and mistreat you, and you just have to take it, right? If you're a peasant, you cannot look a landlord or a noble in the face. And if he verbally abuses you or kicks you around, you just have to take it. You're not allowed to have any anger or display any aggression if you are a peasant or most of society, and you can only have sex under certain circumstances. Everyone's sexual desires and everyone's aggression and anger is heavily packed in. And if you have sex in a way they say you can't, they kill you. And if you talk back to the landlord or, disrespect the king, they kill you. And it's this very, very heavily controlled way of existing. Well, as capitalism was coming along, as the emergent mercantile classes came along, and they wanted to overthrow feudalism. So what did they do? They said, let it out. Let out your anger. Let out your sexual desires. And the French Revolution was an explosion of sexual freedom and vengeance. Now, the peasantry of France, they were humiliated in many different ways. They were degraded. In fact, one thing that existed in France was called prima nocta. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but Friedrich Engels mentions this in Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific. One of the ways that the nobility in France would humiliate the peasants was that if you were a peasant, right, you had a landlord or a noble who lived over you. And before you got to have sex with your wife, the noble before any peasant man, when he got married on his wedding night, before he got to have sex with his wife, the local noble did to humiliate him, right? And that was a thing that happened. Imagine how degrading, right? Sex is already so controlled. You're not allowed to have sex until you get married. Well, finally, you as a peasant man are able to have sex, and then before you get to have sex, the noble rapes your wife. That's how degraded the peasants were. And they were constantly humiliated. They couldn't look a landowner in the face. They couldn't express their sexual desires. They could not speak up. If they felt mistreated, they couldn't say so, right? And so the French Revolution comes along and says, let your anger out, let your rage out, right? And let your sexual desires out. So much so that people forget that one of the main agitators of the French Revolution was a guy named the Marquis de Sade. Marquis de Sade was a noble in France who was a sexual predator, and he would abuse women, sexually assault women, torture people. He was a pretty awful dude who wrote pornographic stories about how, and usually the pornographic stories consisted of some woman going through France getting raped and abused by people that are supposed to be good people, like priests and mayors and upstanding citizens, all while they lecture her about how there's no such thing as right and wrong. And that Marquis de Sade was an atheist, and Marquis de Sade was an advocate of sexual passion, and he was also a sexual predator. And at the time of the French Revolution, Marquis de Sade and his pornography was everywhere, and he was considered one of the main thinkers of the French Revolution. And the Marquis de Sade even suggested that to keep the French Revolution going, they should have theaters where there'd be women on display with their naked bodies, so that would inspire people to go out. The French Revolution was taking a very conservative society and unleashing everyone's sexual passion. And the symbol of the French Revolution was the red cap, right? The peasants wore red caps, and eventually the red flag, which became a symbol of the left, the red flag became the symbol of the French Revolution. And red is what? It's the color of blood, it is the color of anger, and it is the color of sexual passion. And so red and leftism became very much a movement about unleashing people's sexual passion, unleashing people's anger, etc. Now, what happened in the French Revolution? They killed the king, and the king is the father of the nation. So you could say it was also Oedipal, right? That he's the father of the country, and they killed him. Interesting story, the March to Versailles. The French Revolution, during the French Revolution, one of the big events was called the March to Versailles. The King of France lived in Versailles, which is a very big palace. And the peasants of Paris, the very poor people of Paris, the peasants from all over the country piled into Paris because there were crop failures. There wasn't enough food, and they were all piled into Paris, and they were hungry. And so the revolutionaries, the Jacobins or whatever, they assembled a mob of people, and they all marched from Paris to Versailles. Now, the peasants, they all loved the king because the king was known to protect them from the nobles. The king was the big boss at the top who was always saying that the nobles should treat the peasants better. And the king, that was his job, as he was the guy who could tell the nobles what to do. So generally, the peasants loved the king. They didn't quite like their local noble because he was the guy oppressing them. But they liked the king, and the king would go out and he would tell the nobles, be nice to your peasants. And the king was seen as this kind father of the nation who would protect the peasants occasionally from the nobles. That was the role of the king. So when the March to Versailles began, all the peasants thought they were going out there to get the king to give them food. And they thought the king was a great guy. He was the father of the country. They were going to go to Versailles, and he was going to see all the crowds of hungry people, and he'd be so moved he would give them food. So they were going out there with a sense of parental transference, right? They marched from Paris to Versailles with the feeling that we're going to get out there, and the king, who is our father, who's the leader of the country, is going to give us food. Well, what happened, right? They marched to Versailles, and in the process of marching to Versailles, their parental transference transformed into Oedipal feelings. And eventually, when they got to Versailles, they did not beg the king to give them food. They arrested the king. And eventually the king got his head cut off. They beheaded the king. So their parental transference was transformed into an Oedipal feeling, and the king was executed. And the French Revolution was followed by the Reign of Terror, where they just executed nobles in mass. They just started exterminating the nobles. Anyone who'd been from the nobility class got their head cut off, But the French Revolution did not create an egalitarian society. It created capitalism, and there were factory owners and factory workers, and there were hungry people. And even though they'd promised liberté, égalité, fraternité, they did not create an egalitarian society. They created the French Republic. They created the government of Napoleon. They created the French Empire. They created a society which was full of injustice, which was, even though there were no kings, and even though the rights of man had been declared, there was still injustice. So there were a number of people in Europe who were inspired by the French Revolution, and they called themselves the left, and they wanted another revolution to make things more fair and free. And all across Europe in 1848, they had what was called the Spring of Nations. In almost every European country, there was a revolt. And there was a revolt in England. There was a revolt in France. There was the German Revolution of 1848. There were multiple uprisings in Italy. There were over 200 revolutions or uprisings in 1848. They called it the Spring of Nations. Communism as a political movement originated in 1848. In 1848, there was a guy living in Germany named Karl Marx, and he was part of the 1848 German Revolution. And his group was called the Communist League. And the Communist League was a group of people in Germany that were part of the 1848 Revolution. And in 1848, the people that were rising up all across Europe that wanted to keep the spirit of the French Revolution alive, that wanted to actually create liberté, égalité, fraternité, French Revolution hadn't created. They were kind of keeping the passion of the French Revolution going. They were called the Red Republicans. Red Republicans, meaning that they waved the red flag and they were fighting against monarchy and against feudalism. They were fighting for a republic. Interesting fact. The Republican Party of the United States got its name from the Republicans, the Republican uprisings of 1848. And a few years after the Spring of Nations in 1848, in the 1850s, they formed a new political party in America that was against slavery and was for freedom and justice for all. It was called the Republican Party, and it had small farmers in it, and it had labor unionists. And, Karl Marx was a big supporter of the Republican Party. He even wrote for the New York Tribune, which was the Republican Party newspaper of New York City. And that the Republican Party was part of the left. It was part of the revolutionary movement that wanted to carry out and make the ideals of the French Revolution real. It wanted to kill the kings. It wanted to create liberty and justice for all, liberty, equality, fraternity. Leftism is largely based on libidinal and Oedipal feelings. And that's not bad, right? Look, if you want to overthrow, feudalism sucks. Feudalism absolutely sucks. Peasants have no rights. You can't think for yourself. You can't, have your own religion. If you speak up against the Pope, if you think a thought about religion that goes against what the Pope says, they burn you at the stake. Peasants have no rights. The king rules with absolute authority. They don't have a very high level of technological development. Feudalism sucks. So ripping apart feudalism was a good thing. And in order to rip it apart, you had to really tap into people's teenage desire to kill their parents, right? Kill the king. He's the father of the nation and he sucks. We're going to cut his head off. And you have to let people unleash their rage, right? I'm a peasant. I've been oppressed. I've been exploited. I'm going to let my anger out. I'm going to kill the nobles, right? And you have to let people unleash their sexual desires. I've been holding it in and I want to have sex. And so it makes sense that in order to topple feudalism, you would have to unleash libidinal and Oedipal feelings on a massive scale. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Now, in response to the left in France, you had what were called monarchists. And monarchists were people who wanted to bring the monarchy back. And in France, the monarchists, they were called the Party of Order because they saw the left as being a movement of disorder and chaos and revenge. And the conservatives, they were the Party of Order. And they wanted to bring back the king who was the father. So parental transference became associated with the right, because they want a king, they want stability and order, they want a kind, caring parent there who will provide them, will love the nation and provide them with safety and security. They're all powerful and all of that. And the left, they want to unleash libido, they want to unleash their Oedipal impulses. Well, the right is appealing to parental transference. And the right also tends to be associated with nationalism. What do people generally call the country? Russia is Mother Russia. It's the motherland. And what is Germany? Germany is the fatherland, right? And, the nation is, it's our country is like a parental figure. Nationalism plays into parental transference, right? Uncle Sam, the image of America, is a fatherly figure. He's an old guy with a red, white, and blue hat and a beard. He's a fatherly figure. And the Statue of Liberty, right? That's Columbia, right? Early in American history, the icon of America, you had Uncle Sam, who was like a fatherly figure, but you also had Columbia, the gem of the ocean, right? And it was this goddess-like motherly figure, right? And what is the Statue of Liberty? She's a woman, a caring woman, and she says, "Give me, you're tired, you're poor. Come, I will take care of you." She's the mother, right? That's what the Statue of Liberty is. She's your mother, right? And that nationalism and patriotism are associated with parental transference, as is the Party of Order, as is conservatism. So conservatism is pushing parental transference. The left is pushing Oedipal feelings and libidinal feelings. This is all very, very important, right? And this is how politics develops, right? So that then brings us to the Russian Revolution, right? The first communist revolution to ever be successful is you have the Russian Revolution. And the Russian Revolution is, the Tsar is overthrown by by the provisional government. The provisional government is then overthrown by the Bolsheviks. And the Tsar is brought down, and the Bolshevik party comes to power in Russia. And the Bolsheviks are technically a leftist movement, right? They're social democrats, Marxists. They study the French Revolution. They're part of the revolutionary movement, the left, that is spread across Europe. But even before the Russian Revolution, everybody notices that there's something about the Bolsheviks that just doesn't seem normal for leftists. They're a little bit out of touch with leftists. For example, the Bolsheviks build a party of new type, only for people who give the whole of their lives. Now, generally, revolutionary organizations in Europe are debating societies, where as long as you agree with 3 or 4 main principles, you can sign up and join. And there's fierce internal debate, and it's constant debate and all of that. They're debating societies, and they're very loose. Everyone can think whatever they want, etc. Well, Lenin says, no, we're going to be a party of new type for those who give the whole of their lives. And the Bolshevik party is very much modeled on the secret societies that exist in Russian history. The old believers, the Decembrists, and in Russia, there's a whole history of secret societies existing, of people that want to change Russia, taking oaths and forming very disciplined secret societies. So that's not very leftist, right? Leftists want total freedom and individualism and all of that, but the Bolsheviks are saying, no, we're going to have a very disciplined organization only for those who give the whole of their lives, etc. In addition to that, the Bolsheviks, they're very much considered to be a weird cult by European Marxism. People say that they're much like a monastic order of monks. People say they're a religious cult, and that's one way they're described, as a religious cult. And the European Marxists hate them, and they hate the European Marxists. And when World War I breaks out, Lenin is so angry that he declares that they shouldn't even call themselves social democrats anymore. They should use the word communist to describe themselves, so that nobody thinks that they're the same. Lenin absolutely hates the Second International, the social democrats who sold out and supported World War I. And he says, we're doing something completely new. We have this theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. We support nationalism, right? Whereas leftists were against nationalism. They said, workers of the world unite. Lenin says, well, no, we support nationalism. Lenin even writes an essay about why they support great Russian patriotism. And then he says, we're going to call ourselves the communists so that no one thinks that we're like those social democrats in Europe. So Lenin is a completely different thing than European social democracy. There's already a break. It's already much more Eastern with their party of new type, with their theory of imperialism. So then after the Russian Revolution, Lenin dies, and there's a fight between Stalin and Trotsky. Trotsky was born in Ukraine, but he spent most of his life in exile. He's lived in France and Germany and in New York City and in Vienna. And Trotsky is very much in love with European Marxism, and he hates Russia. He's very much a self-hating Russian. He was a victim of anti-Semitism at the hands of the Russian population. He was Jewish, and they didn't like Jews in Russia at this time. And so he really thinks the Russian people, and particularly the Russian peasantry, are a bunch of backward, ignorant, racist people. He doesn't like them. And he says that the only mission of the Soviet government is to spread revolution to the West. Permanent revolution. That's his theory. The theory of permanent revolution. Stalin, on the other hand, Stalin is the opposite of Trotsky. Stalin spent barely any time outside of Russia. He's from Georgia, which is part of the Russian Empire.
He was out in front, his fist was raised to strike them. Brigades were growing thick and fast to take the battle forward. The flag was red and the fight was on. For our sturdy comrade Tailman, raise your fist. Sound the alarm, the phony court has sentenced him to perish. But when the people of the world rise up to liberate, the traitors thought they had him. But news was spread at lightning speed, and world opinion freed him. The world awakes, indignation flames, for our sturdy comrade Tailman, raise your fist.
Spanish heaven spread their brilliant starlight high above our trenches in the plain. From the distance, morning comes to greet us, calling us to battle once again. Far off is our home, get ready we stand. We're fighting and winning for you. Freedom! We'll not yield a foot to Franco's fascists, even though the bullets fall like sleet. To stand those peerless men are comrades, and for us there can be no retreat. Our is our home, get ready we stand. We're fighting and winning for you. The drums, ready the bayonets, forward march, victory our reward. With a scarlet banner smash their columns, Tom battalion ready forward march. And just because he's human, a man would like a little bite to eat. He wants no rule and a lot of talk that gives no bread and meat. Selective to the work that must be done. But God in the workers united, for you are a worker too. And just because he's human, he doesn't like a pistol to his head. He wants no servants under him and no boss over his head. Selective to the work that must be done. But God in the workers united, for you are a worker too. And just because he's human, the job is all his own. The liberation of the working class must be led by workers alone. Selective to the work that must be done. But God in the workers united, for you are a worker too.
That they needed a highly disciplined organization of people who gave, quote, the whole of their lives to the revolutionary movement. And many people look at this and they see this as kind of the distinction between the liberal revolutionary sentiments of Western Europe and the Eurasian traditions of Russia, right? Russia has a whole history of revolutionary secret societies and orders. They're like the Decembrists that were very famous. So they tried to bring down Tsar Nicholas I. You also have what was called the Old Believers, when the Russian Orthodox Church changed its rules and dropped a lot of its old rules. There's a group called the Old Believers. It formed a secret society with secret signs and kept the old teachings. And there's a long tradition of secret societies and revolutionary conspiracies in Russia. So in a lot of ways, you could argue that Lenin, with his Party of a New Type, was adapting Marxism to Russia's culture and Russia's traditions. And he argues in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, that essentially the Party of a New Type would engage in what he called propaganda and agitation. That first they would engage in agitation. Whenever there was an uprising among the people, or there was a strike among factory workers or a protest, the party would go there and it would agitate, and it would make it bigger. It would blow it up into a bigger uprising and have it expand. They would agitate by stirring people up to revolt against their conditions. But they would also engage in propaganda, which was the opposite. Agitation was just stirring people up to go out and fight against the old order, but propaganda was teaching people Marxism. Right? And so they would agitate to the masses, and they would propagate to the advanced. They would find people who were smart enough to become communists, willing to become, and they would propagate to them and teach them Marxism. So they would engage in agitation and propaganda. They would build this Party of a New Type, and they would form what was called a central committee. And so Lenin basically approached all the prominent intellectuals and leaders of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and asked them to join his central committee. It was like all of these leaders that we know about now, like Bukharin, Zinoviev, Stalin, all of them were very well respected. They were known for their writings, they were known for leading protests and strikes. And in order to hold the group together, Lenin came up with what he called democratic centralism, which was this idea that first they would have debate and discussion about what the right thing to do was, and after they made a decision, they would all be obligated to carry it out, right? So it would be broad discussion and debate, but then unity and action. If they ultimately took a vote and they decided we were going to do the opposite of what you wanted, you were obligated to keep doing what the group decided to do. It was democratic and centralist. And that was the way that Lenin got all these very, very well-known, sophisticated intellectuals to be in the same group. And another aspect of what he called democratic centralism was this idea that the party would have a united face to the masses. The disagreements within the party would only be inside the party. But when they approached the masses, they would all say the same thing. The disagreements were internal, and to the masses they had a unified face, and that was what was called democratic centralism. And so, Lenin convened this meeting in exile. I believe it was in London. He gathered all these all these prominent leaders of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party together and pitched this idea to form a central committee for his Party of a New Type. And the majority of the people in the meeting agreed to follow Lenin, and the minority did not. And so the majority, they became the Bolsheviks, that's what Bolshevik literally means. It means majority. And so they started calling themselves the Bolsheviks, or the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, parenthesis, Bolsheviks. And those who didn't agree with it and wanted to keep with the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party's old way of doing things, they were called the Mensheviks, or the minority. So they were the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, parentheses, Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks, they had a theoretical newspaper called Iskra. And that was where they laid out their Marxist ideas. That was their propaganda journal that explained their Marxist and communist philosophy. But then they had a daily newspaper that was their agitational newspaper, and it was called the Pravda. That means truth in Russian. And the editor of the Iskra, I believe, was Lenin. He was the editor of the Iskra. And the editor of Pravda was Stalin. And Pravda did not have Marxist ideas in it. It simply had stirring people up and encouraging them to go out and struggle. And actually, Pravda was known for anonymous letters. And they would print anonymous letters by workers about their factory, right? If their boss was treating them very badly, they would write an anonymous letter. Other people would read it. They would write in and say, yeah, my boss is doing the same thing. And it was a way of spreading the grievances of Russian workers and kind of making them well known. That was the Pravda. And then you had Iskra, where they were writing out their theoretical perspectives. Lenin eventually developed this thesis about capitalism had become imperialism, which was its highest stage. He argued that it was important for communists to support nationalism, even though Karl Marx had rejected nationalism. That was all being done in Iskra, and Pravda was the agitational paper. So that was 1903 when the Bolsheviks were formed. And then in 1905, you had Russia's first revolution, the 1905 revolution. And the way the 1905 revolution had begun, it was basically, as conditions were getting worse and Russia was facing kind of an economic crisis, people were getting poorer, wages were going down, conditions in the factories were getting worse, you had this priest named Father Gapan. And he was actually a police agent. He worked for the Tsar's police, but he was a well-known priest. And he was organizing the low-income and poor workers to have a march to the Tsar's palace to beg the Tsar to give more food to the poor people. right? And it was a very religious march. It was asking the Tsar, you know, on a kind of a religious, you know, basis, you know, can you please feed the poor? It was not a militant rally or demonstration, and Father Gapon was in touch with the Tsar's secret police the whole time as he was organizing it. At the same time, the Bolsheviks realized that Father Gapon had a big following. So on the day that Father Gapon called his big demonstration, January 22nd, 1905, the Bolsheviks had all of the unions that they were affiliated with go on strike. And so there was a strike all across St. Petersburg, and then Father Gapon had his peaceful march to the Tsar's palace, demanding, you know, not even demanding, just begging the Tsar, can you please feed your hungry people? Lo and behold, the peaceful demonstration was fired on by the military. They opened fire on it. At least probably about 200 or more people were killed. In response to that, there were uprisings all across the country. You know, in the Navy, in the Tsar's Navy, sailors killed their officers and refused to obey, and there were strikes. And in St. Petersburg, they created a Soviet, which was a workers' council. They elected Leon Trotsky to be the leader of it. And it was temporary, and it was ultimately crushed. But it was what people called the dress rehearsal for the Russian Revolution, was this episode of 1905. And that the Bolsheviks, they operated within this 1905 revolution. They had been part of it, they were organizing it, they were agitating and propagating, and they were engaging in it, and they argued that this was how the Bolsheviks learned to organize what eventually came later in the revolution of 1917. So fast forward to 1917, Russia was involved in World War I. Millions of Russian young men were on the front lines fighting against the Germans in World War I. And Tsar Nicholas II was on the throne, and he was viewed as largely incompetent. He was losing the war, and he was also kind of the laughingstock of Europe, because he had come under the influence of this guy named Rasputin, who was like a magician or something, and thought, you know, he thought this guy had magical powers, and all of Europe was really laughing at the Tsar and how he was under the influence of this guy Rasputin, who was like a con man and a magician. And ultimately, it was other nobles who were so embarrassed that assassinated Rasputin in hopes of, you know, saving Russia's reputation. They were losing the war. So in February of 1917, and that's according to the Russian calendar, there was a strike by Bolshevik workers. They went on strike demanding, you know, down with the Tsar, right? And usually when there was a strike, the police would rush in and just arrest everybody, and that was it. But this time, the police went in to arrest them, but then the Cossacks, which were like the cavalry, the mounted horsemen, they went in and protected the strikers. And in doing that, they sent out the message to all the workers across St. Petersburg that the military of Russia, the Cossacks, the mounted cavalry, they basically approve of you going on strike. So all over St. Petersburg and in the other cities, everyone went on strike, demanding down with the Tsar and wanting a democratic government. And so the Tsar stepped down. At that point, it was pretty much a consensus, even among the richest people in Russia, that they wanted to get rid of the Tsar. The Tsar was incompetent, he was losing the war, they needed to get rid of him. But during the toppling of the Tsar, these Soviets, or these councils, they emerged once again to be the centers that the Bolsheviks were using to organize the people to resist the Tsar and to fight for their interests. So in the aftermath, you had Kerensky was appointed, and they started what they called the provisional government. The idea was eventually they'd have a constituent assembly, and it would be this new government that would be just kind of a regular capitalist democratic government. But there was a big division among the Russian capitalists at the time, among the wealthy people in Russia, because some of them were financially tied in with the wealthy corporations and banks of the United States and Britain. And they wanted to continue fighting in World War I and be an ally of the Americans and the British. But there were a large number of Russian capitalists that were tied in with the Germans. And they wanted to end World War I and stop fighting the Germans because they were tied in economically with the Germans. So there's this big division, right? Should we continue the war or should we not continue the war? So Lenin came back from exile, and he basically, that's where you get the peace, land, and bread, the slogan that we all know made the Russian Revolution. And the Bolsheviks were basically known as the anti-war guys. It was, if you're with the Bolsheviks, end the war. We want to end the war. I mean, it was peace, land, and bread, but peace was the main one. We are the party that wants to end the war. That was basically the message of the Bolsheviks. So as the year of 1917 is going on, you have the July days, there's a whole lot of strikes and uprisings demanding an end to the war. So then, among the military, you had this individual named Kornilov. And Kornilov was a general in the military. He wanted to continue fighting World War I. And he basically announced that he was going to overthrow Kerensky. And he was going to establish a military dictatorship, and that would continue World War I. And he was basically going to kill all the people that were opposing World War I, all the wealthy corporations and bankers that were tied to the Germans and all that. If Kornilov came into power, they were done. They were finished. So it was announced that Kornilov was going to take his army and march it to St. Petersburg, and he was going to declare himself to be the military dictator. And this army was coming. So the Bolsheviks, who were in St. Petersburg, started organizing all the people in St. Petersburg to build barricades and to get guns and to start protecting St. Petersburg from Kornilov, who was coming to take over and establish his military dictatorship. And it got to the point, the provisional government was so weak, they started opening up armories and handing the guns over to the Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks were the ones organizing this military defense of St. Petersburg against Kornilov. And it got to the point that the Bolsheviks' army was actually bigger than the army of the provisional government. So as Kornilov was marching, they got word that the city was so well fortified and the Bolsheviks had built such a big, effective army to beat back Kornilov that Kornilov turned around. Right? And he in September of 1917, Kornilov turned around and he didn't attack St. Petersburg, didn't come in and declare himself the military dictator. And then, October, a couple months later, the Bolsheviks realized they were strong enough, they just seized power. And they took over the telegraph offices and they took over the Winter Palace, and they announced that the Soviet, or the council that they had built during the revolution, that this Soviet was the new government. It became Soviet Russia. A couple years later, you had the Soviet Union. That's how the Russian Revolution happened. Not a lot is written about it. People often think of it in a very romantic way, but it was a series of long alliances that ultimately made it. And I wanted to just end, I don't want to get into too much about the Soviet Union here, but Lenin very famously said that socialism, that his definition of socialism is, he said it was Soviet power plus electrification, right? That it was these councils that they had organized, these Soviets, if they could control electrification, which was cutting-edge technology, and bring power and electricity to the whole country, and bring running water to the whole country, and make Russia into an industrial power on the basis of these Soviets. That's what socialism was. And Stalin is the one who ultimately carried that out with his 5-year plans. And the whole world watched as Russia went from being an agrarian, impoverished country to being a global superpower. The biggest hydroelectric power plants in the world. The biggest steel manufacturing apparatus in the world. They were the first country. Later, they eventually became the first country in outer space. So that all took place. That vision of Soviet power plus electrification was ultimately brought into being. And the Soviet Union had huge achievements in industrializing the country, despite the fact that they were constantly under attack. I mean, they were constantly surrounded. They had the Nazi invasion that killed at least 20 million people. But it was Soviet power plus electrification, and that's what made modern Russia what it is today. If Russia had remained a capitalist country, it would have stayed an agrarian, impoverished country. But they were able to industrialize it and all that with central planning and socialism. So that's all. That's section 2.
Got to the border, we began to walk under 2 flags flying over the bridge we were to cross. One was the bloody British rag of imperialism, casting its shadow over poverty, starvation, vicious exploitation in Hong Kong. The other was the flaming red flag of revolution and socialism, telling us all, the people of the world, the time has come to come along. This ain't just any old border that we are standing on. It stands between 2 systems, one diet, one young and strong. And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Went to a steel mill, saw people working hard, but there were no bosses. The workers ran the job. They worked 10 hours, 6 days a week, on great machines built by their own hand. They labored not for some rich man's profits, but to meet the needs of people of the land. precious spirit of revolution and socialism, for they are masters of their own future. The working class is in command.
Talk with an older worker. He said many worries are gone. If one is sick or injured, they are provided for. We have no fear of rising prices, no unemployment will you find. There's always more to be done to build China, not just for us but to free mankind. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule, long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule. We arrived in Shanghai, where before it was free, dope and prostitution and starving people filled the streets. And now these people stand up united, providing for the needs of all. Decent housing, health care, education, they decide now they are the law. And man, I felt so damn proud of China, of revolution and socialism. Just look at what our class has accomplished. Just look at what the struggle has won. We talked with men and women, now working side by side, about our many struggles for freedom so long denied. They said, comrades, China is with you. This is your country as well as ours. The struggles of the people united will be triumphant. We have the power. Long live the great unity, yeah, of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. No, I missed my family, wish they were there with me. I knew they're back home struggling to change society. And I admit I hated to leave China. You know that freedom kinda grows on you. But now I feel such deep determination to do the job we all have to do. Remember people, our day's coming. Make revolution, build socialism, to do away with class exploitation, to end oppression once and for all. And I have learned a lesson that I will always heed. The fight to end oppression, the working class must lead. For we will build us up a great movement to sweep away the system we're in. And nothing gonna stop us from doing it. We will fight and we will win. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule, long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule.
We have to really salute Caleb Maupin and the Center for Political Innovation. I mean, you've seen him all around the world, all around the world, saying so. Right? So you see him in Russia standing up, bringing us to the world stage. So we talking about them elephants stomping, right? And the people coming in support. That's Caleb Maupin and the Center for Political Innovation.
It's humbling to be in this room with so many lifelong fighters against imperialism. It's really an honor to be here. And I'll be brief, but I just want to say this. You know, I'm an Irish American, I'm a Protestant Christian, but on my finger you will find an Islamic Akek ring. The reason that I wear that is because when I visited the Islamic Republic of Iran in 2015, I learned the origin of this, and that apparently the temple at Mecca, before it was conquered by Islam, was full of idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad, his followers smashed the idols. And he wore a piece of one of the idols on his finger to commemorate the victory of the one true God over falsity and idolatry. And when I heard that story, I was forced to think of what I read in the work of Thomas Carlyle, the Scottish philosopher.
Yeah.
About why it was that so many of the great prophets, Jeremiah, Moses, and so many of them smashed idols. And he said, we don't really believe that ancient people were stupid and they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and it would be God. No, originally these idols stood for real truths. But generations went by, generation after generation, and those real truths were forgotten. So the prophets returned to earth to smash those idols, to connect people with the truths that those idols once stood for, with the truths and the principles that they once stood for. And so I've always worn this ring since I visited Iran, and I've always looked up to people who I see as idol smashers, as returners to truth, and that's Chairman Obama. Chairman Obama, the Democrat Party is an idol. The white left is an idol. And I am high time ready to celebrate and stand up for those who smash the idols that hold us back in the struggle to defeat colonialism.
It is an honor now to be joined by our comrade Belinda Parker Brown.
Wow, it feels good up in here!
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America. And he spent his whole life in Azerbaijan and in Russia, and he's an organizer from Russia. He's from a small town in Georgia, right? And he went to seminary school, and his background is in Christian religion, and he's a totally different guy. So Stalin, the guy from a small town in Georgia, and Trotsky, the rich kid from Ukraine who spent most of his life living in Berlin and New York City and Vienna and Paris, they fight it out. And the majority of the
Soviet people side with Stalin. And Stalin says we should build socialism in one country. We should work to organize the economy of the Soviet Union to raise our people up and build a strong economy, raise people up out of poverty, and build a strong country here. And we shouldn't be focusing on spreading communism all over the world. So permanent revolution, spread communism to Western Europe is rejected. Socialism in one country is adopted. Now, what happens when Stalin takes power in Russia? Well, this is in Moscow, and I've been here, I've seen it. This is Lenin, the founder of the Russian Revolution. And still to this day, you can go to this pyramid, this beautiful pyramid, and you can see Lenin's body. Right? Lenin's body is there on display. It was preserved. You can't touch it, but it's behind glass, and they have this mausoleum, it's called. It's this pyramid, and inside the pyramid is Lenin's body. Now, the pyramid looks very, very much like some kind of religious building, right? It looks almost like a church or a temple. On top of that, the Russian Orthodox Church at the time, one of their beliefs was that if you were a saint, your body did not decompose. All right, that if you were a saint, your body would not decompose. That was a way to prove that somebody was a saint when they died. So Stalin, after Lenin dies, he builds this temple to Lenin, and he preserves Lenin's body so that it doesn't decompose. And he engages in what is a very religious and traditional activity, right? He basically turns Lenin into a saint. But it gets more interesting. In Russia, the Russian Orthodox Church has what's called icons. Saints are people in the Russian Orthodox Church who died. And Russian Orthodox people pray to saints. Great people, great people from the Bible, great people from Russian history. When they die, they are saints, and you pray to saints. And you have what are called icons, which are images of the saint, and you pray to those images. You talk to the saint, you pray to the saint, right? Well, this is the poster they make of Lenin after he dies. It's a lot like an icon, right? Lenin is an icon, and they put Lenin everywhere, and he's practically got a halo around his head, right? So in a lot of ways, Stalin is reviving the Russian Orthodox religious traditions. Remember, Stalin went to seminary school. So he builds a church, a mausoleum with Lenin's body in it, and shows that Lenin's body is on display. He then puts icons of Lenin up all over the Soviet Union. And it's very much, these are Russian Orthodox and Christian traditions adjusted to serve the Soviet state ideology, which Stalin calls Marxism, Leninism. Very interesting. So Joseph Stalin is the leader of the Soviet Union. And his nickname is Country Joe. And I don't know if you've ever heard, but there was a rock band in the 1960s called Country Joe and the Fish. And that was for Stalin and Mao. Mao said the revolutionaries are the fish and the masses are the water. So he was the fish. And Country Joe, that was Stalin. He was from a small town in the country in Gori in Georgia. He was Country Joe and the Fish. And Stalin studied in seminary school. He was learning to be a priest, and he learned to read and write, and he got his education from being in seminary school. Stalin then went on to be the linchpin between the two layers in the Bolshevik Party. The Bolsheviks had two types of members. They had rich, wealthy intellectuals who were really well-read intellectuals and writers who wrote books and were really into promoting communism. And then you had labor unions, people who organized labor unions went on strike for better wages. And that was almost the two ranks. You had labor organizers and you had wealthy intellectuals. Stalin was both. He could read and write, so he could read, and he was very familiar with the complicated ideas of the wealthy intellectuals. But he was also from a small town, and he worked in many factories, and he was an organizer. So Stalin was the linchpin between the rank and file of the Bolshevik Party, the labor union organizers, and the wealthy intellectuals like Lenin and Bukharin and Zinoviev and all of that. So at the time, the Bolshevik Party, they had a theoretical magazine called Iskra, which means spark. But they also had a daily newspaper called Pravda, which means truth. And Pravda was edited by Stalin, and it was a daily newspaper. And the main thing that Pravda had in it was worker correspondence, was letters from people describing what they were going through, what they were feeling, letters from their factory about what the conditions were like. It was a place people would talk about their lives, worker correspondence, and Stalin would edit it. And, he would edit the worker correspondence. And he was the editor of this daily newspaper that everybody read called the Pravda, which was mainly just anonymous letters from people describing what the conditions in their factory was like, what their opinion of the news was. And it was just a newspaper, a daily newspaper that came out every day with people's opinions. And it was called The Truth, right? The mainstream media was considered to be fake news. But you could read The Truth by Stalin, which was letters that people wrote about how things really were and what the conditions were like. My boss at our factory is making us work extra hours. Yeah, well, this war that they're going to make us go fight against the Germans is bullshit. It was the truth, as told from the mouths of worker correspondents, everyday people. During World War II, Stalin brought back the Russian Orthodox Church, and now in Russia, many people believe Stalin was a Christian. Now, I am not convinced, right? But you will see, that is a picture from contemporary Russia of a young man there. He's got an icon of Stalin with a halo around his head. He believes Stalin was a Christian. There are many Russian nationalists who are opposed to communism and hate Lenin, who love Stalin, and they believe that he was a Christian, and they believe he was a great czar, and that Stalin was very much the father of the country, right? Stalin, as he's putting Lenin in the mausoleum, as he's putting icons of Lenin everywhere, Stalin is very much appealing not to people's libidinal and Oedipal desires, but rather to parental transference. He's the father of the country. He's making Lenin into a godlike, saint-like figure, right? Stalin is very much appealing to parental transference. Stalin is like the monarchists in France. He's conservative, and he brings the Russian Orthodox Church back, and he makes films glorifying Ivan the Terrible and Alexander Nevsky and the great czars. Stalin, in a way, is appealing to parental transference rather than libidinal feelings, right? That's Stalin. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. So what happens? Well, after World War II, the Soviet Union greatly expands in huge numbers. Communism is rising all over the world. Eastern European countries join the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. The Chinese Revolution happens. There's North Korea, and communism is rising. And so the U.S. intelligence agencies are trying to fight back against it. In 1949, the CIA published a book called The God That Failed. The God That Failed. That is the name of a CIA, I've got it somewhere, a CIA anti-communist book published in 1949. And it's written by ex-communists, people who were in the Communist Party, and it didn't go well for them. And so they write their complaint. It's Richard Wright, who's an African-American writer in the United States. There was a guy who was in the German Communist Party. There's a couple other people. And they published this book, The God That Failed. That's the name of the book. It's all about how communism says it's going to create heaven on earth. Communism and the Soviet Union, they say they're going to create a perfect society, but they failed. They're the God that failed. Now think about that language, the God that failed. The God that failed. Now, what does that sound like? The God that failed, right? What's going on there? Denouncing God, denouncing the Heavenly Father, right? This is appealing to Oedipal impulses, right? Kill your parents, right? Your parents are phonies. Your parents are fraud. The God that failed. Very interesting. So then, after that, George Orwell is a British guy who was kind of a leftist, who fought with Trotskyites in Spain, had been involved in all kinds of labor union struggles. During World War II, he was hired by the British Ministry of Information to run war propaganda. And as World War II was ending, He published a book called Animal Farm, and then a few years later, he wrote a book called 1984. And those books are required reading now in American schools. Everybody reads Animal Farm, and everybody reads 1984. And 1984, I will say, is a little bit more clever. 1984 is kind of a science fiction novel about totalitarianism, but Animal Farm is just crap. Animal Farm is just utter crap. Both of them are anti-communist books. 1984 is a little bit more intense and fun, and it makes some interesting points about propaganda and stuff. So I'll give 1984 a little bit of credit. But Animal Farm is just complete crap. And Animal Farm is this novel about animals, barnyard animals who overthrow the farmer. They kill the farmer, and they start trying to create an egalitarian society in the barnyard. However, it doesn't work. And there's the pigs are the people who started the revolution. They're supposed to be the party. And it is using barnyard animals as a satire for the Russian Revolution. And there are things in Animal Farm that are evil, that are just downright evil. For example, one character in Animal Farm is Boxer the horse, and he's supposed to be the big, strong workhorse on the farm. And Boxer the horse is portrayed as stupid. He's a stupid horse. And, the pig who is like the Stalin figure is called Napoleon. And Boxer the horse is just so big and stupid. He starts the slogan, Napoleon is always right. Napoleon is always right. That's the slogan. Dumb Boxer the horse does that. Well, Boxer the horse is supposed to represent the industrial working class of Russia. Right? He's supposed to represent the people who saved humanity from fascism. He's supposed to represent the people who mobilized to build their country up into an industrial superpower, the people who invented space travel. And the way George Orwell portrays Boxer the horse is so vulgar. It's this dumb, true-believing horse who says, Napoleon is always right. It is the most vile elitism that you could ever see. But then it gets worse. So Boxer the horse gets old, and he can't work anymore because he's old. So the pigs, the party, they send him to the glue factory, and he gets turned into glue. They kill him, and they turn him into glue. Now, the idea is supposed to be the evil communist leaders. They worked the Russian working class to death, and then they killed them. That's not what happened. And in fact, in the Soviet Union, they took very good care of elderly people. They had a much earlier retirement age than Western countries did. They got paid vacation and a really nice pension. They didn't kill all the older people. The way older people were treated in the Soviet Union was actually pretty good. But that's not what it is. Apparently, the Russian working class were just stupid true believers. Napoleon's always right. And then the evil communist leaders sent them to the glue factory. And that just shows you how vile the propaganda is. It's hatred for the Russian people and the Russian working class, but also just lying. The life expectancy of the Russian people went up. The elderly people had amazing retirement and treatment. I mean, it just completely misrepresents the experience, right? But regardless, that's Animal Farm. And this is starting to show you that long before Stalin died, anti-communist propaganda was starting to refine itself, right? You had something called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was the CIA hiring leftists, communists, socialists, Trotskyites, and paying them to write leftist stuff that was against American imperialism, but also against the Soviet Union. And we'll see that. But anyway, long story short, 1956, Stalin died. Well, Stalin died in 1953, but 3 years later, they have the 20th Party Congress. And at the 20th Party Congress, Khrushchev gives the infamous secret.
Vicious to them. They've driven down their living standards. Three people I went to high school with and graduated from high school with died from opioids. I only graduated with 115 people. And I think about that. I think about the neighborhoods where they're unpaving the roads, and that these big bankers and these monopolies have no loyalty to the people of this country. I came back to the United States, did some thinking. Then I was kind of forced out of the political group I was in, didn't exactly quit, wasn't exactly expelled. I was traveling around the country during the 2016 elections, and I kept thinking about all that I'd reflected on over the years. I kept thinking about how bad the situation was in the country. I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters, and I thought these people need to hear about communism. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I heard what they said, and I said, these people need to know about communism. And I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering, and I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to. No, I don't think I have a message from God. Someone's going to clip that and say that's what I said. No, I don't think I have a message from God. Did you ever think that a black man named Barack Hussein Obama would be elected president of the United States? And did you ever think that Donald Trump would be elected president of the United States? And did you ever think that on the last day of Donald Trump's presidency, or on the last at the very end, on January 6th, a bunch of rednecks would run through the White House, the Capitol building with horns on their head and act crazy? And did you ever think that all these kids on Twitter that are all calling everyone's a Nazi this and a Nazi that and everyone's a Nazi, Nazi, Nazi would then start fundraising and doing everything they could to support actual Nazis in Ukraine? I don't need some message from God to tell me where we're headed. I'm just trying to tell you what's right in front of your face. It's right in front of your face if you can see it. A storm is coming. A storm is going to come. I didn't try to see this. I told you I tried really hard not to see this. I'm going to be open and honest with all of you right now, because I doubt myself sometimes. I'm not perfect. I'm just a guy. I'm doing this because no one else is doing it and it needs to be done. And it's difficult. They've told every lie about me that they can tell, and they are just getting started. And sometimes we know how they operate. They take things that might be true, mistakes you've made, and they twist them into things they absolutely are not. They do everything they can to try and take you down. And like I said, I'm not a perfect person. I've made big mistakes in my life. I'm not ashamed of it. And I'm not here to defend Caleb Maupin. I'm not here to convince you Caleb Maupin's a good guy or he's a perfect guy. I'm here to call out the imperialists. I'm here to do what needs to be done. And no one else is doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it. What they've done to me is nothing to what they've done to Tara Reid. She's an inspiration to all of us. This is the woman you should be clapping for. Now, what's behind the crisis? What's behind this crisis that we're facing? Well, we can find the answer. We can find the answer in the Communist Manifesto. This is what Karl Marx wrote back in 1848. He said, in these crises, there breaks out an epidemic that in earlier epochs would have seemed an absurdity. The epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. The conditions of bourgeois society are too narrow to comprise the wealth created by them. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of a mass of productive forces, and on the other, by the conquest of new markets, and through the exploitation of the old ones. And that is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and by diminishing the means whereby the crises are prevented. The high-tech economy that they've created doesn't have a place for industrial workers in it. They have gotten so good at producing iPhones and iPads and every product that you want, and they've gotten so good at hiring as few people to do it, that now millions of us, as I've said before, stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made. And they've got two solutions to solve this. One, degrowth. Drive down our living standards, drive down our wages, make us all poorer, drive in poverty, grind us all into poverty. And two, have a big, huge war with their competitors in Russia, China, Venezuela, and Iran. That's their way out of the crisis. But we also have the opportunity to see the storm that's coming and to swing into action and do what needs to be done. But deeper than the fact that we have a crisis of the economic system of capitalism that's built in, we're heading toward what I think might be the ultimate big goddamn of capitalism. In addition to that, I think that there's a deeper crisis in the country because ideology is important. And I tell people what ideology is. Ideology is basically, imagine that you're driving a car. You're driving a car down the road, you know where you're going, you know where you came from, and you know how you're getting there. Your ideology is what enables you to go through life, right? You know where you came from, you know where you're going, you know how you're getting there. And of course, we can all imagine that, well, you know, what if we had a Joe Biden moment and suddenly we were driving down the road and didn't know where we were going and didn't know where we came from? And, well, we'd stop the car because we didn't know where we were going. Well, by depriving people in the United States of ideology, that's kind of what's happening. Now, we know the ideology that was here before was bullshit. America's the greatest country in the world. Right? Capitalism is the only system that's ever worked. That's all bullshit. We know that. But you can take down those Confederate statues. You can burn the American flag. But if there's nothing to replace it, there's nothing to believe in, there's nothing to start building and constructing, you're just going to stop the car. And that's why I want to make abundantly clear, you know, there's a beautiful, how do we do this? Yeah. There's a beautiful song that they sing in China. And it's called the Lei Fang song. They sing it in honor of one of the great martyrs of the revolution, Lei Fang. And one of the lyrics of the song, I kid you not, is, know where you are going and know where you came from. Know where you are going and know where you came from. And in China, you know, every child on their first day of school is given a red scarf. And they're told that that's their little piece of the Chinese flag. And the red stands for all the people who died to get China where it is today, and that they get to wear that around their neck. They're young pioneers. They wear red scarves, and that's what it is. They know where they're going. They know where they came from. Well, I know where I'm going. And I know where I came from. Now, will you come with me? Will you come with me? Will you come with me? While society around us is falling apart, the time has come to start building. The time has come to start constructing. I've recited it many times, but I hope it can become a mantra. One of the most beautiful pieces of poetry I ever heard was from an old communist. And it's not a particularly communist piece of poetry, but I'll recite it here today because I want people to hear it. It goes like this. On a busy street in a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. With a ho-heave-ho and a lusty yell, the men swung a beam and a sidewall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled, like those you might hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled and said, no, indeed. Unskilled labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself, as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measuring life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type who scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? And that poem spoke to me, because right now, the capitalists of the world are wrecking. They're tearing everything down. And, you know, it's tempting to go, yeah, burn it down, tear it down. But if we're not building anything at the same time, if nothing new is being built, that could head for a disaster. Go read what Rosa Luxemburg wrote about socialism or barbarism. Burn it down, tear it down, doesn't necessarily lead to things getting better. It can lead to things getting worse, and that's not what we want. We've got to build up our own communities, and we've got to keep this community together. And that's what I'm begging you all to do.
Die Chilenen haben dieses Lied zum Sieg der Unidad Popular zusammen mit ihm gesungen. Also jetzt mit diesem Lied den Fried.
Montaña luchando está, la pradera era feliz, que bajemos a la ciudad, trayendo la libertad. Los muchachos sonreirán, en las filas han de marchar, y la gente saludará cuando nos vean pasar. Luego el mundo comprenderá que es la lucha de un ideal y que a todos quieren igualar para implantar la paz. ¡Hey! Somos revolucionarios, queremos la justicia y la libertad.
As a referendum on neoliberalism, with communists, social democrats, and domestic capitalists unifying into a single bloc against the World Bank, the IMF, and domination by US and Western corporations. Then, a huge state apparatus is created for the purpose of stimulating the economy, with the state ultimately controlling revenue and subsidizing corporations and ultimately controlling them that way. 3, you have the creation of a mass movement in the country to support the state's agenda and carry it out on a local level. And then 4, the state overall begins setting the economic agenda for the country and planning the economy. So that's section 3 on the Bolivarian revolution in Latin America. Go ahead.
I think the irony of that is, like, in modern day times, how we're now subsidizing American companies like Monsanto to sell grains and products to places like milk in Jamaica, where we're undercutting the local cost of those products and then cornering the market and then forcing them to buy our products and grow monocrop corn or something that they can't even live off of for biofuel or something like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of
no, absolutely.
Full circle.
Yeah. And it's happening domestically too. I mean, it used to be that the USA propped up its own economy by crushing the economies of people around the world. But now we're at the point these same international corporations are crushing our economy also, right? And our standard of living is dropping, right? It's kind of a global race to the bottom. There's a few tiny corporations reaping super profits at the expense of basically the entire human race, you know? I think it's very fascinating, and that's the period that we're living in. And what you're describing, I mean, it was done to Mexico, it was done to so many countries. I mean, you can describe in depth how it was done to Haiti, and it's a global process. But the Bolivarian Revolution used the polarization that created to build these kind of united fronts that eventually led to the creation of socialism in Latin American countries by kind of strategically aligning, just like the Bolsheviks had a series of strategic alliances with sections of the ruling class that wanted to bring down the Tsar, wanted to end the war. You know, the communists of Latin America made strategic alliances in order to fight against neoliberalism and ultimately establish socialism in 4 different countries. I think it's fascinating. Now, it's worth noting that Brazil, for example, right? Lula da Silva, he never touched property relations. He was more of a Bernie Sanders. He went in there and he had some food programs and stuff, but he never really put the state in control of the economy. And ultimately, now he's ousted, and we have Bolsonaro, in the right wing in Brazil. And there was an economic crisis in Brazil that ultimately led to the departure. And now, like, Lula da Silva is in prison, in Brazil. And there were a couple of places where you saw these kind of social democrat middle of the roaders who wouldn't touch property. They wouldn't change the nature of the economy. They were willing to expand the welfare state, but they were not willing to change the nature of the economy. And that ultimately put them in a weak position. Now, most of them have been removed from power at this point, I believe. Right? So, there you go.
Except Mexico, it's yet to be seen what's going to happen in Mexico, because it's not clear if the new president is necessarily socialist. He's definitely progressive, but I don't know if he considered himself a socialist. But it's interesting, he just won the election he became president last December, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays into this overall situation in Latin America.
And one of the most underreported things about the new president of Mexico that really boggles your mind is that Trump likes him.
Right.
Even though he's from the left, right? Because he was critical of NAFTA and all that. Trump made actually very positive comments about AMLO, in Mexico. I think that's fascinating as well. But we'll see how that plays out. He's talking about building infrastructure. But he also says that the Bolivarian, because of what's happened in Venezuela, that proves that the Bolivarian road, they need a new road. But what does that new road necessarily mean, right? I don't know. So.
I also think what you were saying about how the global system of capitalism is eventually leading to the point where it's taking the U.S. down too. It harkens back to what you were saying in your first section about how in order for a revolution to happen, it's essential for the ruling class to also recognize that there needs to be a change and they can't continue their way of life, because that's really what we're seeing right now in the United States, is that the ruling class of the United States is also seeing that because of the way the world economy is functioning, they can't continue to live the way that they have been living. And that's part of the reason why we're sort of ripe for revolution at this point.
All right. So my final section, I have 5 theses on the actual nature of revolution. The first thesis is that revolutionaries must present a line of march. And this is a quote from the Communist Manifesto. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand practically the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country. That section which pushes all others forward. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the mass of the proletariat the advantage of a clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. And if you look at revolutionary movements around the world, if you look at socialism in particular, there are basically 2 types of people who become socialists. On the one hand, you have what you might call a revolutionary intelligentsia. And wherever you go in the world, no matter what country it is, you have this. Students, intellectuals, young people that feel like the world that they live in is just not fair, and they want to overthrow it, and they want to overturn it, right? And they tend to be a very small minority, and they tend to be from the middle class or the upper class. They tend to be younger. Some people do it their whole life, but it's more popular among younger people. And they essentially feel like the old order is unjust and corrupt, and they want to bring it down, and they want chaos, right? And it's a minority in society, and no matter where you go, no matter what the conditions are like, you find that grouping within society, right? That's the first grouping. But the second grouping is the broad masses of people, who for the most part are not interested in socialism until a crisis arises, right? And they want socialism for completely different reasons. They don't want socialism because they want chaos. They want socialism because they want order. It's capitalism is making their life chaos. They can't pay their bills. They're being forced to fight in wars. Their life is becoming unlivable. And they turn to socialism because they want order, not because they want chaos, right? And when society is stable and when the economy is good, they're not interested in socialism. They're only interested in it in a time of crisis, right? And that distinction between the revolutionary intelligentsia that always exists and the broad masses of people that generally ignore politics and socialism but get interested in it in a time of crisis needs to be clearly made. Because if you look at what Lenin did with the Party of a New Type, he took people from the revolutionary intelligentsia and he got them to operate in a way that they could organize the broad masses of people, right? And that's really what gave the power to the Bolsheviks. And if you look at it, you know, it says revolutionaries, I'm saying revolutionaries must present a line of march. And what is a line of march? So, you know, there's always some wise guy, if you go out and promote socialism, who says to you, what would you do if you were the president, right? And I think it is absolutely necessary for anyone who seriously believes in socialism to be able to answer that question. And to not answer that question with, oh, I don't want to be the president, I want a violent revolution. Why? Because most people don't want a violent revolution. Violent revolutions are horrific and catastrophic events in which thousands of people die, and no rational person goes around saying they want a violent revolution. And the answer can't be, oh, I would just do what some liberal would do, and then they'll say, why do I need you? I can just vote for some liberal, right? But they should always be able to answer the question. And that ultra-left adventurism that you hear from a lot of leftists, they say, oh, I want to burn it all down, I want to tear it all down. That's not proletarian, it's not working class. It satisfies a lot of people in the revolutionary intelligentsia who feel like they just want to tear it all down. But in reality, the broad masses of people have no interest in that. And actually, William Z. Foster, who's probably the greatest communist in US history, very famously said, the working class and other toiling elements are always and instinctively champions of peace and democracy. This fact is so because the toilers are the ones who always have to suffer the most from the tyranny and from war's destruction. They pick up the sword against those who oppress, exploit, or would butcher them only when they have no other alternative, and only when the road of peace is closed to them, right? A lot of people think communists are people that run around screaming that they want a violent revolution. Well, no, that's a deviation. That's ultra-left adventurism. Communists are those who say they present a line of march, right? You know, if a working class person asks a socialist or a Marxist, what would you do if you were the president? They need to be able to answer the question. Now, the second thesis is the line of march that is presented must be a line of march for the entire working class. And this is about what Nick said earlier. When there is a crisis, you generally get the ruling class whipsawing the working class. Now, what's a whipsaw? That's an old tool. It's a saw that you used to cut a log with, but it had two handles on it, on the one side. And when the one guy's pushing, the other guy's pulling. When the other guy's pulling, the other guy's pushing, right? It's a whipsaw. It goes back and forth, right? And that's generally what the ruling class does when in a crisis. They find one section of the working class, and they promise to help them out if they'll help beat down and deprive another section of the ruling class. And then you get another section of the ruling class that says, okay, I'll help you if you can help us beat down and whipsaw and degrade this other section of the ruling class. And workers basically become foot soldiers for one section of the ruling class against another section of the ruling class. And Park Chung-hee, what he did in South Korea was basically, right, they had the April Revolution, conditions in South Korea, they were actually at that point poorer than North Korea was. And so the Kennedy and Johnson administrations worked with Park Chung-hee, and they went in there and they created a huge industrial urban middle class. They got Japan and other countries to loan South Korea huge amounts of money. They used the South Korean government to create a state-run steel industry, POSCO, and they raised the standard of living in urban areas in South Korea very high. But at the same time, they then exterminated huge numbers of communists. They drove the standard of living in the rural areas down. They actually built a concentration camp for orphan children. That's just a horrendous story. But because the standard of living was rising for this urban working class that was the constituency of Park Chung-hee, they backed him up. So one section of the ruling class, one section of the working class was used by the ruling class to beat the shit out of another section of the working class, right? Or you can go talk about, you know, Hitler in Germany, for example. In Germany, in the Weimar Republic, you had, you know, factory workers, industrial workers that were paid a pretty decent wage compared to the unemployed and the masses who didn't work in factories. So Hitler came in and he built his brown shirt army of desperate, poor lumpen people, and they broke the unions of the Social Democrats and of the trade unions. They broke the unions, right? They drastically reduced the conditions for the industrial workers, and then they hired a lot of these unemployed, you know, folks.
And it's funny, there's a lot of talk about fascism nowadays, and I don't want to get too much into that discussion because there's a lot of disagreement about that. But ultimately, when you have one section of the working class being mobilized to attack and beat the shit out of another section of the working class in order to stave off a crisis, that can be a pretty accurate definition of fascism. When the ruling class effectively whipsaws the workers against each other, one section attacks another section, you know, and in order to counter that, revolutionaries should always be presenting a line of march that is a line of march for the entire working class, telling the entire working class, we will raise you all up out of poverty. We advance a program that will be the economic rejuvenation of the entire country, to raise the standard of living of all the workers so that you don't fall into this trap of being whipsawed that ultimately leads to the crisis. So that brings me to the third thesis. Revolutionaries must go wherever people are voicing opposition to the status quo. And, you know, in the Communist Manifesto, there's another quote, and this is actually towards the end of it. He says, in short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social order and the political order of things. In all these movements, they bring to the front as the leading question the property question, no matter to what degree of development it's at the time. So essentially, revolutionaries, serious revolutionaries, would break with the left-right dichotomy. For example, I was part of Occupy Wall Street. I was there, and there were loads of communists at Occupy Wall Street. They weren't particularly loved, but they were there, selling their paper, talking to people, you know? But I look back on that, and I wonder, you know, there are a lot of communists at Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street wasn't a communist movement. There were a lot of communists there. There were no communists at the Tea Party, right? And you ask the reason, why was that? Well, they say because the Tea Party was right-wing, and Occupy Wall Street was left-wing. But here's the thing. The Tea Party, what was it about? It was taxed enough already. Tea. Well, Bernie Sanders and a lot of people on the left would agree that the tax code is rigged against the working class. And that working class people that are mad about their taxes being rigged and about the fact that they're being, you know, ripped off by the tax system should have heard from socialists about why that is, and heard that the answer is not free markets and deregulation, right? And that, you know, there's a saying that you should lower your buckets wherever the people are, not where you want them to be, right? And there's this feeling that the left can only occupy left circles, right? That the only people that are recruitable to socialist politics are those on the far, far left fringe of the Democratic Party. And that's a recipe for disaster, because ultimately the Democratic Party, like the Republican Party, is trying to figure out a way to preserve the system, whereas, you know, those who want socialism are fighting for a new social order, right? So they should go wherever people are voicing outrage and opposition to the status quo and try to win them over to a line of march, to a socialist program. And that brings me to point number 4. Is revolutionaries must oppose all forms of...
Eventually, those folks, in their alienation from American society, and their alienation from Roosevelt, and then ultimately their refusal to really go at odds with U.S. foreign policy, ended up forming their own kind of separate movement. And the leader of that movement was a guy named Max Shachtman. And it's so weird because Max Shachtman, he's kind of unknown outside of Marxist circles. But think about post-war American politics. Jean Kirkpatrick, she was the UN ambassador of Ronald Reagan. She was once a follower of Max Shachtman. Carl Gershman, the head of the National Endowment for Democracy, he was once a follower of Max Shachtman. George Meany, who headed the AFL-CIO in the 50s and 60s, Max Shachtman was his personal secretary, his top advisor. And Max Shachtman is this deviant Trotskyite, this Trotskyite who broke with Trotsky. You can play, 6 degrees of separation. He is connected to the entire political apparatus. The New Left, Susan Sontag, Hannah Arendt, Mary McCarthy, all these people, they trace back to Max Shachtman. He was kind of the intellectual father of all of this. Bayard Rustin, who was, Martin Luther King Jr.'s key strategist, also trained and a follower of Max Shachtman. Max Shachtman, who became useful to American intelligence starting in the late 1940s, he ends up becoming this very, very influential figure who is guiding all kinds of forces that end up being the leaders of the political left, the founders of DSA, Michael Harrington, Irving Howe, they're followers of Max Shachtman, and the neoconservatives, Irving Kristol, the father of Bill Kristol. It's kind of amazing to see how connected Max Shachtman is to the American establishment.
To both sides.
Both sides, yes, right, because they both share this kind of celebration of the West and American individualism and the opposition, right? And that DSA is is people in the Socialist Party who eventually formed the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, and Social Democrats USA is the wing of the followers of Max Shachtman, who were supporting Republicans, who were supporting Richard Nixon. And it's fascinating to see that the left and the right, they all can get traced back to this obscure Marxist guy who was kind of their guru, who was teaching them, and he was gradually becoming more and more pro-U.S. He supported the Vietnam War, he supported the Bay of Pigs invasion, and he ultimately endorsed Richard Nixon in the final year of his life. He first supported more moderate Democrats, Henry Jackson and Hubert Humphrey, but when George McGovern won the 1972 Democratic primary, he thought George McGovern was too soft on communism, and that George McGovern wanted to immediately end the Vietnam War. No, we got to fight the Stalinists. So he endorsed Richard Nixon in the final years of his life. He dies shortly afterwards. However, his followers go on to kind of establish what's now considered neoconservatism. Irving Kristol, the father of Bill Kristol, his New York Times obituary, I mean, you talk about that elitism. It tells the story of how he stopped being a leftist. And he says it was he got drafted into the army. And when he was in the army, he says he had written about the working class before. It was the first time he actually met them, and he didn't like them. And he considered them to be, dangerous. They're a bunch of toughs. They're anti-Semitic. He says, I can't build socialism with these people. They'll just try to make a racket out of it. And that he's an intellectual for a reason. He's better than these Midwestern street toughs, he calls them, that are in the military with them. I mean, it's contempt for the people. That is really what flows through it. And Leo Strauss, who was never a Trotskyist, he's a philosophy professor who fled Nazi Germany, and he becomes kind of also the guru to these folks. And his whole thesis is that the philosophers of history have all had to write in code, because the masses of people will persecute them if they find out what they really think. And that we have to create a society where the philosopher kings, in the Platonic sense, the superior intellectuals, won't be messed with by the vulgar mob, the masses of people who would seek to suppress them. That's the narrative, and that they equate Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, and they see them both as expressions of excessive democracy. When ordinary people, stupid, ordinary rabble who aren't smart and intellectual, when we get involved in politics, we set up authoritarian regimes that threaten freedom. And so everything needs to be done to control the masses of people. And the noble lie, the idea that it's okay to lie to those masses of people because they just can't understand politics, right? They just can't understand it. So it's okay to manipulate and lie to them. Leo Strauss, his favorite TV show is Gunsmoke, the cowboy TV show where the good guy wears a white hat and is all good. The bad guy wears a black hat and is all bad. He says that's how average Americans should come to understand politics. And interestingly, as neoconservatism cements itself in Republican circles, we have two presidents who take on a cowboy persona. Ronald Reagan is literally a cowboy actor from Hollywood. George W. Bush is born in Connecticut, but yet he's putting on his cowboy hat and he's out on his ranch with his dog Barney and all of that. And that this had a lot to do with the neocons and how they crafted strategic messaging and winning the American people to support the wars. And their mission is to carry out a crusade to spread freedom around the world, because these regimes out there, they threaten the precious freedom of the intellectuals. They see, the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, all the various governments the USA has overthrown. They're an example of the rabble getting together and threatening their freedom.
Okay, so then it sounds to me, and maybe I'm wrong on this, maybe I'm not hearing you right, but it sounds to me like Alex Jones is right and that the Trotskyists have taken over and they control everything. I mean, the left and the right, and they've just wreaked havoc. I mean, if it all boils down to these few people and that they're the ones who are actually like the father thinkers of the left and the right, and the left, and we all see what happens every single time there's a State of the Union, right? The left and the right both give standing ovations to war. Anytime there's war, we all cheer for it. Both sides, doesn't matter, right? And both sides love to spread democracy and depose dictators. That is what they have in common completely. And that sounds a lot like these intellectuals that you're talking about, who are kind of the fathers of this sort of way of thinking. I mean, that sounds like it's true then. The Trotskyites have won. They've taken over and they've infiltrated, and we're now, what do we do now?
Well, Trotsky still considered himself a Marxist, and Trotsky was not willing to completely throw the Soviet Union out. He maintained it was a deformed workers' state. This is a group of people that were followers of Trotsky, broke with him at the beginning of World War II, and carried with them a certain level of intellectual alienation and anti-populism that had defined their politics. That's why they'd become Marxists to begin with. They wanted to be edgy. They were different than everybody else and all of that. And they carry that kind of strand of thinking with them as they craft U.S. foreign policy. And John Bolton, who is, somebody that is just widely hated among the American people. He's a war hawk. Trump kicked him out of his administration. They've just had his home raided. He's somebody who was trained in the Sovietology academia fields that are very much crafted by these people. And that this mindset kind of defines U.S. foreign policy. And the American people don't agree. We don't agree.
Right. The American
and
people
they
don't
know
agree.
that. They don't like us. They think it's okay to lie to us and manipulate us to support their wars.
Yeah. But I'm not willing to just yet throw out the fact that that they're not Marxists. And let me explain. Because I don't think that the U.S. foreign policy with wars, their bloodlust and endless desires to depose dictators, I don't know if that really has anything to do with capitalism. Now, I think there's definitely a strain of those who support the wars, who say, yeah, this will be great for us too. So we'll support your war. It is kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? We'll go to a group, we'll say, okay, we'll support your revolution. We don't really agree with you, but we'll support it because the end goal, we have the same end goal. So I don't know if the neocons are actually capitalists. I think there's definitely capitalists within the same who have the same agenda. So they say, okay, we'll fund the wars, we'll help you because ultimately then we want to have the resources, we want to build businesses, we want to do these things. But I don't think that's like why John Bolton goes into war, for example. I don't think John Bolton has a shred of capitalistic thinking or ideology in his brain. I think he just wants war with the Soviets for whatever reason. And that would be some almost like deep-seated, ingrained, taught from birth sort of hatred of the Soviets for no other reason other than just to hate them. And so that, when I think of like the neocons, like even the Hillary Clintons of the world or whoever, or Bill Kristol, or even like Zionism, right? Like when you look at that, none of this is rooted in capitalism. There's not really an economic strain to this. There's something else there that causes them to be rabidly pro-war. So I don't know if I'm willing to totally throw away. Now I know, you and I might disagree on Marxism or whatever, and I'm not. To me, it's just an economic thing. I don't actually look at capitalism or Marxism as inherently evil or not evil. I just look at them.
Oh, Stalin was a mighty man, and a mighty man was he. He led the Soviet people on the road to victory. All through the revolution, he fought at Lenin's side, and they made a combination till the day that Lenin died. He said, come on, you people, we must work with brain and hand. And then one day the Nazis came into the Soviet land. They plundered to the Volga, to Stalingrad. And then Joe Stalin said, come on, me boys, and kicked them out again. Oh, Stalin was a southerner, in Georgia he was born, where the oranges grow thick and fast and fields of waving corn. And Stalin is a farmer, his fingers they are green, and he has planted the biggest crop the world has ever seen. One day he looked upon the map and frowned and shook his head. There's too much brown and not enough green, these were the words he said. We'll have to change the weather, boys, he said, and then he smiled. So let's begin by planting trees along 3,000 miles. So Stalin rolled his sleeves up then and said it's time to start. The Volga River and the Don, they are too far apart. I think we'd better join them, so come and help me, pal, and we'll build a mighty waterway, the Volga-Don Canal. Then Stalin went
went into the north, and there saw rivers three, all emptying their waters into the polar sea. Now that's not right, Joe Stalin said, these rivers, they're ours. We'll turn them round and make them work and make electric power. There was a range of mountains that were standing in the way, so Stalin put his hand out and smoothed them all away. For Joe, he is determined to make the land all green, and that's the biggest project that the world has ever seen. Oh, Stalin is a mighty man, and he has a mighty plan. He's harnessed nature to the plow to work for the good of man. He's hammered out the future, the fortunate he has been, and he's made the worker state the best the world has ever seen.
Please release the mother of peace. Please release the mother of peace. Please release the mother of peace. Please release the mother of peace.
Turned out nice, huh? Like the sign?
Yeah, so we're gonna hold the signs, and we're gonna walk together as before.
But we're gonna brave the snow.
Brave the snow because we're committed to the release of our Holy Mother, huh?
My mother.
Anyone else coming? Parents of heaven and earth, humankind, good afternoon. The Good Spirit World here in New York. Today we are going now to express our heart of support as true children of filial piety, to our true mother, to really speak up, to support. And we know that she is carrying the burden, she's carrying our cross. And we also repentful. We repent for that. But what we can do is, even if we cannot replace her in the detention center, but we can go out and express our support and express our heart to her, to the world.
Please release the mother of peace. 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 Because there is no reason for her, a woman of 83 years old, to be held in detention. Release her. That will be your liberation. That will be your freedom. That will be known in history that you did the right thing at the right time. Religion is being attacked. Christianity is being attacked. You say, where? How? In America? No. In South Korea.
Almighty God, our beloved Creator, the source of light, mercy, and justice, we come before you with humble hearts, praying for the release of Mother Moon.
We come together to really unite in prayer and resonance, Heavenly Parents. We pray that we can really raise the spiritual atmosphere here in New York so that all your heavenly works can be done and completed, Heavenly Parents. I thank you. May our prayers be received, and may us really come together in unity as one family serving on you, so that we can really resonate and mobilize heaven to really support us at this time, so that your good and heavenly works can be done, Heavenly Parents. I thank you. Mother Hun, I pray for your good health and protection at this time. May you be released so that you can continue your work of peace, Heavenly Parents. Mother, I pray for your safety. I pray for those that attend you now at this time.
What South Korea, the President Lee is doing is really outrageous, egregious, very terrible what he's doing. It's against the law what he's doing. And Mother Moon was never convicted of any crime.
She traveled the world to the most abandoned places to give hope and joy where there was none. She worked to heal the wounds of slavery, one of the biggest human exploitation in history.
And every project that Reverend Moon and Mrs. Moon undertook in the world was for the sake of the world, to think that true mother, Dr. Hagrahan Moon, will seek some favor in one way or another is a mistaken understanding of the role the Moon family have played in the world in serving the world.
She is concerned with the future of humanity. That is why
She created the Shanghai Peace Prize. The hardworking people who are silently working to secure the future of humanity in terms of developing new techniques in different fields, such as agriculture for food security.
The voice of conscience on behalf of our true mother, Hak Jahan, who at present is under detention for no fault of her own. We repent that we ourselves are insufficient in doing what is necessary.
That's right.
So that these kinds of activities do not occur.
That's right.
We know from the very beginning that we lost our original parent.
That's right.
And the struggle between brothers has been a continuous reality in human history.
That's right. That's right.
Killing each other.
All right.
Please release the Mother of Peace.
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 I just want to reflect for a moment. My name is Caleb Maupin. I'm with the Center for Political Innovation. I just want to reflect for a moment about the tragedy that Dr. Hak Jahan is locked away right now, facing these false charges, because this is a time when the world needs her the most. They need her in the Middle East right now, and they need her message of peace and reconciliation. They need her in Eastern Europe right now, and they need her message of peace and reconciliation. They need her in Asia right now and in the Pacific, and they need her message of peace and reconciliation. The world is crying out for the work that she has done to bring people together, to bring nations together, to bring forgiveness and reconciliation. And I think about what she was able to help happen on the Korean Peninsula when President Donald Trump in his first term was able to meet with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And I think about if she was not in a prison cell right now facing these charges, how she could be helping us to work towards peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
That's right.
And because North Korea and Russia are very close, that process is deeply tied in with peace in Ukraine, getting a resolution of the conflict that can end the killing there. All over the world, people are crying out for her message, and that is why she must be released.
She is 83 years of age in a detention center, and these are the words of a psalm, and our heavenly parent is taking care of his daughter.
Where there is confinement, bring freedom for her. Where there is fear, bring peace. Where there is uncertainty, bring assurance from Mother Moon. Where there is heaviness in her heart, make it light.
This is an atrocity, injustice, and we have to somehow do everything we can.
She's persevering. She is bearing her indemnity, and she's persevering for the sake of mankind, for the sake of you and me.
And I think it's a mistake that the South Korean government have placed Mrs. Moon, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, in prison. It have to reconsider her case, especially considering her age. Her public work is far surpasses any other accusation that can go against her.
Amen.
Ready? Yeah. In recognition, Hanul Pumanim! Jump Pumanim! For the liberation of our Holy Mother Han! Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the light with the night from above, from the mountain, through the prairie, through the ocean, while we fall. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Secret speech. The secret speech. And the secret speech is the leader of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, gets up and gives a tirade against Stalin. And he says everything they said about Stalin was totally true. Stalin was a dictator. Stalin was a murderer. Stalin was a selfish, tyrant, authoritarian, awful person. Now, a lot of people dispute the secret speech, and some of the contents of the secret speech are ridiculous. For example, it claims that Stalin was so scared when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union that he started crying and hid under his desk in fear. Stalin was a bank robber at one point in his life. Did you know that? Stalin would literally walk into banks with a gun. The idea that Stalin, the man of steel, was so scared when the Nazis invaded that he just started crying, that didn't happen. That was just a lie. They were trying to denigrate Stalin but here's the thing. The secret speech was very much Oedipal. Stalin had been the father of the country. Stalin had been the guy who had led them through World War II. He brought back the Russian Orthodox Church. Stalin had this parental transference role. So Khrushchev got up in front of the whole Soviet Communist Party and he killed their father. He engaged in an Oedipal murder and he killed the father of the country. Right? That has psychological value. And in the secret speech, Khrushchev introduced the phrase cult of personality. And that's what he accused Stalin of, building a cult of personality. And the speech, the secret speech, the actual name of it is On the Cult of Personality and Its Consequences. And it's all about how you should not worship individuals. You should not look up to great leaders like Stalin because that's not scientific and that's not Marxist. And you should be on guard against this deviation called the cult of personality. Right? So he commits this Oedipal act. He murders the father of the country. And then he says, we've got to not have parental transference. We've got to have the cult of personality gotten rid of. We cannot have cult of personality. This is all very, very interesting. Now, a couple years later, right, 1956, so, about 8 years later, there's a TV show in the United States. It's called The Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone. And there's an episode of The Twilight Zone that is really, really memorable. And the reason that it's very memorable is it's called To Serve Man. To Serve Man. And the episode of The Twilight Zone, it's basically these aliens come to the planet Earth and they're really nice. And they're feeding people and they're giving us all these medical secrets. So the human life expectancy expands and they cure cancer and they cure all these diseases. And these aliens are just really, really kind. And they're helping human beings, and they end all the wars, and they feed us, and they cure us of disease. And so the aliens, they're just so kind, and they're helping people. And they decide that they want to start taking human beings back to their home planet. And whenever they ask the aliens why they're doing all these nice things for people, they point to this book that they have called To Serve Man. To Serve Man is the name of the book. It's called To Serve Man. It's called To Serve Man. And, and it's an interesting choice of words because the Chinese Communist Party, their slogan was serve the people, right? So, the aliens who come to the planet and are giving everyone health care and feeding everybody and get rid of world hunger and triple the human life expectancy. They're so nice. And they have a little book, a little book. They have a little red book. I'm just kidding, but there was no red book at the time. But, they have this little book they always point to about why they believe in helping people. And it's called To Serve Man. To Serve Man. So at the end of the episode, the human beings are just so excited to go and visit the home planet of the aliens. They're just so excited to do it. And how does the episode end? I'm sure there's many people in the chat who've seen it before, but I'll just put it on the screen so that we can all see. This is the last 41 seconds of To Serve Man as the people are getting on the spaceship, excited to go visit the home planet of those really nice aliens who gave everyone free health care, etc. What happens?
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers, don't get on that ship. The rest of the book, To Serve Men, it's a cookbook.
No! 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 Ah! No!
It's a cookbook, right? It's a cookbook. Now, that's obviously anti-communist propaganda because the Chinese Communist Party's slogan was serve the people, and the Soviet Union was going around the world giving people health care and education. And the idea is that if somebody is doing nice things, and if someone is offering you care and compassion and kindness, they're a fraud. They're fooling you. They're tricking you. It's a cookbook. It's a cookbook, right? Communism is the god that failed, right? They sent Boxer the horse to the glue factory. Stalin was an evil man who was building a cult of personality. And, and what is it? What is it?
Tip, the rest of the book, To Serve Men, it's a cookbook. It's a cookbook.
So you shouldn't believe in compassion, and you shouldn't believe in kindness, and you shouldn't, anyone who comes along trying to make your life better, anyone who's offering you parental transference, anyone who's trying to get you to believe in something, it's a cult of personality, right? It's a cult of personality. It's they're going to send you to the glue factory. It's the god that failed. It's a cookbook. Right? That's anti-communist propaganda. And this is much more effective anti-communist propaganda than has ever existed before. Prior, they just said communists are atheists. They just said communists, they don't believe in God or whatever. But this is sophisticated anti-communist propaganda. George Orwell in 1984, that stuff very much talks about nonconformity and the need to be an individual and not conform. And the God that failed, it's written by very dedicated communists who left the movement. And the secret speech, that was the head of the Soviet Union, Khrushchev. He was the head of the country, and he's up there denouncing Stalin and talking about cult of personality. All of this is appealing to leftist feelings, libidinal feelings, Oedipal feelings. Right? Your desire to go out and be independent, right? Your desire to kill your parents, your desire to unleash your rage and your sexual desires. And it's appealing to the kind of sentiments that communists appeal to and the left traditionally appeals to. And it's psyching you up against parental transference. This is all very, very interesting. So the new left comes along in the 1960s, and the new left is fake. It's not communist, and it's from the American power structure. The new left is created by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And the new left is all about, about think for yourself. And, the Congress for Cultural Freedom is all these CIA funded intellectuals and magazines, Partisan Review, the Frankfurt School. You've also got Project MK Ultra. And Project MK Ultra is drugs. They're distributing drugs all over the country. That they distributed drugs on college campuses. There were rock concerts where there would be military airplanes that would just airdrop drugs, acid down out of planes for people to take. They would give free drugs away at these concerts. And it's the hippie counterculture. They equate the USSR with Nazi Germany. And that's a really big part of new left propaganda. That Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union are both examples of excessive democracy. If average people get out of control, if the masses of people get out of control, they'll form a mob that will threaten the freedom of intellectuals, right? And that Nazi Germany and the USSR are both totalitarian, and it's an example of the mob. It's an example of mob mentality of average people getting out of control. A big part of the new left is the generation gap, the idea that young people are superior to old people, right? And youth culture, right? The new left, the hippies used to say, don't trust anyone over 30. And it's about our generation is going to save the world. The young people, the youth fight against the old people. rock and roll music that is very sexual and libidinal, is very much emotional music about, letting your anger and your emotion and your sex drive out. Rock music is everywhere. There's also eco-Malthusianism and the idea that we need to go back to nature. Civilization is bad. We need to go back to nature. The idea that working class Americans, average working class Americans, are pigs. They're the enemy because they benefit from imperialism, because they support the government, they support the military. And then there's this weird white savior complex. The hippies all think they're the good white people that are going to align with the black people against the evil American majority, right? The American majority are a bunch of hard hat pigs, racist, but we're going to team up with an army of black people. We're going to have a race war and we're going to destroy them, right? The Weather Underground, Charles Manson, the New Left is very, very much, it is all these libidinal drives, the anger of young people at their parents, the anger of the desire to unleash your sexual impulses, the idea to unleash your anger, and it's contempt for the working class, contempt for the bulk of society, celebration of individualism. The New Left is this libidinal, Oedipal stuff on steroids, and the New Left is a war against parental transference. In fact, Jerry Rubin, who is one of the main thinkers of the New Left, is the Youth International Party, the Yippies. He would begin his speeches at college campuses. I kid you not. He would get up in front of the microphone and he would shout, "Kill your parents! Kill your parents!" Right? And I mean, it was very blatant what they were doing. It was very much unleashing people's Oedipal impulses, unleashing people's libidinal impulses, and psyching them up against parental transference. So now we live in a society where basically, as a mechanism of social control, they have amped up all of our libidinal and Oedipal desires. And the lockdowns were very useful for doing so, because during the lockdowns, we couldn't get together with other people. We were isolated from each other, right? And so it was very, very hard to have a collective sense. We were all at home and isolated. And while we were at home and isolated, what were we doing during the pandemic? We were looking at social media. Social media became the medium through which we all connected with each other. And so the algorithms that are very carefully controlled got to dictate how we interact with each other. They became the middleman to define our social interactions. And the big tech monopolies, through their control of the algorithms, decided what went viral and what didn't. And they got to regulate how we interacted with each other. And so now the Oedipal desire to destroy and rebel is...
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
I'm not saying that the USSR did not grow a lot. Obviously, the USSR grew massively. Your claim is not that the USSR grew. That's not what we're arguing about. It's whether or not the USSR grew at the rate that it did due to socialism. A country that was heavily involved in multiple famines, a country that heavily went from little industrialization to a lot of industrialization, and a country that engaged in a lot of imperialistic practices is a country that grew massively in the 20th century. To say that all of their growth, or even the majority of their growth, was due to the organization of their economy and not due to factors that were independent of that organization, to say otherwise that they wouldn't have grown maybe at an even faster rate had they been a capitalist economy, there would have to be some evidence provided for that. And I don't believe that that's ever been adequately demonstrated. On the contrary, I believe some people have argued that Russia could have potentially grown, the USSR could have potentially grown even faster had it abandoned some of its more outdated forms of trying to manage their economy. When we bring up China, China has grown a lot under certain socialist policies for sure. But when we look at China, especially in the 80s and 90s, China began opening itself up to massive growth when it comes to foreign investment. China is the number 2 country in the world that allows for foreign direct investment. And the coalescing of all of China's state-owned, the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises, into a select few industries, and then the massive opening of foreign investment into that country to give other people more control over privately owned businesses has been what has caused the massive explosion that we've seen of China in terms of pulling people out of global poverty, as you mentioned in the video that you did for the Gravel Institute. You attribute that to socialist policies, but the thing that really pulled China into the 21st century in terms of economic success was the opening itself up to foreign direct investment, was the opening itself up to other economies being able to interact with them more, which are all neoliberal trade policies. These aren't people-owned businesses. These aren't businesses that are ran by the workers. These are, I mean, if anything, China is a government that runs the business itself. It's a state capitalist economy more so than any type of socialist or communist economy. To say that a single party regime is having the workers themselves making decisions over how any individual business is running, I don't think is fair to say. I guess one of the, and then real quick, just finishing.
Your understanding of China. Your understanding of China, though, is really badly flawed.
Can I finish this last part? The thing that confuses me the most, and the thing that frustrates me the most, I guess, when I have discussions with socialists, is socialism feels like this very amorphous, ever-transforming idea of what it actually is, such that I don't even know why we use the word anymore. So I'm very glad that you've acknowledged that Marx, through his labor theory value analysis, was absolutely flawed and was an absolute failure. I'm glad that you've acknowledged that the way of analyzing.
I have not acknowledged. You're making this stuff up. I've never acknowledged anything of the work.
Okay, well,
I don't even know where you get this.
Well, earlier you just said that we shouldn't hold ourselves captive to the thinking of thinkers in the 19th century in terms of what socialism is. So I assume you've evolved
No, I didn't do that at all. I told you that socialism has a variety of theories within it. It's a broad tradition. It had to be. In the 150 years since Marx wrote, his ideas have moved into every country on this earth at different levels of economic and cultural and political life. And of course, those different people all found something valuable, but they all made their own interpretations. This is a rich, diverse tradition. It's as if you're going to decide what it is I mean when I say these things. I never said that the Marxist theory isn't valuable, that the labor theory of value doesn't apply. If you read any of the books and articles I've pumped out in my life, you'd know that the exact opposite is the case.
Wait a
minute. I want to correct something about China because you keep repeating it.
Okay.
You know why private enterprise and private capital flows into China in the 80s and 90s? Because China had transformed itself from a place where nobody wanted to invest to a place like now where everybody does. Capitalist enterprises went there because they had a well-educated, disciplined labor force at very low wages, because they had built an extraordinary infrastructure, because you had a growing level of income for people to buy things. That's why General Motors produces and sells more cars in China than it does in the United States. The reason private capital went there was because they had, before the arrival, created the institutions. Every other part of the so-called third world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, who had received since the Second World War massive amounts of foreign aid, were desperately trying to do what the Chinese were doing, namely, develop their countries so that foreign private investment would come. China didn't get any foreign aid because they were communists and the United States didn't give them any. But they did a better job than all the countries who did get it in order to get to the point of economic development where it became interesting for capitalists in Japan and Europe to go there. You need to pretend, for reasons I do not understand, that all of the achievements I've just described didn't happen, that somehow they don't deserve the credit. Look, in the world of economics, perhaps you're not familiar, we do exactly what you just said we oughtn't to do. We look at societies and say, they have a capitalist economic system. How did they do? And they have a socialist system with the different meanings of that term. And how did they do? And then we say they're different, and part, not all, part of the story is the different system. And if I say to you that the socialist tradition has multiple interpretations, let me assure you that the capitalist tradition does as well.
To try to say that industrialization in the Soviet Union was successful, even though these were done on the backs of massive famines that were a great showcase of the failures in central planning as a support for central planning, is
famines never happen under capitalism. People never starve under. I mean, this is obscure. And then you take a couple isolated famines and make them the characterization of an entire country industrializing and becoming a superpower. This is ridiculous. That would be like me saying that the mass deaths in the U.S. Civil War prove that American capitalism doesn't work. That would be like me saying the Great Depression proves that capitalism doesn't work. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You could
a whole country becomes a global superpower, invents space travel, electrifies the entire place, is building some of the biggest hydroelectric power plants in the world. People that lived in huts are suddenly living in modern apartment buildings with electricity, but none of that counts because there was a famine along the way. That is absurd.
I'm not saying
miracles took place. The whole world was trying to be like the Soviet Union at that point.
I don't want to.
Every former socialist country of Eastern Europe, polls overwhelmingly show people saying life was better. That's not just in Russia. Soviet nostalgia is at an all-time high.
I don't want us to talk over top each other. So Destiny, go ahead. I'm going to give Destiny the floor for a minute.
So is nostalgia under the old American system. People nostalgia.
But they lived under it. They know how horrible it is, Destiny.
Okay. Let's rein this back. So let's rein this back. Destiny, go ahead.
I don't see any Nazi nostalgia in Germany. I'll tell you that much.
Really?
I don't. That never happens under capitalism, right? I mean, there wasn't huge famines in India caused by the British Empire. There wasn't huge famines in Ireland caused by British capitalism. I mean, but
like this is okay.
There were annual deaths of starvation in Russia all the time before the revolution. There were annual deaths of starvation in China all the time, but none of that is because of the old system.
Okay, hold on.
Industrialized the place. They've actually gotten them out of the
Okay.
Them for that.
Destiny, why?
This is absurd.
Caleb, Destiny, why is he arguing your point for you?
Because saying that, like, well, there were massive famines in the Soviet Union, which a lot of them weren't as bad as the ones that happened in Ukraine and Kazakhstan. Saying that there were famines before central planning, and then saying they were there after central planning, that's my argument. Yeah, central planning. So I don't know.
It was central planning that mechanized agriculture. They got them out of those situations. It was central planning that actually cured these problems. It was central planning that made China, instead of being a sick man of Asia that has mass impoverishment and mass famines all the time, into being the second largest economy in the world. You're blaming the system that cures famines and cures these problems, even though it takes a while to do it, perhaps. They are the ones that actually are responsible for the industrialization. You're blaming them for something that happened under your system all the time.
I'm not.
When the British controlled China, there were famines all the time.
Okay.
And with communists in power in China, they have become the second largest economy on earth. They have wiped out poverty. The IMF and the World Bank is praising everything that they have done, but you blame them for what? I mean, this is ridiculous.
If we're going to talk about socialism, then we have to talk about what it means to the people pushing for it and urging it. And those people have learned from the 20th and 21st century, just like those who pushed for capitalism 3 centuries ago learned from their early experiments how to refine, how to adjust, and how to change. To pretend that didn't happen, to trade in old and shrinking conceptions of socialism may be good debating ploy, but it doesn't advance our understanding of anything.
As economic structures without, there's no, like, they don't have feelings. So you can either make capitalism or Marxism, I think, evil, and you could also make probably both of them benevolent. I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter. They're just economic systems. So, and one might be more flawed than the other or whatever, and we could have that debate all day, but to me, that part doesn't actually really matter. So, you know, I'm not really willing to, and so I'm saying that so that you understand that when I say I'm not willing to say that they're not Marxists yet, it's not because I'm saying, oh, they're Marxists because they're evil. I'm just saying, okay, that part, that's just an economic thing. So, and I don't think that their warmongering has anything to do with capitalism. I just don't. I don't think that there are groups who do that want to siphon resources and want to take advantage. I just don't think it's this neocon group. And I actually don't really know what their motivation is, except they hate authority, they hate dictators, they want to depose them, they want to spread democracy.
Well, putting aside what their motivations in their own head might be, I mean, I'm not a mind reader. I read what they write and what they say their motivations are. Let's just talk about the facts. Until Stalin came along, Russia was an underdeveloped agrarian country, wasn't fully electrified, wasn't industrialized. Stalin did the 5-year economic plans, and they built the largest power plant in the world. They built a huge oil industry, a huge steel industry. After the Second World War, they became the first country in outer space. They built themselves up into an industrial superpower. And suddenly they were no longer an impoverished section of the world that we could dump our resources on and sell products to. They were a competitor on the global stage. And the same for China. Until the Chinese Communist Party came along, China was a deeply poor country. Now China's the second largest economy in the world. Huawei Technologies makes way better phones than Apple, the biggest telecommunications giant in the world, the biggest steel industry in the world. They've lifted 800 million people from poverty. They've turned China into a powerhouse. And now, again, China's not a captive market that the Rockefellers can sell oil to, that we can dump products onto and, get addicted to opium and opium wars. Now China is a competitor. Right. And that's what monopolies don't want. Monopolies don't want competitors. And that imperialism is monopolistic capitalism, capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And so that's where these wars flow from, and that these monopolies, they fund big think tanks that hire academics to think about how to push their system and oppose their competitors. And if you're an academic and you want to get jobs and you want to get book deals and you want to get promoted, you say what those foundations want to hear. Right. And a group of Trotskyites seems to have realized that they could hold on to their edgy radical beliefs and their desire to tear it down and win the world for justice, but they could go to work for Western imperialism, tearing down the regimes that get in its way, rather than working, to oppose the Western system. I think that's really what it gets down to for me.
How do you explain, so just so that I understand the difference, because I don't, Germany, Nazi Germany, actually had, I think, in history, the fastest economic turnaround in the history of ever, right?
Sure.
So what was their economic system compared to, like, when you're bringing up Soviet Union or China? What was different about Nazi Germany, or was it the same?
It was very different. Germany was already industrialized. It was an industrial power at the time that Hitler came to power, and they were experiencing the Great Depression, and they were, devastated economically. And he used a heavy-handed authoritarian state to reboot their economy, primarily with militarism and degrowth. It's been said before, they put half the country in concentration camps and the other half in military uniforms. But they took a number of very dramatic moves that it was a dramatic method of reverse inflation. They forced women out of the workforce. They had a big campaign. They have a picture of a woman. This woman is taking a job away from a good German man who has kids to feed. They threw all the labor leaders in concentration camps. They hired a bunch of people to work in the concentration camps as guards, a bunch of people to build the concentration camps. A bunch of people are in the concentration camps, so they're no longer looking for jobs. They built the Autobahn highways connecting Germany across. They restarted military spending, which they hadn't had since the end of the First World War. And as a result of boom, 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 very dramatic moves, imprisoning a bunch of people, drastically shifting the workforce, getting rid of unemployment, they were able to reboot the economy of Germany for 4 or 5 years. But by 1939, the German economy was slowing down again, and that's why they had to expand. And as they expanded, they seized these territories, they were acquiring more slave laborers, and they stimulated private corporations like Volkswagen by having a bunch of concentration camp inmates worked for them for free. It was like the first prison industrial complex. And that it was basically, there's a good book by Lothrop Stoddard, who was a white supremacist, a Ku Klux Klan member, who was on the board of Planned Parenthood when it started. The Nazis liked him enough. They took him over to Nazi Germany as World War II was starting. He wrote a book about how their economic system works, which I've quoted in some of my other works. And basically, Lothrop Stoddard says they took it out of their own hides. They destroyed the productive forces of Germany. They kind of forcibly destroyed the productive forces of Germany. They made the population largely poorer, and in doing so, they eradicated unemployment and they got the economy moving again for 4 or 5 years, and then it slowed down.
Yeah.
It was not a state-run economy. Krupp and Tyson and Hallemer Schacht, the banker who picked out Hitler and decided he would be the dictator as an alternative to communism, they were never nationalized. They never had their property taken away. They were making profits hand over foot, but they had a very heavy-handed government that made sure that there was no opposition to them and was kind of forcing these degrowth economic measures to stabilize the economy.
Mm-hmm. And so there's now another thing that kind of makes this a really relevant topic is that there's a lot of discussion right now circling on X about, well, we should have backed Hitler in the war. I mean, have you seen these discussions that have been happening all over? The question, did we side with the wrong side? Should we have opposed Stalin instead and basically sided with Hitler? Pick your dictator, I suppose, is what people are kind of saying, and questioning whether or not the United States made and the West, whether or not they made the right decision, which I think tracks with this whole thing. I mean, again, if the Trotskyites were the ones that just hated the U.S., that they hated Stalin so much, and then they kind of converted into this, and they also had this idea of global domination in a way, like global spread. And then they go and they infiltrate American circles, or they become the elite in American intellectual circles, and they influence everybody. I mean, that is like here we are today. It didn't take very long, 75 years or something, right? Here we are today, and we've waged numerous wars around the world under the pretense of spreading democracy. And now here we are at 75 years having a discussion of, did we side with the wrong guy? So, I mean,
those discussions were widespread in the lead up to World War II. Harry Truman said on the floor of Congress that if it looks like Stalin is going to win, we should back Hitler. And if it looks like Hitler's going to win, we should back Stalin so we can weaken both countries and we can dominate the world. And the America First Committee, which was a group of a lot of very powerful people that didn't want the USA involved in the Second World War, were saying all kinds of things. The German-American Bund had rallies in Madison Square Garden, and there were widespread discussions of that. And there was a divide, and it's interesting. It was the factory owners, the industrialists. They didn't like the labor unions. The labor unions were led by Marxists and communists, and they cut into their profits.
Right.
And Roosevelt was friendly with the Rockefellers and with the British, that they kind of make their profits by selling oil to the world, by dominating international finance. So the factory owners, they were more sympathetic to the Nazis because the Nazis killed the communists and, got the economy going with all kinds of military spending. Whereas the oil monopolies and the bankers were more sympathetic to Roosevelt because they wanted to maintain their domination. And Germany was a rival that had been beaten down, a country that had been stripped of its colonies after World War I. And then Hitler came to power, and all of a sudden Germany was a power again, and it was seizing territory and claiming new colonies, etc. And so Germany was now a rival once again, and they didn't want to have a rival. And that underlying World War I and World War II was the tension between the economy on the European mainland and the American and British economy that is based on the ocean and global trade, right? The Atlanticist international order versus the economy on the European mainland. And the greatest fear of the British Empire and Wall Street has been the Germans and the Russians getting together. Because if they got together, then that would end British and American domination of the European mainland and possibly of the whole world. And they have done everything they could to keep those two countries, Germany and Russia, from ever getting along. I would argue even, destroying the Nord Stream pipeline. That has always been their fear. And that, the reason that Hitler ultimately came to power is the British were very, very afraid of a communist revolution in Germany. The German Communist Party was huge. It was the biggest communist party in the world outside of the Soviet Union. And they had all kinds of neighborhoods and communities and networks of people. They seized a section of Berlin in 1929. It was like an armed civil war. And there was a real danger that if the crisis got worse in Germany, the communists would take over. So it's been revealed that the British gave lots of support to anti-communist fanatics street fighters, people they called the Freikorps and others, that were killing communists and were fighting communists to make sure that Germany did not go over to the Russian camp. And then ultimately, one of those guys, the Nazis were just this anti-communist street fighting group, this group of radicals, that street fighters that had some kind of like rhetoric that mixed elements of the far left and the far right. And as they grew in popularity, Hollimer Schacht, the banker, realized that, you know, it was either the far right or the far left, and he didn't want the communists. On case study of the Russian Revolution. So do we want to discuss that?
Iskra is the Slavic word for spark or ember.
Cool.
I'll just say I was very interested because I didn't know too much about the origin of the word Soviet, so I just found that part very interesting. Because my knowledge of the Russian Revolution actually wasn't like, I mean, again, like what you talk about, where it's not like too much is written about it per se. It's more just romanticized or like briefly glossed over in history books. So I thought, you know, like nowhere had I ever seen at least the origin of where the word Soviet came from.
One thing that's very clear is that there were multiple stages of the revolution, different forces involved, varying levels of, you could say, radical vision of what they wanted to implement. But what basically led to the most radical revolution that eventually led to the implementation of, socialism in the country, in the first, I guess basically the first socialist state in the world, was a response and a defensive measure against an aggressive action by reactionary forces within the country. And I think a lot of times that's not really, like we talked about, the romanticization of the Russian Revolution as well as many revolutions. And most of the time when these sorts of things happen, there's many factors at play, many different players, and what pushes it forward to the most idealistic or revolutionary aspect is often it's not like people going out and deciding, okay, we're gonna just overthrow everything just for the sake of overthrowing everything. It's often a response to violence against them or violence that's possibly going to take place.
All right, so section 3 is another case study. This one is of the Bolivarian Revolution. So this is in South America. Now, in response to the fall of the Soviet Union, huge changes took place throughout South and Central America. The first big change is that economic neoliberalism, which is a drastic reduction in social programs and the role of the government in the economy, escalated. What had already started in Pinochet's Chile and somewhat in Argentina during the 1980s spread throughout the entire continent. In Bolivia, the oil and actually the water of Bolivia was sold off to American corporations. So it was actually a crime in Bolivia if you collected water on your roof. They were stealing from like Nestle or Coca-Cola, like American companies. In Venezuela, most of the revenue from the state-run oil companies stopped actually going into the public budget. It basically just went to American corporations. They were getting all the profits from Venezuela's supposedly nationalized oil company. And as a result of that, garbage collection kind of stopped in a lot of areas. You couldn't get your garbage collected. The electricity in a lot of neighborhoods would just go off for weeks because the government didn't have enough of a budget to actually pay to keep the electricity on. And that all over South and Central America, you got these really free market extreme policies that were being implemented. And very famously, Milton Friedman of the Chicago School of Economics, who was the one who was associated with these policies, he famously said that his enemy in Latin America was not Karl Marx, it was Juan Perón. And he was referring to the fact that there were these large kind of social democratic welfare states that were aligned with the United States that were not communist that had sprung up during the Cold War. And he wanted to get rid of that. He wanted all the countries of South and Central America to be completely unregulated free market countries, and that it was no longer necessary to allow these countries to develop more social democratic systems. That was the first big change that happened in Latin America after the fall of the Soviet Union. The second, though, is that the military juntas and the Bonapartist dictatorships that had sprung up during the Cold War, they started to loosen up because there was no threat of communist revolution. So, this idea that you needed to have an absolute military rule, that started to fade away. And that there were a lot of sections of the ruling classes of these countries that did want things to be more loose. And so the communists had been protesting for democracy and for free speech and things like that. All of a sudden, throughout South and Central America, they had a lot of allies among the richest people in countries like Chile and Argentina and Colombia, for example. All of a sudden, they had a lot of allies who wanted to have a more liberal democratic model and not have an absolute military dictatorship because there was no need for it, because there was no danger of communist revolutions happening. So at the same time you have economic neoliberalism spreading through South and Central America, you also have the free elections taking place. And suddenly, it used to be, there were times in these countries where if you so much as said that you were a communist or were caught with a communist leaflet, you could be killed. Well, now, suddenly they're having free speech and they're having free elections. So, based on that, the communists of South and Central America drastically reoriented their tactics, right? During the 1970s and 80s, Cuba and other socialist countries and various communist parties throughout South and Central America had been pushing for guerrilla warfare. They had the Tricontinental Congress that was in Cuba, and you had the FARC in Colombia. You had various armed groups throughout South and Central America that were encouraging people to take up guns and try and wage some kind of rural people's war or Che Guevara-ness kind of thing. Well, now, as these countries were moving toward more of a liberal democratic state, and at the same time that economic neoliberalism was devastating the urban areas, instead of being in the countryside and trying to organize some kind of armed uprising in the countryside, the communists started operating in the urban areas and building united fronts against neoliberalism and cuts in social spending. For example, I went to one neighborhood in Caracas in Venezuela, and they talked about how in the 1990s the electricity wouldn't come on for weeks. So the local church and the Communist Party and the Social Democratic Party and local people that weren't involved in any party, they organized a strike. So everyone in the neighborhood didn't go to work until the power came back on. It was understood that everyone who lives in this area, they're not going to go to work until the power comes back on. And lo and behold, the government had to then turn the power back on. They talked at one point, the garbage wasn't being collected in this particular neighborhood. So the Communist Party started collecting all the garbage, and they took it and they dumped it on a major highway, and they poured gasoline on it, and they lit it on fire. And so, lo and behold, the government started collecting the garbage. And basically the idea was to build a coalition against neoliberalism and against the IMF and the World Bank, which were loaning money to these developing countries and then mandating that they completely gut their public sector, right? So, you know, they basically polarized these countries between, you know, are you for neoliberalism and the cuts in social spending, or are you against it? And there are a lot of very wealthy people in Latin America that were against it, right? Because it was devastating the local economies. A lot of the people that had big corporations in Venezuela, for example, they were being put out of business by American corporations that were just coming in there, and they wanted the Venezuelan government to protect them. They had an incident in Venezuela called the Caracazo, and that was after there had been cuts in government funding for public transportation. They were forced to raise the costs of public transportation drastically. The people went out and rioted and rebelled against it. It was after that you had a Venezuelan political figure known as Hugo Chavez, who attempted to carry out a military coup and overthrow the government in response to these cuts in social services. Now it failed. He was then thrown into prison. And Hugo Chavez, interestingly, did not call himself a socialist at that point. He said he was against both capitalism and socialism. He was for what he called the third way, which would be the government doing whatever was best for Venezuela. It would be neither capitalist or socialist. He went to prison in 1992, got out of prison, and announced that he would never try to overthrow the government again, never engage in violence, but instead he would build a political party. And so they built a new political party called the Movement for a Fifth Republic. And it was a very popular political party, again, not advocating socialism, advocating the third way, what was best for Venezuela. He got elected. He won the election in 1998, took office in 1999. Shortly after Hugo Chavez was elected, there was huge mudslides in the country, and a lot of homes were destroyed. And so Chavez, being a former leader of the military, he got on television, and he said that he was sending the military to help the people who'd been afflicted by these mudslides. And then he called on people all throughout the country to be patriotic and to do everything they can to pull together to help their brothers and sisters who'd had their homes destroyed by these mudslides. And doing that had never been done in Venezuela's history. The military had never been mobilized to go and rescue people whose homes had been destroyed by a natural disaster. And a lot of people really responded to this and were deeply moved to have the president of their country encouraging them to go out and volunteer and help people. You can remember a couple of years later, after 9/11, George W. Bush got on TV and said, if you want to help the victims of terrorism, go shopping. Well, Chavez wasn't telling people to go shopping. In fact, he had them organize these things called Bolivarian circles in their neighborhood, where they would coordinate volunteers to go into the area. And the whole country just got kind of worked up into this fit of patriotism, and they just loved what Chavez was doing. And so then, in the aftermath of this mudslides incident, Chavez got the country to ratify his new constitution, and Venezuela changed its name to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It was the fifth republic in Venezuela. A new constitution was created. He actually had a TV program called Hello President, where he got on TV every Sunday and he took calls from average citizens, he answered their questions, and lo and behold, he became very popular. After 9/11, the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, he showed pictures on his television program of innocent children who'd been killed by the bombs in Afghanistan. He said, you know, obviously 9/11 was a horrendous crime, but it doesn't justify the killing of these children in Afghanistan. What George Bush is doing, invading Afghanistan, it was actually the Saudis who did 9/11, this is wrong. Shortly after that, Chavez then appointed a member of the Communist Party to his cabinet. Because the communists had been so key in getting Chavez elected, he appointed one of them to be in his cabinet. So then in 2002, there was an attempted military coup against Hugo Chavez, and the rank-and-file soldiers rose up and put Hugo Chavez back into power. And shortly afterwards, 2003, Chavez announced that the country was moving toward what he called 21st century socialism. And they became a lot closer with Cuba. Chavez changed the nature of the state-run oil company so that all the profits from Venezuela's oil would go into the public budget. He then started using the money from the public budget, from this oil that was being sold, to build free healthcare clinics. Brought in Cuban doctors that would give free healthcare clinics to people in low-income areas. He also brought in Cuban literacy teachers and he ultimately wiped out illiteracy in the country. In 1998, when Chavez was elected, Venezuela at that point only had 12 public universities. Today it has 32. He used the oil money to build these public universities. He also started funding small businesses and enabling people in Venezuela to start their own businesses. And he built these things called colectivos or communes, which are kind of cooperatives and areas where people kind of held things in common and lived. And shortly after that, you had Bolivia taking a very similar transformation. In Bolivia, there had been a wave of protests and strikes by miners. There had been a mass movement calling for the natural gas to be nationalized and the profits from the natural gas to go into the public budget. And just as the election of Chavez in 1998 was a referendum on neoliberalism, the election of Evo Morales, that was also considered to be a referendum on neoliberalism. And he also passed a new constitution in 2008. The Morales government built a massive amount of roads throughout the country. In Bolivia, there's a lot of sections of the country that had no roads. So he, used the public budget to start building roads. They brought electricity to parts of the country that had never had it before, and they started providing assistance to small farmers. They regulated the price of food and fuel, and poverty has been greatly reduced. They nationalized the oil and natural gas, and it's interesting to note, Venezuela has been having quite a few problems lately. But actually, the highest rate of gross domestic product growth in South America in 2018 was in Bolivia. It was the Evo Morales government has actually presided over the highest rate of economic growth. When Morales was first elected, 16% of the people of Bolivia were illiterate. But now UNESCO confirms that at this point Bolivia has no adult illiteracy. They've cured adult illiteracy. They also opened a huge number of hospitals. A similar situation happened in Nicaragua. You had the Sandinistas, right? They led the revolution in 1979. They led the country throughout the Civil War in the 1980s. They'd been voted out of office in 1992. Well, in 2006, they ran for office once again. They were elected, and they eventually joined Nicaragua with Bolivia and Cuba and Venezuela in what they called the Bolivarian Alternative of Latin America, or the ALBA Bank. The Sandinistas, they oversaw huge reductions in poverty. They created a state-run bank that started lending people money. They had a policy of actually enabling people to be what they called micro-entrepreneurs. That's to start their own business, but they would get a subsidy from the state. Just like in Venezuela, they had the Bolivarian circles. In Nicaragua, they have these things called citizens' power councils. The community is mobilized, they distribute food, and they've overseen an overall increase in the living standards. And actually, in 2016, the World Happiness Index of the UN said that Nicaragua had the highest rate of happiness growth of any country in the world. It was in Nicaragua. And they're also, at this point, working with China. China is pouring a lot of money into Nicaragua to build a new canal that would counter the Panama Canal. So the United States kind of sort of has control over the Panama Canal. They could block it off in some kind of military situation. Well, now China is working with the government of Nicaragua to build a canal through Nicaragua. It would be an alternative to the Panama Canal. There's a pattern that plays out. There's like 4 things that happen. First, the election takes.
This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Amped up. Meanwhile, due to our economy and the lack of good paying jobs, the gig economy, the service sector economy, many adults are stuck living as permanent teenagers. They don't have the dignity of adulthood, of going out and having their own home and paying their own bills and having children of their own and getting married. They're stuck living with their parents as semi-permanent teens, right? And so obviously, if you're still living with your parents as an adult, you're going to have Oedipal feelings, right? Meanwhile, television and media has amped up our libidinal desires. TV and media is all about sex and it's all about violence. Lots of violent movies, lots of pornography. You can get pornography on your phone. Every ad has naked bodies on it. You know, they are pumping you with sex and violence and libido all the time. Meanwhile, many young people are stuck living with their parents. They're telling you to never trust any leader, never trust any movement, because if you do, you're in a cult, you're brainwashed, you got to be on guard against parental transference. So we live in a society where basically we are being pumped full of libidinal sex and violence all the time. And we're also having our suspicion and fear of authority and our resentment toward our parents and our resentment toward anyone who would tell us what's right and wrong amped up at all times. We are taught to have very short attention spans, not to learn political concepts, but to just have our emotions appealed to, right? So is it any surprise that we're having a widespread mental health crisis? Of course not. Anybody in this circumstance, if you're having your natural attraction to sex and violence amped up constantly, if you're constantly being told to rebel and to be suspicious of any institution that would tell you right and wrong exists and anything that seems like a parental figure, you're going to lose your mind, right? That they have tapped into our Oedipal and our libidinal impulses, and they have amped them up to a level that is causing society-wide insanity. And that's why the suicide rate is massive. That's why the drug addiction rate is massive. That's why many people are isolated and atomized. They talked about there was a trend in Japan of these young guys who never went outside, right? They never went outside, and they didn't know how to have real connections with other people. And that we have really developed a society where people are atomized, isolated individuals who are being constantly manipulated by social media, who are constantly having their edible and libidinal desires amped up, who have short attention spans. This is like a perfect recipe for a suicide epidemic, for a mental health epidemic, for a drug epidemic. I mean, we have been mind fucked, okay? So if you have a mental health issue, you should not feel ashamed, okay? And I will just say that, right? If you have a mental health issue, you shouldn't feel ashamed, because how could you not go insane in a society like this? Anyone who is subject to this level of social atomization, to this level of pornographication, etc., is going to go crazy. And I mean, it makes sense that our young people are going crazy, because everything is being done to psychologically manipulate them to lose their minds. And mental illness is being used as a form of social control. And this is what I talked about, the atlanticist pathology. So anyway, that leads me to demagogy. All right. What is demagogy? Demagogy is political. This is the definition, the dictionary.com definition. Demagogy is political activity or practices that seek support by appealing to the desires and prejudices of ordinary people rather than using rational argument. And basically, demagogy is where they don't teach you anything. They just appeal to your emotions. Right? And demagogy is not helpful because you don't learn anything. Demagogues just tap into how you already feel, prejudices that you already have, desires or feelings that you already have, and they just amp them up for their own gain. And the best example of demagogy that I've been able to come across recently is the definitions of capitalism. What is capitalism? Well, every example, every definition that you will get from people is not a definition. It is simply an appeal to their emotions. If you talk to people on the right, you ask conservatives, what is capitalism? They'll say, capitalism is when I own my own business and I get to do things without the government taxing me. That's not what capitalism is, right? You ask leftists what capitalism is. Capitalism is when rich people have all the money and poor people get screwed. That's not what capitalism is. Right? What is capitalism? Capitalism is when the government works for private corporations. That is not what capitalism is. Capitalism is when I get to have a lot of money and go shopping at the store. That is not what capitalism is. Whether you're on the left who think capitalism is good, or whether you're on the right that thinks capitalism is good and thinks capitalism is everything they like having money, like having their own business, like having financial independence, not paying taxes. Whether you're on the left and thinks capitalism is bad, it's inequality, it's injustice, it's greed. None of those are a definition of capitalism, because the people telling them what capitalism is are demagogues. They're not teaching them anything. They're just appealing to their emotions. And if you want to like capitalism. Capitalism is everything you like. If you want to hate capitalism, it's everything you don't like. But no one's actually teaching what capitalism is. What is capitalism? Capitalism is when the means of production function according to profit. Capitalism is the anarchy of production. It is the chaos of the market. It is profits in command. That's what capitalism is. Capitalism is a system where the banks and the factories and the industries are privately owned and operated to maximize profits for those who own them. That's an actual definition, and I'm teaching you something. Capitalism is not feudalism. Capitalism is not socialism. Capitalism is not hunter-gatherer civilization. Capitalism is a system where the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. I'm teaching you something. I'm awakening you. I'm teaching you. I'm helping you to learn to think. Right? Whereas everyone else who says capitalism is not paying taxes, capitalism is having money, capitalism is income inequality, capitalism is greed, everyone else is just demagoguing to you. Whereas I'm actually teaching you what capitalism is. I'm teaching you to think. I'm helping you to understand the nature of reality, and everyone else is just appealing to your emotions. And that is the difference between demagogy and real politics. We engage in real politics at the Center for Political Innovation. Now, Wallace Wattles, who was a socialist, who was a friend of Eugene Debs, he said this, and I'm going to read this as a long quote, but it's very, very important about what it means to be a revolutionary activist. He said, "The more you talk and think about your hard times, the more you will be inclined to seek some mental narcotic to dull the keen edge of your suffering, and the longer you will suffer. No surer way to keep the masses poor can be devised than to continually write and talk about their poverty. Talk about the good time coming. The good time is coming, and the rapidity of its coming is the exact proportion to the number of people who think about it and talk about it. Instead of going about showing horrible pictures of the conditions of those who live in tenements, go about showing beautiful pictures of the conditions of those who will live in the coming city. If you can inspire one person to go out and work for the coming city, you have done more good than you can by sending out 10 people with slaves and plasterers to relieve existing distress. Instead of crusading against child labor and bad factory conditions, tell the working people what splendid conditions they will have when they wake up and begin to operate the industries for themselves. The masses are not in bondage to anything but ignorance and intellectual laziness, and they can have what they will if they will begin to think. Our job is not to go out and get everyone mad about how much the world sucks. Not our job. Our job is not to go out and get everyone sad about how unfair the world is. Our job is to go out and inspire people to be creative, to understand that with their creativity, they could improve the world. And that if we awakened and if we stopped living biologically and we rationally organized our economy, we could make the world a better place. We could stamp our will upon nature, the very definition of what it means to be a human being. Our job is to get people to think, not to feel, but to think. Our job is to awaken people to think and understand how if we asserted our willpower, if we stopped just going through life following whatever the algorithm says, if we asserted our willpower, we could make the world a better place. Our job as revolutionaries is to inspire people to think. To think. That is what our job is. Our job is to inspire people to think. If you're going to be a revolutionary activist, you must stay engaged. The first thing you must do is you must examine your own motivations and your own subconscious. You need to know what drives you. Furthermore, you cannot be atomized. You need to connect with other people. You need to be in a revolutionary organization. And I know that doesn't make me popular. That's one of the main reasons that I think, people don't watch this channel, is I am not here to just...
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Anti-humanism and pessimism, right? I gave a talk about ancient Rome a couple weeks back. And I talked about how in ancient Rome you had your hedonists and your stoics, right? And your hedonists were people who just lived for pleasure, right? And they went to the gladiatorial shows and they had drunken parties and they lived for pleasure. But you had some Romans who just couldn't buy into that, and they were stoics, right? And that meant that they took lots of drugs and had mystical experiences, they starved themselves, they followed philosophers that said there's more to life than wealth and money. But neither the hedonists nor the stoics could offer a way out of the Roman Empire. The problem with the Roman Empire was that it was holding back history. It was beating people down all over the world, and its entire existence was in opposition to historical progress. And the only forces that could have saved Rome were the proletariat and Julius Caesar, who had a line of march. And the line of march wasn't we're going to tear apart the Roman Empire and have a big bloody war. The line of march was changing the way the Roman Empire related to the world and having the Roman Empire begin to engage in historical progress, right? And there's a lot of pessimism in the world today. Climate change is real. I believe in climate change. It is 100% real. Look at the weather we've been having and how erratic it is. Climate change is a fact. However, the answer to climate change is scientific progress. We need more funding of scientific research to develop new methods of getting us off of fossil fuels and new energy sources. We need new development. The answer to the problem of climate change is not everyone just becoming poorer in order to preserve the environment, right? And I also want to say the same about cultural issues, right? That you cannot convince somebody who is opposed to abortion, you cannot have a rational conversation with them and convince them to change their opinion. That around these culture wars, this is not a rational discussion. You're arguing with people's fundamental religious and deep beliefs, cultural beliefs. You're not going to change that. But somebody who might not be able to agree with the left on a cultural issue or a gender issue might be able to overall agree with a line of march, with a vision for economically rejuvenating the country. And that if you want to actually change society, you need to be able to mobilize people with whom you disagree on issues. And I think that conversation needs to be had. And then the fifth point is revolutionaries must glorify strength and not weakness. I talked before about the fact that there are these two schools. You have your revolutionary intelligentsia that always exists, and then you have your broad masses of people, right? And among the revolutionary intelligentsia, a lot of them, the reason that they are attracted to revolutionary politics is because they don't like authority. They feel that those who are in power and have authority are oppressive and brutal, and they're outraged and opposed to such authority. And that makes sense. However, for a lot of those folks, I feel like that has morphed into a kind of pathological worship of anything they perceive as weak, right? You can take the Jussie Smollett case, right? Jussie Smollett, according to what's being alleged by the police, hoaxed a hate crime. He made himself the victim of a hate crime, right? And everyone hates him for it. No one's praising him for it. Now, Donald Trump has lied about all kinds of stuff, right? He's falsified a lot of things about himself. But he maintains a huge base of people who admire him. Why? He lies in order to make himself look stronger, not in order to make himself look like a victim.
And there are working people in this country that are suffering, and that they want a way out of the crisis, and they don't want to follow someone who looks like a victim. They want to follow somebody who looks strong enough that they can lead them out of the crisis. And for a lot of people that are in this revolutionary intelligentsia, that are angered by authority, anything that reeks of strength is seen as a threat, is seen as oppressive, is seen as fascist. And so because of that, there's this opposition to anything developing on the left that would reek of strength. And that's a problem, because ultimately when people are suffering, they want to get behind somebody who looks strong enough that they could solve their problem. And that seems to be a big problem that exists in left circles. You know, people often ask why students and youth for a new America, this youth group, why they wear suits, right? Because serious politicians wear suits, right? When working class people vote for politicians to solve their problems, they're wearing suits. You know, that you have to look at all times like you're somebody who would like to lead the country, and not someone who would like to lead the country into a violent revolution, someone who would like to lead the country out of the crisis, someone who would like to improve people's living standards and lives. And on that note, I wanted to point toward the slogan. So the slogan that Students and Youth for a New America has adopted. We need a government of action to fight for working families. A government of action. Neoliberalism says the government should stay out, right? The government shouldn't do anything, hands off, laissez-faire. But socialism and the transition towards socialism in Venezuela and other countries began with a government of action coming into power. Take the opioid epidemic. A government of action would immediately declare an emergency over the opioid epidemic. It would nationalize the pharmaceutical companies and use their profits to build treatment facilities all over the country. It would provide treatment to those who suffered addiction to opioids, and it would mobilize the community to wipe out the scourge of heroin addiction. A government of action here in New York City would immediately impose a tax on landlords for having empty housing units, and as a result drive the price of rent to affordable levels. They would also restrict real estate sales in order to halt the speculation market that has been driving the price of real estate and rent higher. A government of action would declare that houses are for living in, not for bankers and landlords to make profits, and would force the market to adjust based on this understanding. A government of action would immediately renationalize the subway system and take it out of the hands of the public beneficent corporation, the MTA, that's been ripping off the public. A government of action would hire the China Railway Corporation, the state-run train company that makes the fastest trains in the entire world, to rebuild the public transportation system. A government of action would not bail out banks, it would seize them. It would put lending and the distribution of credit into the hands of the community, and allow the community to determine how money should be spent, what corporations should receive a subsidy based on what they can do for the community, right? A government of action would stop allowing big corporations to rake in super profits from oil and gas and the coal, right? Instead, it would declare that the oil, the gas, the coal, and the timber of the United States, it's the property of everyone who lives in this country, and the profits from it should go to build more universities and more high-speed railway and for the overall development of the country. A government of action would stop spending billions of dollars to maintain hundreds of overseas military bases, occupying and drone striking people around the world. A government of action would utilize the money being spent on the military, and more importantly, the human beings in the military who actually want to serve the country, and would use them to rebuild the country, fix up the crumbling highways, the water systems, and the power plants. Any communist who cannot give an answer to what would you do if you were the president is in complete dereliction of duty. And I wanted to just end with the point, there's a very famous writer named Thomas Carlyle, not a Marxist, not a socialist, but he's a well-known historian, a sociologist. And in his writing, he talks about how a lot of the great prophets of ancient times, like Jeremiah and Zarathustra and Muhammad, a lot of the times they would emphasize the end to idolatry, or the worship of idols, right? And he talks about what does this actually mean, this worship of idols, right? Because the people in ancient times, they weren't stupid. They didn't literally believe they could just carve some piece of wood or piece of stone and that would be God, right? That when these idols or fetishes were erected, when they were erected, people associated them with higher principles and higher ideals. And when these prophets came along, like Jeremiah or Muhammad or Zarathustra, came along and urged the people to stop worshiping idols, what they were saying was that they should stop being routine, right? They should stop worshiping this piece of wood and actually start believing in the principles and the passions that this piece of wood, this piece of stone once stood for. Carlyle talks about how the prophets are those who come to restore passion and meaning and truth to the earth when things have become routine and dull and unquestioned, right? Well, I feel very much like Marxism in the United States has become a land of idols. You've got a lot of forces who bow before their little picture of Rosa Luxemburg or Trotsky or their holy leader from the 20th century and go about living a routine. And I hope that everyone in this room can become a kind of 21st century prophet of Marxism. And that you can encourage people to cast away their idols and instead return to the principles and the passions and the truths that once built the socialist movement and once led to the transformation of whole societies. And on that note, I am finished. And that a lot of times these things get confused, and that one of the things that neoliberalism has done is said that socialism is when the government does stuff, right? So if the government does anything, it's socialism. The post office is socialist, right? You know, McDonald's is capitalist, the post office is socialist. This is silly. Every capitalist society in history has had some level of public, you know, roads, for example, right? The roads aren't built around here because New York City is a socialist country. They're just the socialist communist government built all these roads, the government's doing stuff. They were built because all these buildings are owned by capitalists who really need people to be able to drive to these buildings. You know what I mean? And the post office is in the Constitution. It's actually in the Constitution that the U.S. federal government will maintain a post office. For a long time, they didn't even legalize FedEx and other things. They protected the monopoly of the post office much more aggressively. Because in order to have a capitalist market, you needed to have, you know, a post office that wasn't loyal to any private entity, that the state would oversee, so every business got equal treatment when it came to the post office so that everyone could send things through the mail. It's only in the 70s and 80s, with the rise of neoliberalism, Ludwig von Mises, Milton Friedman, Friedrich von Hayek, Ayn Rand, it's only with the rise of those folks that all of a sudden this notion that we don't need a public sector has been raised. Private prisons. If you went back to people in the 1920s and said, hey, why don't we pay private companies to set up prisons? And then they'll have an incentive for the more people that get locked up, then they'll make money. What could go wrong with that, right? People would have looked at you like you're a nut. People would have said, are you insane? They'll be locking people up like crazy because they want to make money. Well, that all changed with the rise of neoliberalism and Milton Friedman. You know, military contractors, private companies that make money from war, right? Instead of having the military do it out of the public budget, we have private companies that get paid our tax dollars in order to go fight wars around the world. What could go wrong with that? Well, I can think of a lot. There's an incentive, you know, and that this is neoliberalism, and this is a different form of capitalism. There's welfare capitalism, you know, that we saw across Europe, and the Keynesian consensus that came after the Second World War, where you had, these were capitalist countries, but they had huge state sectors, like in Norway and Sweden and France, where you had almost full employment because the government, anyone who was unemployed, they'd hire you to be an artist, and you just paint a picture in your house, and they'd give you a check. You know, that kind of thing happened, but that wasn't overturning capitalism. That was an effort to maintain capitalism with state intervention. And that's why I urge people to avoid the phrase redistribution of wealth. Because redistribution of wealth happens under any system. Any system has redistributed wealth. The roads outside this building are built with wealth that was redistributed from the tax dollars of people like you and me, right? We paid our taxes, they then built the roads, right? And some countries redistribute huge amounts of wealth. Some countries do it very small. In some cases, we redistribute wealth to the rich, right? We give corporate subsidies and bailouts to banks and such. In some cases, we redistribute wealth to low-income folks, like food stamps. But food stamps, let's be real, also benefits agribusiness and the farmers, right? It enables, it's a subsidy of American agriculture, but it also helps low-income people get food. Redistribution of wealth happens under every system. Every system has redistribution of wealth. Socialism is not the redistribution of wealth. Socialism is a new economic system in which the state plans and controls the economy in order to ensure that economic growth continues. And that distinction needs to be made, because I feel like, and that's the weird thing about the Bernie Sanders movement, is it's like for so long, the average advocates of neoliberalism have said, what, you want to see a doctor when you're sick? We can't do that. That's socialism. Oh, what, you want a free education? You can't do that. That's socialism. So you've got a whole generation of young people who are like, all right, fine, I'm a socialist, right? I'm a socialist. You got me. You know, that's basically what's going on here, is we're renegotiating neoliberalism. But I think we should be having a conversation about the fact that our economy operates to serve profits, not public good. And that's what Eugene Debs and socialism and Marxism was all about from the beginning. So do we want to conclude on that? All right. Thank you very much. It was fun. Be sure to give us your email before you go. Thanks. Now, when it comes to the recent attacks on Crimea,
There was a U.S. reconnaissance plane that was spotted in the area, and this points to the fact that the USA could have been directly involved providing data. In addition to that, we now have this promise from Biden to send long-range ATACMS missiles. So at what point does the United States become a partisan of this conflict? At what point does this actually become a direct conflict with the United States, not simply a proxy conflict via Ukraine? When do we define the United States as being involved?
There are legal norms pursuant to which a country is identified as being a direct party to hostilities, and we and Western countries are doing everything possible to avoid them, not to mention them. But the fact that they are effectively engaged in hostilities with us, using the Ukrainians as fodder, we see that those who are here present, those who have even the slightest interest in the huge flow of information that and analytical material that is emerging in connection with the Ukrainian situation, they know perfectly well that Americans and the British and many others are engaged in hostilities. They are waging war, first and foremost, through the deliveries of more and more volumes and quantities of weapons. Today, in the statement at the General Assembly, I mentioned the figures about $170 billion at least being invested in Ukraine alone. Against the backdrop, and the statistics are also available to follow the promises, volumes, and timelines that the Western country provided to the Africans and other countries requiring assistance, first and foremost in terms of development and to address issues linked to climate change. One can't compare this even slightly. There's no comparison. Consider the credits provided to developing countries with the IMF, the World Bank, and even the International Association for Development. Ukraine was provided with credits of approximately 700% of its quota. Nobody has ever done this, 700% of the quota. And Ukraine's debt is significant. And they have been allowed not to pay this until 2027. Such concessional and quick decisions are not taken were never ever taken with respect to any other country. But so on the weaponry, that's clear. Turning to instructors, that's also clear. There are training of instructors in Poland, in Germany, in the United Kingdom. I am certain that there are instructors working in large quantities on Ukrainian soil as well. And of course, there are many mercenaries there, many of whom are official officers, but the status, mercenary status, allows them to avoid a crossing of that legal threshold. But special information on satellites. We read about the statements about Elon Musk and his Starlink company's position, but military satellites are working throughout. Intelligence aircraft are also located and identified in the air, and U.S. reconnaissance planes, U.S. and British reconnaissance planes, are not only helping to identify objectives and targets, but they're showing where our air defenses are working so that next time they could help. So you can call this whatever you want to call this, but they are directly at war with us. We call this a hybrid war, but that doesn't change the reality.
Because not all of us agree with each other. And the internet is so dedicated to trying to get us to fight each other. Twitter is so good at finding the differences between all of us. And we all need to learn the art of seeing something by someone we agree with or we agree with on imperialism and agree with on our overall vision that we disagree with and going, I'm just going to let it go. Or I'll talk to them about it in person, where we can see human to human, where it doesn't turn into a big internet blow-up. We all got to practice that. And, we all got to get used to, look, the Uhuru movement was here. We saw them sit down for the national anthem. I don't care. They disagree with us on revolutionary patriotism. I don't care. That's not the point. The point is they're under attack by the government. That's the point. That they're under attack by the government. That's the point. No more rage. want to talk about, John Brown. And I think, John Brown, we got a couple people are going to, help me with these pictures here. All right, thanks. Now, this guy, John Brown, they don't teach us enough about him in the history books. John Brown was an abolitionist. He was opposed to slavery, and he ultimately formed anti-slavery militias in the state of Kansas, and then he ultimately gave his life at Harper's Ferry in an attempt to seize control of weapons and build an army of freed slaves to drive out and fight the slave system. And John Brown, he was a heroic, amazing individual, but he wasn't the deepest man you ever met. In fact, if you read some of his writings, you read some of the accounts of his life, his most common argument against slavery and his most common explanation for why he did what he did, you know what it was? He said it was the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If I was held in slavery, I would want people to fight for my freedom, so that's what I'm doing. I'm living by the golden rule. Very simple, not a complicated argument. You don't have to know about Hegel, you don't have to know about Sartre, you don't have to understand economics. It was just basic human solidarity. And he's one of the greatest heroes in American history. John Brown. But I also want to talk about this guy, because there's a lot of people talking about this guy now, Fred Hampton. Not enough people are actually reading what he wrote and listening to what he said. And there's plenty of video of him on the internet that you can watch. This man, he built free breakfast programs, he built community self-defense organizations, he built the original Rainbow Coalition, bringing together the different organizations of working people in Chicago. And this guy was all about unity. This guy was all about getting people to see what they had in common. But what was the name? What was the name of the Black Panther Party originally? What did they call it? It's called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Self-defense. You guys can sit down now. You put the pictures back. Self-defense. Nothing more American than self-defense, huh? Right? We love the Second Amendment here. Not all of us do, obviously, but that's a pretty American value, the right to defend yourself. And those of us who study the history of scientific Marxism, we reject what's called left adventurism, or terrorism. The idea that an isolated group of people are going to get some guns or explosives and go out and do something really exciting and heroic, then, we reject that. That's not scientific. We advocate a peaceful transition. We advocate moving towards socialism peacefully. But we do know that as the people organize, and as they build up their community organizations, as they start to struggle legally with strikes and protests, that the government will come down on them. And they do know that there may come a time where the American people have no choice but to do what is in our blood, defend ourselves. And it won't be us in this organization that do that. It won't be us that does it. We're a small group of people. We're a great group of us, but we're a couple hundred people in the Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be the broad masses of Americans in their millions that will defend themselves. What we offer is that when they do defend themselves, and when the moment comes that they do defend themselves, they have to know what they're fighting for. They have to know what they stand for, and they have to defend themselves in a way that actually gets us to something better. I just want to be totally honest with you. We're heading toward a new America. We are heading toward an America that's at peace with the rest of the world, with jobs and healthcare and education for all. We're heading toward an America where historically impoverished communities are lifted up. We're heading toward a new America where working class communities are lifted up, where every young person is viewed as an asset to the country and treasured and valued and cultivated so they can build a contribution to that society. That's what we're doing. But in order to get there, we need to build a community. We need to build an organization. We need to build a group of people who are committed to the hardship of being in an organization, are committed to getting through the arguments, getting through the long meetings and disagreements, getting through the disappointments that other people might give to you, getting through all of that in order to keep the organization together. We need that. Because that storm is coming. And that storm is coming. When that storm comes, it won't matter how many Facebook likes we've got. It won't matter how many Twitter shares we've got. All that is going to matter is going to be the network that we've built, the community that we've built, the relationships that we've had, the people that we've taught and educated. And when the storm comes, when that storm comes, that is all that will matter. And that's what we need to keep our eyes on. That's what we need to keep our eyes on. right? We're not competing with Jacobin. We're not competing with the Communist Party. We're not competing with some Maoist or Trotskyite group. We are essentially in a race against time. We're in a race against time. And the Uhuru raids, what happened to them, is a sign of what could be coming down the road. Maybe for our organization, we don't know. So we must work diligently, and we must build, and we must weather the hardship of building an organization. And we must learn to construct something. And we must learn to operate in ways that are different. There may be times where, right now, sure, we're operating openly as communists, we're talking about that. There may be times where we have to operate a little differently, where we have to, build what looks like a feminist organization, or build what looks like an Islamic organization, or a community healthcare organization. We may have to, on some level, conceal our love of Stalin. We may have to do that. And there also may be situations where we have to operate completely differently. We have to be committed to doing whatever is necessary and whatever needs to be done. We have to be down for the whole thing. We have to be down for the whole thing. Lenny Bruce, the comedian, he had a joke that he told that went like this. I don't know if you've ever heard it. He used to talk about the old 1950s television show. It's The Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger, he wore a mask, he was a white dude, and then he had a Native American sidekick named Tonto. The story goes, the joke of Lenny Bruce is that the Lone Ranger and Tonto were surrounded by a group of Native Americans with their spears ready, pointed out at them, and they were facing the edge of a cliff. There was no escape. And so the Lone Ranger turned to Tonto and said, "Tonto, what are we going to do?" And Tonto said, "What do you mean we, white man?" Well, you think about that joke, I think that's what's ahead for the U.S. ruling class. Because they're looking at China rising up, and they're looking at Russia rising up, and they're looking at Venezuela and Iran, and they're turning to the American working class, and they're saying, "American working class." And I think Joe Biden's saying, "American working class, what are we going to do?" And the American working class is saying, "What do you mean we, Joe Biden? What do you mean we?" I get back to that quote from Marx about how the only way they can resolve the crisis is with enforced destruction of productive forces, the conquest of new markets, more thorough exploitation of the old ones, paving the way for extensive and more destructive crises. And I hear that, and I'll say one thing to the ruling class of the United States. You're not going to degrow us, and you're not going to cancel us, and we are going to keep organizing and fighting back and resisting, and we are going to build this organization, and we are going to lay the foundations for a whole new America to be built. That is what we are going to do. We are going to stay strong. We are not going to surrender. We will not be eliminated. Dare to win. They talk about these mass shootings that have happened, and one theme in these mass shootings they talk about is this so-called great replacement theory, right? This idea that, it's a white supremacist conspiracy theory. They're trying to eliminate the whites or something like that. And this is being promoted. And I'm sure there are a lot of people of color that hear that and say, "Are you kidding me? They've been trying to eliminate us for years." When I just graduated from high school, one of the socialist groups I was working with sent me to New Orleans on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. And I talked to people who'd been left on their rooftops to die. And I saw, what was happening to the black community at that time. And, my message to any of these people that are caught up in this white supremacist great replacement stuff is, I'm sorry, this is not a war against white people. This is a war against working people. And they're coming for all of us. They're coming for all of us. They've been coming for the black and brown people for a long time. They're coming for the white workers. They want to degrow all of us. They want to destroy all of us in order to save their system. And now is not the time to call people out and tear them down. You gain nothing by doing that. Did you know that? You gain nothing by destroying somebody and tearing them down. Now's not the time to do that. Now is the time to point out to people that now is an opportunity like no other to build solidarity. To get people to see that we have the same enemy. And that enemy ain't in Russia, it's not in China, it's not in Iran, and it's not in Venezuela, and it's not in Alabama, and it's not in Kentucky, and it's not in Arkansas. It's in Washington, D.C., and it's in the Pentagon. And that's really all I got to say for tonight. So I think Paul is going to play us a song. Then we'll have a brief Q&A discussion, and I think then we're going to be done. So Paul is going to play a song, and I believe, Paul, if I'm correct, your song is going to be in honor of Fred Hampton and John Brown, and some people are going to hold the pictures again while you play it, right? Am I correct? All right, go ahead.
Oroshirova Ovaria, Oroshirova Ovaria, Oroshirova Ovaria, Nishar Hatantare, Shirova Havambale, the Bea Gratu Vei, the Hungara, Eseliv Migrasu Tilta Leshnagara, Oroshirova Ovaria, Oroshirova Ovaria,
entertain you. I'm here to tell you, you got to get involved. You need to join the Center for Political Innovation. You need to join the movement, right? And you need to get involved in the struggle to build a better world, and that you will not be happy just passively watching and consuming content. You need to get involved. You must stay engaged and not withdraw. Often when people are feeling in a negative way, when things don't go their way, their response is to just pull back, to quit, to isolate. And if you do that, it's only going to get worse. You need to stay engaged. You need to resist gangster aesthetics. Right? Our culture is Oedipal and libidinal, and we need rational thinking, and we also need parental transference. There's an urgent need for parental transference in our society. But anyhow, these are ways you can combat the atlanticist pathology in daily life. First, you can do regular outreach to strangers, right? Penny is a great example of that. Penny, in the lead up to the Minneapolis workshop, she talked to her coworkers about it. She talked to people in her neighborhood about it. She's constantly going out and talking to people that aren't in our political circles about what we believe, and engaging with them and asking them what they think and what their opinion is. Don't live in a bubble. Don't let your phone decide who it is that you get to listen to. Don't let them convince you that you can only speak to people that are in your circles, right? You very much need to speak to average people, speak to people in your neighborhood, speak to your coworkers, speak to people you don't know. Don't live in a bubble. Next, this is a weird one, but it's done wonders for me. Listen before you go to sleep at night, every night, to classical music. And when you wake up in the morning, before you go about your day, listen to classical music. Start your day every day with classical music. Why? Because classical music has a less emotional appeal. If you listen to Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, if you listen to a lot of music, traditional music from Asia, traditional music from different parts of the world, it's not inspiring you in a libidinal way. It is rather appealing to rationality. Your mind is paying attention to patterns in the music rather than just getting amped up emotionally. A lot of our music nowadays amps you up emotionally, right? It amps you up, gets you fired up, it's passionate. But if you listen to Bach, right? If you listen to Beethoven, Mozart, it does the opposite. Your mind starts paying attention to patterns, and that is a much healthier way to think. And it helps you kind of get control and kind of smooth over the crazy libidinal culture that we have. In addition to that, get some icons, right? I told you that, you know, in the Russian Orthodox Church, they had icons of saints that they looked up to. Well, find people from history that you look up to, great revolutionary leaders, great people, and get a picture of them and have that picture on display and talk to that person and imagine that person in your life. Explain to that person what you are trying to do. Consult that person in your mind, right? Help that person become your super ego, right? That's a really, really important thing to do. Get a picture. If you like Hugo Chavez, get a picture of Hugo Chavez. If you like Stalin, get a picture of Stalin. If you like Roosevelt or Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X, get a picture of them, right? If you like Rosa Luxemburg, get a picture of her and put that icon in your bedroom, put that icon in your living room and talk to it and imagine talking to that person and explaining to that person what you're doing and tell that person about the revolutionary activities that you're engaging in. Tell them what you're doing. Put that person into your mind. Have that person become your superego, become your conscience, become the voice that you consult. Think, what would I do, right? If your hero is Martin Luther King, think, well, what would Martin Luther King think? And have a picture of Martin Luther King in your home and imagine explaining to Martin Luther King what it is that you're doing and what he might say about it, right? You want to actively develop a superego, and having icons is a great way to do it. Another thing to do is to keep a dream journal, because in dreams, your subconscious and suppressed feelings can come across. You may have anger you're not aware of. You may have sadness or painful feelings you're not aware of. And in your dreams, you can catch, subconscious feelings. They kind of drip through in your dreams. Another thing to do is to memorize. Memorize phrases and mantras and chant them. On these streams, we have certain phrases that we say over and over again. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. Say whatever your mantra is over and over and over again. Have certain phrases that you repeat to yourself until you know them, right? Until they become part of you. Phrases that can give you power. Phrases that can draw strength. Maybe long ones that you memorize and recite to yourself over and over and over again, right? Revolution is the main trend in the world today. A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression, but the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today. There you go. I can do it one more time. A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression, but the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today. That's a mantra, and it gives you strength. The other thing is keep your word. If you decide to do something, do it. Keep your word to others and keep your word to yourself. If you promise yourself that you are going to go to the gym, go to the gym. If you promise yourself that you are going to vacuum the living room, vacuum the living room. If you promise your friend that you're going to go visit their grandma with them on Friday night, go and visit their grandma with them on Friday night. Because every time you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, you disappoint yourself. And you may not be aware of it, right? You may think, I didn't feel like getting up today and going to the gym. I didn't feel like vacuuming the living room. But every time you say that you're going to do something to a friend or to yourself and you don't do it, you hate yourself. Part of you becomes disappointed in yourself. You let yourself down and your self-esteem decreases. I am being dead honest with you. And you have less confidence and it gets you closer to living biologically, right? When you say, I am going to vacuum the living room, when you make that decision and then you go out and vacuum the living room, you are asserting your will onto reality. You're asserting your humanity. And when you don't, you've disappointed yourself. When you say to your friend, I am going to go visit your grandma with you on Friday, and you, on Friday, you get up and you go and visit your grandma with them on Friday, you are asserting your humanity. You are asserting your will. You're not living biologically. So if you say you're going to do something, do it. I'm dead serious. And if you don't, you're disappointing yourself. Now, we can't help it. Obviously, we don't do what we say we're going to do. But you should make a conscious effort that if you decide I am going to do something, unless something really big happens or unless it's just not possible, you do it. You want to live true to your word, not just so that you're reliable, right? So that people who work with you know that you mean what you say and you say what you mean. You earn their respect, but you earn your own respect. You remind yourself of your own power, right? Every time you make a commitment to do something and you do it, you are saying to yourself, I am powerful. You are empowering yourself, right? And you become stronger and you become more aware of your humanity. You become less of a living biologically entity. You become less of a plant. You become less of a dog or a rat. You become more of a human. So it's really, really important that you do what you say you're going to do. And on top of that, you've got to stay engaged. You must make every effort not to isolate. When something doesn't go well, when you feel like the world sucks, reach out, talk to people, connect with other people. Because if you isolate, it will only get worse. You must stay engaged and you must connect with other people. And this is a daily battle. It is very hard. It is very hard to stay on the revolutionary road, and it is not easy. It is not easy to go back to stay away from just living biologically. It is a daily battle. But if you're going to be a revolutionary, you need to do it. But you need other people. You need other people who can be with you, because it's a lot easier when you're in an organization. It is a lot easier when you have comrades and friends and people you can trust and people who you can look up to and people who will be patient with you if you make a mistake and people who will forgive you if you do something wrong and people who will teach you things you didn't hear or didn't know or will show you things from a different perspective. It's very, very important to stay engaged and connected even when it's difficult, because they are doing everything they can in our society to make us isolated and atomized individuals. And it is a daily, constant battle to stay on the revolutionary road and not be reduced to living biologically. And it's not easy, and it's difficult, and they are using insanity as a mechanism of social control. They want us all to be insane, right? They want us all to be insane so they can control us. And you have to assert your humanity. You have to think, you have to awaken, and you have to connect with others so that we can change the world and fight to defeat globalism, imperialism.
The last thing we need right now is another war, especially one in the Middle East. This is the last thing the Americans want.
That Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here.
Iran, Brazil, instead of traditional American allies.
Yeah. NATO saying, U.S. we want to develop Africa for African people, not for the bankers on Wall Street who are not only keeping people of Africa poor, but keeping people in this very city poor. Why are there so many homeless people in America? Why?
To give to them, and we want to really show them that there are Americans in the United States who do not hate the North Koreans. Not only do we not hate them, but we respect them, we admire their revolutionary tradition, we admire how they showed support for the Palestinian people.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s, the gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
Representing the United States on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation. And Mr. President, I'd like to echo my partner's sentiments in saying thank you so very much for allowing us to come here.
Them as they are, and I want them to develop themselves. I want them to develop a spirit, a revolutionary spirit of their own, all on their own. And through the process of building socialism, we will discover what that means.
Antagonism between our countries, but I think that many Americans are starting to wake up and see the lies that they have been told their whole life about countries like Russia. And more as people are becoming more unhappy with the state of the economy at home, they're starting to see that their enemies are not the Russian people, it's the criminals on Wall Street who are keeping them poor.
I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk? Yeah. It felt like it. And it's the wind, it's like a big sail.
So, we're now going to have a couple CPI members that'll be speaking, and the first of which is someone who spent the last month here in Chicago building for the convention, and that is Noah Schenk. And you know, Noah's been with us for quite some time. He's from the Boston area, but he's been here in Chicago putting up posters and building for the conference. And he's going to give a presentation about our book we published about the Houthis and everything going on there. So, yeah, take it away, Noah.
Sure. Well, you know, I was watching Syed Husseini's presentation, and I was watching it, and I was very moved. And like any good activist, I thought to myself, how can I make this about myself? And it's really easy because I have spent the last month doing a lot of outreach. After October 7th and what the Houthis had been heroically doing in the Red Sea, blocking Israeli and American ships, people who were aiding in the genocide against Gaza, you know, from doing trade on the global stage, we were able to, and the subsequent bombing of them, we were able to get out this book in record time. And I've spent the last month doing a lot of outreach specifically oriented around this book. I've been going to a lot of mosques. I've been going to Hands Off Iran rallies and Free Palestine rallies and handing them out to people. And while the reactions are mixed, obviously it's quite a controversial topic. You know, you will get Zionists sticking cameras in your faces, convinced that they're going to cancel you somehow, or the occasional person will think you're a cop and run away. But overwhelmingly, the reaction has been very, very, very good. I just remember going to Palestine rallies or No War with Iran rallies, and I would take these big, they look like, if you've ever worked in like a paper warehouse, they have the big, it's that, but it's full of books. And they have like 500 books each. And you would go, and you would carry it on your shoulder because oftentimes you would have to go alone. And sometimes, you know, the protesters would be mixed, or they'd say, I'm not interested, I have my own thing, or they'd try and give you a piece of paper or whatever. But the people going by, especially if they're marching, or they would look at it like it was something alien, or it was something precious, and they felt like they had to grab it up. And that was my experience. I went to a Shia mosque as well, and I had called ahead, and I had spoken with an employee. I wanted to be respectful. I didn't want to show up at a time that would have been a bad time. And I asked him, is there a time that I can come and I can talk to you about our conference and I can give you a copy of the book? And he was wary, but he allowed me to come. He told me to come at a certain time. And it was during a time of prayer, actually, that he invited me to come. So I felt kind of awkward about it. I tried to remain respectful. Obviously, prayer is something that is very precious to people. I myself am not a Muslim. I don't even know how to pray. So I was kind of going through the motions. But I had the books with me, and I was being careful not to distribute of them, not to be disrespectful. But I remember a lot of the older members, they would look over at the book. They were from Iran, they were from Pakistan, they were from wherever. They were devout Shia Muslims who care about justice, and they would just grab them from me. And the imam was giving me looks, and it's not me, man. It's something that's really special. And I just felt like I wasn't even really doing that much, but a younger member of the mosque, he was next to me, and he asked me, like, what are you doing here? And I explained the situation, and he asked, well, are you Muslim? And I said, well, no, I'm a Christian. He was like, oh, well, that's really interesting. You don't really see a lot of people like that. He said, what you're doing is really special. And it's true, what CPI has done with this book is extremely special, and that's why we've gotten the reaction that we have. Just in the time that I've been here, we've distributed 2,000 books, and it's not just a book, a dry academic history of the Houthi movement. It's a book that explains to Americans why they should care. It's somebody who doesn't really even care about the intricacies of Islam, or maybe they have a vague understanding that the Palestinians are right and that the Israelis are wrong. They can look at this book and they can learn about it. And that is really important because ever since October 7th and the bombings that have been going on in Gaza, the world has really, they've been looking on awe at what the Houthis have accomplished. But by most metrics, Yemen is the poorest country on the face of the planet. This is a desperately poor people. They live in conditions that are unthinkable to us in the West. And what we saw was this generation's Vietnam. We saw people who are poor and who are oppressed, many of them whom live in agriculture, and they were able to defeat something that brands itself as the greatest military power on the face of the earth. I think Chairman Mao said, a small country can surely defeat a large country. A weak country can surely defeat a strong. If only they dare to grasp in their own hands the destiny of their struggle, of their country. And struggle. And that's what they've been doing. They've been struggling. And I am in awe of that myself. It's hard for me to wrap my head around. But I must say, when I look at some of the support that I see for Ansar Allah, for the Houthis online, I'm disappointed. And I see it I've seen TikToks, I've seen people on Instagram, and it'll be something like this. It'll be some teenager. And they'll be talking about the injustice that is the American bombing of the Houthis and of trying to prevent them from blocking ships in the Red Sea. And they'll say something along the lines of, oh, well, those American servicemen, they're going to fuck around and find out. They're going to learn that the Houthis mean business, and we're going to kill them. And it's like, you're an American. You know, you should weep for the fact that even one American serviceman would die for Israel's unjust war in the Middle East. You know, and that speaks to something that's really sick about our culture. And it's not just on the left, it's on the right as well. But a lot of people get into politics and they take positions not because they really believe in them, but it's because they want to piss off somebody they don't like. They become a communist because they want to piss off their parents who were mean to them or the people who bullied them in high school. And it happens on the right as well. I have met so many young men, and I'll walk up to them and they're wearing a cross around their neck and they'll tell me about how they're an evangelical. And I'll be really interested because I'm interested in learning about people who are ideological. And I'll say, well, what speaks to you about the teachings of Jesus Christ? And they can't tell me anything. They can't tell me about how Jesus Christ was a revolutionary who stood up to the slaveocracy that was the Roman Empire. They can't tell me about how he cared for the poor, for the sick, and the oppressed. What they think is, woke people don't like Jesus, and I don't like woke people, and so therefore I like Jesus. And that's not the right way to be looking at any issue. Because when you support something, when you support a movement, whether it's critical or otherwise, it has to come from a concrete understanding, a real understanding of where that movement is and where it's going. It's a great title for a book. So I'd like to take a step back for a second. I'd like to ask where the Houthis come from. Because to understand where the Houthi movement comes from, you have to understand about Yemen and how they developed historically. So you have to know about the country of Yemen. And as I mentioned earlier, Yemen is a deeply, deeply poor country. It's extremely impoverished. By many metrics, the poorest in the world. In fact, the CIA World Factbook, this is an imperialist source, so they're not lying, estimates that 25% of the population does not have proper access to food, and that nearly 30% of the population is completely illiterate. Now, that doesn't mean that they can read a little bit here and there, that they can read signs or something. They are completely illiterate. Can you imagine how humiliating it is? For us in the West, it's almost impossible to comprehend because we take for granted the basic dignity that is reading. Imagine how difficult it would be to navigate your life. You can't read a road sign. You can't know where you're going, how to get directions. You can't read a menu at a restaurant. You can't communicate with your friends. It would be humiliating. And imagine being asked to read something basic and having to look that person in the eyes and say, well, I can't read.
I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. Said, to my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working-class Italian. And he opens the book, and he starts looking through it, and he gets misty-eyed, very misty-eyed. And I thought it's because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looks up to me and says, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad. Neither can the students. I mean, that's not something. I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it. You know, it's a very complicated book, an academic book. He says, yeah, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read.
And it's part of the reason Yemen is so poor is actually that they're not poor. Countries in the world that are very poor tend to actually not be. A good example is Nigeria. It's a very similar situation to Yemen. The people of Nigeria are extremely poor, despite the fact that, like Yemen, it is a very wealthy country. Both countries have tremendous oil wealth, tremendous mineral wealth. And why is it that they're not able to develop that? It's because of the system that some call globalism, and on the right, and on the left we might call it imperialism. And that system is where banks and monopolies intentionally underdevelop countries to turn them into captive markets. So instead of Yemen being able to go to the market and act as a competitor to Rockefeller or BP or Shell or Chevron, instead they have to go to the market with crude oil, which is worth much less than refined oil, and they have to sell it to the Saudis at a price that is highway robbery, and then it's refined and sold back to them at a profit. They've been turned into a captive market. It's sickening. And Yemen is a very tribal society. The North and the South are very different, and that also speaks to imperialism, because many of the borders in the Middle East are not real borders. They were drawn up by the British after World War I, basically, with a marker on a map. They're not real. The south of Yemen was, for many years, in fact, an entirely separate country. And for most of the 20th century, it distinguished itself as the only Soviet-style socialist country in the entire Middle East. Now, of course, we have other anti-imperialist movements in the Middle East. We have Ba'athist Arab socialism. We have Shia revolutionary Islam. But southern Yemen specifically, you have Nasserism, right? South Yemen specifically was like a mini Soviet Union in the Middle East. It was very interesting, full Marxist-Leninist. But the northern Yemenis are very different. While the southern Yemenis tend to be overwhelmingly Sunni and more secular, the northern Yemenis are extremely religious, and they're part of a somewhat obscure part of Islam, sect of Islam called Zaidi Shia, which is sort of compared as like a compromise between Shia and Sunni. The majority of Shia in the world are what we call 12er Shias. and they recognized 12 imams after the Prophet Muhammad. There was a split between the Sunnis and the Shias. The Sunnis recognized the Umayyad, who had been, elected officials, whereas the Shia, they recognized the imams, who were religious scholars who spoke for the peasants and the oppressed and the exploited, and they created a revolutionary movement of the poor in order to battle the Sunnis in that way. And Zaidi Shia, they only recognized 5 imams after the Prophet Muhammad, and that's all the imams up to Imam Zayed. And Imam Zayed, he was martyred, and he was a revolutionary. And he led an uprising against the Umayyad, who had been corrupt and had been exploiting the poor. And he was killed on the battlefield while trying to accomplish that task. He was shot through the head with an arrow. And after he died, they didn't just bury his corpse. His followers had buried his corpse and tried to pay respects. But the corrupt government, they wanted to make a statement that what he did would not be tolerated, standing up for the oppressed and the exploited. They dug up his body and they re-crucified it and displayed it in front of everybody to show how little they cared about him. And we can talk a lot about religiosity and differences and ethnography of the region. But if you really want to understand any movement, it's really important to understand where it aligns economically. What does it speak for in physical terms? Because we can talk about the Houthis as some sort of religious or ethnic movement, but that might read as foreign, especially to an American audience. It might be hard for us to make sense of this sort of religious zealotry or that would come, especially for a religion that many of us don't even practice. So if we really want to understand the Houthi movement, we can begin to understand it as something that is very familiar to us, especially since the 1980s with the way our economy has been utterly destroyed by neoliberalism. We can understand it as an anti-austerity movement. Fundamentally, the Houthi movement, at least as they behave in Yemen and in their origins, they're a movement against the austerity that was imposed on them from above, from being kept poor by powers outside themselves. They're a movement for self-determination. The Houthi movement traces its origins to a religious scholar by the name of Hussein al-Houthi. And he was a former member of the Yemeni House of Representatives in the 1990s. And during his tenure as a senator, he didn't do what American politicians do and get elected and then immediately abandon his base and start selling weapons to Israel. Instead, he used his platform as a politician, as a champion of the people, and he began to erect medical centers and schools and other charitable organizations to help alleviate the people of their suffering. And he founded a group to do so, and it was called the Young Believers. It was founded in 1992, and it provided children in a very deeply impoverished country like that is Yemen with an education, and what's more, an ideological orientation with which they could begin to make sense of their lives. And people look down on that. They can say that's brainwashing or this and that. But I'd like to read you a little bit, a quote from Hussein al-Houthi, from a sermon that we actually had translated for this book. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about what that education program really means to the people of Yemen. He said, "But they do not want us to farm. No, there are tanks from which people drink, but from which they don't. They don't want us to plant because they know what it means to cultivate. Whenever we cultivate our power, when we possess our power, we are able to say no. We are able to scream in their faces. We are able to make the decision that befits us in front of them. So long as we do not have anything, we cannot say anything." So when I look at the education programs that the Houthis were able to create for their people, I don't see a group of brainwashed ideologues. I see a people who are desperate to self-actualize, and that's not totalitarian at all. In fact, what would be totalitarian would be if they were to submit to the Western system against their own self-interest, against the interest of their friends and their neighbors and their countrymen, because they're free thinkers like we do in the West. There's some interesting statistics about Americans, actually, I'd like to share. 1 in 5 Americans is effectively illiterate. That means they struggle with basic reading comprehension. Many of them cannot read a paragraph and then describe to you what is in that paragraph. And that's done on purpose. We're one of the wealthiest country in the history of the world. What's more, many Americans, in fact, by some measurements, a survey done by National Geographic estimated almost half of young Americans can't point to their own country on a map. Now, you can say whatever you want about the Dutch, about the young believers, but I can guarantee you that these young people can point to their country on a map. When I look at the young believers, and I look at the Ansar Allah movement, I see a people opposing the same kind of anti-farmer shit that they've been pushing all over the world, the sort of degrowth thing. It was the same thing that was done in Europe. We had the Dutch farmers movement, if you remember that. Or the same thing that the people of Mexico, who have been growing their own food for thousands of years, and yet who under NAFTA are forced to buy all of their agricultural goods from American agribusiness. And then we complain about why they're immigrating to grow our crops in American companies. It's because of NAFTA, and it's because of trade deals like that that are meant to keep the Mexican people poor. And following the US invasion of Iraq, the official government of Yemen, which is a US puppet regime, it was installed and supported by the US and the Saudis, it became increasingly intolerant of the Houthis. Because of many things they were doing. They had opposed the Iraq War and the invasion of Afghanistan, and they had criticized the Islamophobic rhetoric of the Bush regime and talked about how the war on terror would be used as a justification to squash any resistance movements around the world and in the Middle East. George Bush gave his famous axis of resistance speech, or axis of evil speech, where he named 3 countries that have nothing to do with each other. Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. Somebody can connect the dots on what those countries have to do with each other ideologically, besides the fact that they won't do what we tell them. So following a meeting with Colin Powell, who was Secretary of State at the time, Saleh, who was the puppet dictator that we had installed, placed a bounty on Hussein al-Houthi's head of $55,000, which is a lot of money in a country like Yemen. And before his death, he had been in a cafe with some of his followers, and it was blown to pieces by Saudi bombs. He was in there with 12 of his followers, all of whom were killed. And in his final sermon before he was martyred, he gave a speech to his followers, and he told them that a time would come when the Houthis would be the only people in the world who would be able to who would have the courage to stand up for the oppressed people in Palestine. And it would be their duty to do so, that they would have to. So in the absence of Hussein al-Houthi, the Ansar Allah began to take on the nickname Houthi, which had previously been used as a slur against them. It was like calling them a hillbilly or a hick. It was recognizing that Yemen is a somewhat tribal country. Houthi is a tribal name. They refused to call them Ansar Allah, followers of God, and called them hicks. But they began to use that as a badge of honor because their hero, the man who had helped them transform their lives and helped them self-actualize, he had been martyred in an act of cowardice. And over the course of the next 10 years, the Ansar Allah movement would begin to transform itself. And it began to build and it began to grow. During the Arab Spring, the Houthis took advantage of the US-backed chaos in the region. The United States took advantage of social media and other things, and they fomented coup after coup in Middle Eastern countries. They were able to use that to bring down Libya, ultimately, bring down governments in Egypt and all across the Middle East. And the Houthis saw this, and they saw that, well, obviously it's bad. Obviously it's coming from above. But they acted in a way that a real revolutionary would. They didn't say, oh, well, those are a bunch of US-backed NGOs. Instead, they saw, well, I disagree with Saleh. What Saleh does is wrong. The way Saleh acts is wrong. And what the protesters are saying about him is right. And in spite of the fact that this is coming from above, we have to support it. And they began to act as bodyguards. And they stood up for the Yemeni people. And they used this clout that they were getting. They would show up at demonstrations as armed patrolmen, and they would protect the Yemeni people from Saleh's forces. And they used that to build a sort of progressive coalition, a coalition of forces all around Yemen of various belief systems who were against austerity, who were against degrowth, who were against imperialism, globalism. And that included a number of forces, Zaidi Shia, like themselves, communists from the south of Yemen who were Sunnis, and even a feminist group led by a woman by the name of Layla Al-Tour, who headed the Arab Hope Party. And eventually, in 2015, they were able to seize power. They were able to oust Milei and seize the presidential palace. And one of the ways they were able to do so was not by saying, oh, well, Saleh is a really bad guy, no kings, whatever. Instead, they talked about how the fuel subsidies in Yemen, which many of Yemenis had relied on in order to feed their families. They needed those because Yemen is a very poor country, again, and fuel is very expensive, and Yemen's government had been subsidizing their ability to farm, their ability to get to work, and under pressure of the IMF and the World Bank, of their imperialist institutions, the government had just decided they don't have to pay for that anymore. And the outrage against that was what was able to allow them to come to power. Now, there is a great deal of effort in American media and elsewhere to try and paint the Houthi movement as something that's deeply foreign, it's Islamic, it's other, it's a bunch of scary people shouting at me about how they don't like me. But when I look at the Houthi movement, I see something that it's so deeply American. There's something so American about the Houthi movement. For one thing, and this is sort of an aside, but they're really big advocates of the right to bear arms. You know, they say you'll pry that gun from their cold, dead hands. You know, you look at their logo, and it's a shaft of grain that symbolizes economic growth and prosperity. Their opposition to austerity, and a rifle. And that's part of their religion. There's a part of the Quran that mentions how it's the duty of every man to have a sword in his home to defend his family. And Zaydi Shia, they interpret that to say that every man should have a gun to be able to protect his family and his community. That's pretty American to me. I mean, I don't know. But something deeper than that, that's very surface level. When I look at the Houthis, I see this deep yearning for justice. It's in their souls. And it drives them to transform their people. It drives them to transform the communities. It drives them to inspire the consciousness of people all around the world. When I look at them and the young believers and the way that we're able to use charity work to educate young people, to give them an ideology through which they could make sense of their lives. I see Fred Hampton, I see the Black Panthers and their free breakfast program. When I see a group of people blockading trade in the Red Sea and preventing the British imperial system from looting the people of that region, I can't help but look at that, and I'm from Boston. Every year we have a celebration of the Boston Tea Party, and how the British had been forcing us to buy tea at exorbitant rates and had been exploiting us, refusing to let us economically develop. And so we said, screw you, and we dumped all their tea in the harbor. When I look at the Houthis, I see city builders. I see people who are building a movement of people for growth and prosperity and justice. I see the civil disobedience of Martin Luther King, of Rosa Parks. I see a yearning for justice. And to be honest, I talked earlier about how religious fanaticism can be and zealotry can be sort of foreign to Americans. I don't even think that's really true either. When I look at the Houthis, I see pictures of them. It's a group of guys with big beards and hats on, and they got AK-47 rifles. And I just look at them and I think there's a portrait of John Brown. He was the first American in U.S. history to be executed for treason. And he was executed for treason because he stood up to the slaveholders and he started a revolt. He stood up for the oppressed and the exploited. And if you look at the picture of him, there's a mural in the post office in Kansas City. And it looks just like a Houthi. It's a big guy, and he has a Bible in one hand, and he has a rifle in the other, and he's got a big beard, and he's yelling really loud because he's really angry at the injustice in the world. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about John Brown, and I'd like to read a little bit from his speech. He gave this speech shortly before he was executed for treason. And after he was executed for treason for leading the raid on Harper's Ferry and a subsequent slave revolt, soldiers in the Union Army would sing songs of John Brown. They would say that his spirit is marching with us as we go and we march to free the oppressed. And this is what he said shortly before he was executed.
This court acknowledges, I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. And it teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavor to act up to that instruction. Now, I say I am yet too young to understand that God is any respecter of persons. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done, in behalf of his despised poor, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done.
When I want you to do when you look at the Houthis, I don't want you to think about necessarily immediately about all of the amazing things that they've done, but it is true that they have done amazing things. I want you to look at them and I want you to think about yourself. I want you to see yourself in the Houthis, because there's so much of the American spirit in the Houthi movement, and not the America of Wall Street, not the America of George W. Bush and Obama, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, the administrations that keep us poor, the America of Wall Street, of Hollywood, etc. I want you to look at the Houthi movement, and I want you to see the real America, the America that comes out of this understanding that we are a people who yearn for a better tomorrow. We're a people who strive for justice, even when it's tough, even when it's difficult. And only when we understand this can we finally be a people who are really free. Can we really be Americans and not appendages to the British Empire? So be an American, support the Houthis. Thanks.
Was absolutely tremendous, and I am going to try to do that. Look at the Houthis and try to see myself. Be an American, support the Houthis. That was a tremendous presentation. So many things in that short section of remarks. Wow, thank you for that, Noah. And now, this is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America. To come in. So Hitler kind of toned down his message, and that's where he had the fight with Gregor and Otto Strasser and others. And Hitler was kind of groomed to be the leader who would kind of reestablish the power of German finance and German industrialists. And that's where Nazism really came from. It was German imperialism trying to reassert itself, in competition with British and American imperialism, but also holding off the threat of communist revolution.
Do you think the Trotskyites that became the neocons? What do you even want to label them? Just neocons? I mean, what is?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
neocons.
I mean, they called themselves the third camp Trotskyists for a while, and they were followers of this guy Max Shachtman, so people called them the Shachtmanites. I'm from a small town in Ohio. It sounds like a group of Amish people with beards, right? The Shachtmanites or something, but it was, they were around. People called them the Yipsels. The organization that they controlled for many years was called the Young People's Socialist League, the YPSL. So people in New York City called them the Yipsels. And so there you go. There's different ways of calling them, but it's this group of people, the New York intellectuals, yes.
And they're the neocons who have infiltrated both the left and the right in our country.
Yeah, well, they figured out a message that is very appealing. Instead of opposing communism on the basis of it being godless, on the basis of it opposing free markets, they oppose it in leftist terms, spreading human rights, feminism, fighting for the liberation of LGBT people, etc. And they've taken kind of the leftist values that Marxists appealed to, and they've weaponized them to serve the Western system against the Marxists. And that's a pretty effective winning formula. People will rally to oppose governments on the basis of leftist causes far more than they'll rally to support them in the name of free markets or in the name of religion or whatnot. And that's right. When they started working for the CIA, that's what Sidney Hook told the CIA. I mean, if you read what I quote in my book about the cultural Cold War, Francis Stone Sonder, what they talk about is that there was this big communist conference in New York City in 1949, right at the height of McCarthyism. And all these people are protesting it. And they have a bunch of Catholic nuns. They're like blocking every door and praying and all of this. And Sidney Hook tells the CIA, he says, none of this is going to change any of their minds. The communists that are going in, this is going to reinforce their support. He says, but give me $100 million. $100 million and, the hiring power. Let me hire a group of people and I'll create a wave of democratic unrest that'll even get into Stalin's own armies. I can find the people. I can bring down the Soviet Union. He's saying, look, we can have a left flank. We can, quote, beat the communists at their own game. And that's a much more effective way of doing it. And that's what these neocons, these Trotskyites, these former Trotskyites, the Shachtman group, whatever you want to call them, that's what they were good at, is using what they learned on in the communist left and weaponizing it to serve the Western monopolies and imperialism.
Okay, so what do we do now? Like, what's the idea? So now we know, and now what?
Well, I think that we need to get back to the fact that populism is considered to be a bad word. And that's the weird thing. Populism is considered a bad word on the right. Populism is considered a bad word on the left. But overwhelmingly, no matter where you go in America, people will agree with three things. One, they'll agree that this country is run by a group of rich people and they wage wars around the world and they don't help us. And two, they'll agree that our freedoms are being taken away. The very freedoms that are supposed to be part of our American identity, free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, that's being taken away. Third, they will agree that our living standard is going down and our economy is getting worse and we need some dramatic moves to improve our economy. Those three things, those three populist beliefs that our freedoms are being taken away, that these wars are being waged for somebody else and that our country is run by a group of rich people, that our living standard is going down and we need something to improve it. Those three things could be the basis of building a real movement to change this country. But that'll never come from the far left because they're concerned about identity politics. The Shachtmanites that run DSA, the descendants of Irving Kristol and Irving Howe and Michael Harrington, they're never going to do that. And the right is certainly never going to do that, right? They believe in individualism and the free market and et cetera. And so it's going to have to come from the grassroots. But populism needs to be rediscovered at the end of the day, because populist movements are what have changed the world historically. The reason we have Social Security and unemployment insurance is that Communist Party these Trotskyites hated that entered a popular front with Roosevelt and built mass movements and waged the sit-down strikes of 1937 and occupied factories and the hunger marches where desperately poor people in New York City and in Chicago and Minneapolis and elsewhere poured into the streets to demand jobs or food for the hungry. Populist movements change the world, and the Trotskyites hate populism. The mainstream right hates populism, but populism is under the surface. Everyone knows it's coming. The awakening of average Americans is coming, and that's what our leaders are afraid of, and they're looking for any maneuver to throw it off. We need to get over the false polarization. Woke versus MAGA is not a real polarization. The real polarization is between the small elite that are taking our country toward a low-wage police state and marching us into World War III, and the overwhelming majority of Americans and humanity that doesn't want that. That's
Yeah.
the real polarization. And woke versus MAGA, these psyops, these killings and political violence, it's a way to prevent the real polarization that's needed with some kind of false cultural polarization that we don't need.
Yeah. How would you redo the government if you were to remake it? You know, what would you say needs to be the biggest change? I mean, obviously the mentality, and it'd be great to clean house, but it doesn't mean that, I mean, if we cleaned house, for example, but kept everything as is, maybe, then they would just infiltrate again, right? So it's kind of like an infestation of termites. You know, you could fumigate the house, but they come back.
Well, right now, we need to defend our Constitution. We need to defend the fact that we have an elected government in this country. We have different branches of government. We have checks and balances. Sure, maybe down the road, as things change, we'll eventually start talking about writing some kind of more socialistic or something constitution. We're not there. That's very far in the future. Right now, the republic is under threat. It's under threat by the forces that would like to take away our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, our right to vote, our right to dissent in the name of waging their crusade against Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela, in the name of getting us to accept the worse and worse economy that we need to accept. And right now, I align myself with forces that want to defend our Constitution and defend our republic because it is in danger of getting eradicated, not by forces that want to create some kind of egalitarian socialist future, but by forces that want to create a low-wage police state, and that is the main danger.
Yeah. And I'm seeing that with the Trump administration. I mean, you know, there I was, somebody who actually supported the Trump administration this time around, thinking, well, it'll be better than the authoritarian Democrats, only to have it be, I mean, equal, if not worse, in authoritarianism right now with you can't burn a flag. What are you talking about? That's the most fundamental free speech, you know, symbol of free speech is the ability to burn the flag, right? I mean, you should be allowed to do that. Now you're not allowed to do that. Or just the, you know, we're going to curb certain speech that we don't like. You know, if you say this, then you're going to be, or the surveillance, allowing Palantir in to every single agency right now to gather all of our data and basically track us in each individual one by one. I mean, all of these scary things are absolutely happening to us. And we are losing our freedoms.
Yeah, you know, the Biden administration raided the homes of the Uhuru movement, raided the home of Scott Ritter. They wanted to throw you in jail or kick you out of the country if you wanted peace with Russia. Trump is kicking people out of the country because they disagree with Israel and they disagree with foreign policy about Israel and Palestine. Well, I think that as an American, I should be able to think whatever I want, and I should support or be able to support or oppose any country that I choose, right? And that should have no impact on whether I have a green card or whether I've got citizenship or whatever. I shouldn't be dragged into federal court or local court or any court because of my opinion about foreign policy or domestic policy. And that is in question right now. And the forces that want to overturn that are a great threat. And they certainly have a lot of influence in the Republican and Democratic parties. But Americans don't agree with it. Americans love our freedoms. And we know that's what is supposed to make this country unique. And again, populism. Populism is what is needed more than anything.
Yeah. I would like to agree with you that I think Americans want freedom, but I actually see, and I think if you ask any American, they'd say, yeah, of course, that's what makes America great, is that we're a free country and all these things. But it's the same group of people that then turn around and say, you should be banned. You're kicked out of the country if you say this. You should lose your citizenship. You shouldn't be allowed to say this. You shouldn't be allowed to do this. You know, people are very quick to try to control others. I think it's, you know, unfortunately, and this whole discussion just going back to, you know, Stalin and Marxism and Trotskyism and Trotskyites and all these things, it's that it almost just feels like, you know what, authoritarianism is just the human condition. Like, we just love to boss everybody around and control everybody. And then if we can even gain power by forming groups and really being able to do it more, then yeah, you know, we're going to do it as human beings. It seems like that is the human condition, unfortunately.
Well, and that's what they would argue, right? They view human beings as contemptible, and that's why we need to be controlled, and that's why we need the noble lie, and that's why we have to spread freedom to make sure we don't get together and form governments that would impose on them. I mean, that's the neocon view, actually, more than anything, and it becomes almost like a dog chasing its tail, right?
Yeah.
The reason we can't have RT, we're told, is that, you know, Putin doesn't believe in freedom. And so if RT exists, well, then people might watch that, and then that will strengthen this guy who doesn't believe in freedom. So we got to take away the freedom of RT. It becomes nonsensical at some point. But this is the irony of liberalism. Liberalism, the Western ideology that views individualism above all else, has never been sincere. From the time of the founding fathers, we're talking about freedom while they had slaves, up until, more recently, liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism, because when it gets down to it, human beings are collective creatures. We define ourselves in relationships with other people. We work in groups. We're not, tigers out alone hunting in the jungle all by ourselves. We are collective creatures, and that Western liberalism is a good thing. I think freedom of religion, freedom of speech, these are all good things. These are great advances that I'm very proud of as one from a Western country, but we've taken it too far. We've taken this individualism to a rather extreme length where we're trying to break down any collective identity, whether it's class identity, whether it's national identity, whether it's gender or whatever. We're just trying to break us all down into atomized individuals. You can't have a society like that. You need people to have a collective sense of identity.
Caleb Maupin, thank you so much for being here. The book is Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, The Whole Story. This book's out now, or is this a pre-order?
It is out. It's been published.
It's been published. It is out. You are so knowledgeable about all of this stuff. This is especially history buffs that love to get a different perspective of history, or even, like you said, this is the only book that's been written on this. And this is definitely a discussion that's been out there in social media circles, and many topics that are being discussed right now, I think, are buried in this book for people to read. So there's a lot of gems in there. Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, The Whole Story. Caleb Maupin, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, that was a very interesting conversation with Caleb. He's always so insightful, always just got a ton of knowledge. Sometimes people like Caleb, there's others like him, Whitney Webb and others that just, Scott Horton, they just blow my mind with how much information they can actually keep in their brain. And I'm so jealous of it. I wish that I could have that sort of knowledge stored in my brain at all times. But I got to be honest with you. Somebody asks me even 1 hour after doing the show, what did you talk about today? And my response is, I don't remember. It's just in one and out the other. But I kind of have to do that in order to stay sane. I do that in order to, I have to move on to the next show every day. I've got to do a different topic, a different thing. And so I'm always having to learn a lot and absorb a lot. And so for me, it's kind of like being, I'm good, or like, what's the phrase where it's like I know a little about a lot. That's kind of me. Whereas Caleb and others, they know a lot about a lot, actually. I'm not going to say they know a lot about a little, but I just love how knowledgeable Caleb is. All right, guys, we'll be back Tuesday with a great show. Monday is Labor Day, so we'll be barbecuing with family members and having a great time. Hopefully you'll be doing that. And we'll be back on Tuesday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. See you then. Have a great Labor Day weekend. Bye-bye.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political
We are the Center for Political
The Center for Political Innovation.
We
are the Center for Political Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation. How do we even begin to describe the activities of the Center for Political Innovation in the year of 2025 and what this year meant for our movement? So much has gone on. Our post-pandemic culture has trained a lot of people to just kind of hide in their internet bubble and listen to podcasts. People remain isolated, only hearing people that they agree with and being polarized against each other, fighting over cultural issues. But the Center for Political Innovation exists to break people out of this artificial bubble with constant outreach, coming together, learning to be brothers and sisters as we carry out operations to promote anti-imperialism and our vision for a new America. We are an organization of go, 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 activism, bringing the message to the people and building a solid community. So, how do we sum up the year of 2025? Well, we could start with the numbers. Hundreds of people attended our convention that took place in Chicago. Hundreds more attended our workshops around the country or participated in the demonstrations and protests and national days of action that we organized in cities across the country as well. In addition to that, over 3,000 copies of our book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For?, were distributed across the country. Thousands more copies of our newly published books were sold. Thousands of people saw us in the streets of Chicago, New York City, and Los Angeles with our banners and our messages. Thousands more watched us on international media, whether it was my interviews on Iranian television, whether it was the interviews that were given by our members about hands-off Venezuela, whether it was the speeches that were given by myself and other members who participated in international gatherings, or whether it was the radio interviews I did regularly on WBAI NYC radio promoting anti-imperialism. We were getting out the message, and thousands of people in this country became familiar with the anti-imperialist, pro-working families message because of the work of the Center for Political Innovation. Now, in the next section of this video, I am going to go over everything we did in the year of 2025. I'm going to give you a timeline, and I do warn you, it's a little bit long because we've done so much this year to promote anti-imperialism and to solidify our community. So get ready. This is everything we did in the past 12 months. On January 20th, we started off the year with an event marking Donald Trump's inauguration. The day of the inauguration, we were in the streets of Washington, D.C. with our two big banners, Only Peace Can Make America Great Again, and Build the Peace Bridge, highlighting the Bering Sea Tunnel connecting Russia to the United States via Alaska. And we distributed thousands of pamphlets to those attending Trump's inauguration in Capital One Arena. And that night, we had an event that took place at a nearby hotel with speeches, music, and all kinds of different messages highlighting anti-imperialism. On January 30th, I attended Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill and watched her take questions from the Congressional Committee about her record as an anti-war activist and her efforts to make peace. On February 22nd, we had a workshop in Minneapolis. Now, this workshop was a little different than others because there were 15 protesters outside, accusing CPI of being a cult, screaming that we were too sympathetic to Russia, but that didn't stop us. And despite the fact that we faced some woke Antifa disruptions, we had a tremendous workshop and got to know and solidify our relationship with a lot of great people in the Minneapolis area. March 14th through 16th, John McCarthy represented us at the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's National Convention. John McCarthy was presented with an award for all that he had done to stand with the Uhuru movement and to connect the Uhuru movement and the Center for Political Innovation with each other throughout the process. On April 7th, as we were gathering in Chicago to start the process of building for the convention, we held a demonstration in Millennium Park. And at the demonstration, we emphasized no war against Iran, and we unfurled our banner and did quite a bit of outreach. It was a great way to kick off activities leading up to the convention. In the month of May, our member Jeff Young went and participated in the Great NATO Debate at Dayton Public Library, a debate about the role of NATO as the NATO Summit and anniversary celebration was happening. It was really great that a member of the Center for Political Innovation could be chosen as the anti-war voice. May 24th, we had an all-day workshop in Los Angeles themed around our booklet, Do You Believe in Growth? We had a lively Q&A discussion and solidified more relationships in the Los Angeles area. June 5th and 6th, I represented the Center for Political Innovation at the Global Digital Forum held in Nizhny Novgorod in Russia. And at the gathering, I had the opportunity to make a presentation to hundreds of anti-imperialist voices, telecommunications experts, and others from the African continent, from Asia, from countries like Vietnam and countries like South Africa, countries like North and South Korea. And I emphasized in my remarks that Western media was on the defensive, but now was the time to not fall into the manipulations and efforts to divide anti-imperialists using social media schemes. June 13th through 24th, as Israel and Iran were exchanging missiles, I was featured every night as a guest on Press TV, giving lengthy interviews, presenting the anti-war perspective to Iranian audiences. It was really an honor to be trusted enough to give an anti-war perspective at a time that Israel and Iran were in an active war situation. And it was really important that I was able to speak and represent the anti-war perspective coming from an American voice to the Iranian viewers who were watching their country be bombed. June 24th, we hit the streets of Chicago to honor Ibrahim Traore and to do educational work promoting this new African leader who's leading the Union of Sahel States. Now, the rally went viral in African media and was seen all over the world. It was a really big deal that people in America on the streets of Chicago were honoring Ibrahim Traore, the great African anti-imperialist. And we also received a phenomenal response from hundreds of Chicago residents who were walking by and took our leaflets and learned about the great African leader. July 12th, we had our national convention in Chicago, themed around working families first, defeat the deep state for a new world of peace and innovation. And it was quite a gathering. It was attended by over 260 people, and we gave awards to prominent guests. It was a tremendous step forward for our organization. On July 13th, we held the Chicago Sessions, a gathering for a lengthy Q&A in Chicago to discuss the future of the Center for Political Innovation. It was a great day as well. On July 15th, we gathered to have yet another rally to support Ibrahim Traore, this time on the streets of Rockford, Illinois, where we raised awareness and again received a very positive response. It was great to get out in the streets and do anti-imperialist educational work. August 7th, we co-signed an official letter to the United Nations from the Islamic Human Rights Commission of Iran, condemning Israel's crimes against the Palestinians and calling for international action to stop Israeli atrocities. On August 15th, members of CPI in 8 different cities participated in a national day of action to support the peace talks taking place in Alaska between Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. We raised the slogan, "We support peace talks, end Ukraine war," and we also made a point of thanking Tulsi Gabbard for her revelations about the Russiagate hoax that made it possible for Donald Trump and Putin to meet and take steps toward ending the Ukraine conflict. On August 25th, we published the book Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, which became an immediate smash hit success. It was #1 on Amazon in the category of radical political thought. And I did interviews about the book with Kim Iverson, Do Dissidents, and a number of other hosts. The book has received quite a positive reception as explaining the continuity between Trotskyite, petty bourgeois revisionism and the neoconservative bloodlust and war drive that has been guiding U.S. foreign policy. On August 29th, Noah and myself drove out to Detroit for the People's Conference for Palestine, where we distributed over 1,000 copies of the book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? We went into the conference knowing that the PSL organizers would be hostile, and they were. We were removed by PSL thugs because they don't really support the Houthis, and they don't really support anti-imperialism, and they really didn't want our message to be heard. But that didn't stop us from getting thousands of books into the hands of pro-Palestine activists and showing them what a real anti-imperialist organization that doesn't tail after wokeness is really like. On September 19th, I was able to speak with Roger Waters, the Pink Floyd rock star, about his support for the Palestinians, as well as his support for the Houthis of Yemen. It was a dynamic conversation that was seen all over the world. Say something about the Yemenis and how the Yemeni people have stood with Palestine.
The Yemenis are, the Houthis. Their response to this has been quite remarkable. And when the USA pulls the full power of its army at them, they go, "We're doing the right thing," and they are. Standing with the people of Palestine is the right thing to do today. So we stand with the Houthis and with the people of Yemen, and we have done all the way through. So,
thank you.
All right.
On September 20th, Noah Shank represented the Center for Political Innovation at the World Youth Festival gathering in Russia, as well as at the Intervision International Songwriting Competition. Russia was banned from the Eurovision competition, so they launched their own, Intervision, and it was an amazing international event featuring artists from all across the world, and it was really great to have CPI represented there, with really the only American in attendance being Noah Shank of the Center for Political Innovation. On October 4th, we held yet another National Day of Action to support peace talks. This time, not only did we raise a call to negotiate with Russia and end the conflict in Ukraine, we also called for prosecuting John Bolton and the war makers who promoted the Russiagate hoax that marched us toward the war. On October 17th, I had the honor of attending a very important gala in Moscow to commemorate the founding of RT. It was held at the Bolshoi Ballet Theater in Moscow and was attended by George Galloway, former president of Ecuador, Rafael Correa, and other very important guests. It was really special that we, as an organization, could be represented at this very important international gathering to commemorate the rise of anti-imperialist media and alternative voices that challenge Western narratives. On October 18th, the Democratic Party called No Kings rallies around the country, and we decided to crash the show. We disrupted the No Kings rallies, saying, "Hands off Venezuela." And in cities across the country, CPI was on the scene to bring an anti-war message to this Trump derangement syndrome foolishness that the Democratic Party had organized.
In America, solo el pueblo salva al pueblo. Only the people can save the people. We are the people that will repair, restore, and make this nation finally the place of belonging for all of us. Hands up Venezuela! Hands up Venezuela! Hands up Venezuela! Hands up Venezuela! Hands up Maduro! As indigenous Mexican, jobs and schools for
In Minneapolis, our members disrupted Keith Ellison as he spoke, as well as other Democratic Party officials. And in Los Angeles, our members were featured on the prominent No Jumper podcast, interviewed about why it's important to have solidarity with Venezuela. On October 24th, Kirill Dmitriev, the CEO of the Russia Foreign Direct Investment Fund, came to New York City to negotiate with the Trump administration. I was able to be there as one of those who greeted Dmitriev outside of his hotel. And that night, we organized a demonstration in Times Square to say Russia is not our enemy. We support peace talks. It was certainly exciting. On October 27th, we launched a national outreach campaign aimed at food banks across the country because, due to the government shutdown, at that point, 42 million Americans were poised to lose their food benefits. We went to food banks across the country, raising a message of anti-imperialism, explaining who our government really works for and what could be done if we had a government that actually worked in the interests of America's working families and not the Wall Street globalist imperialist system. On November 1st, the Center for Political Innovation was happy to join the Hands Off Uhuru annual Black is Back March. We were proud to join this rally that had been happening in Washington, D.C., outside the White House for the past 17 years as allies of the Uhuru movement. I was able to give a message at the press conference the day before and to speak at the actual rally outside the White House. It was very important to be there. On November 16th, the Center for Political Innovation was involved in organizing a rally in Times Square to support Dr. Hak Jahan, the mother of peace, a key figure in arranging for Donald Trump to visit North Korea in his first term, a key advocate of the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Dr. Hak Jahan is currently being held in detention as her trial goes on in South Korea on trumped-up bribery charges that are politically motivated. We were very happy to be involved in organizing this important rally to support a friend of North Korea and call for the release of an 82-year-old woman who has dedicated her life to advocating peace. On November 27th, CPI members in Minneapolis decided to mark the holiday by doing banner drops over a major highway. The banners said, "Hands off Venezuela," and jobs, healthcare, schools for America, not weapons for Ukraine. They also got together and had a meal and made plans to expand our activities in the Minneapolis area. On December 6th, CPI members in Los Angeles attended a hands-off Venezuela demonstration, and they were actually featured on local TV as advocates in opposition to attacks on Venezuela, supporting the Venezuelan people and exposing the false claims about drug trafficking being used to target Venezuelan fishermen. Our members in LA have been doing relentless outreach, hitting the streets of Venice Beach, going to farmers markets, everywhere they can to raise an anti-imperialist message saying hands off Venezuela and opposing imperialism. They've gotten involved with local bookstores and been doing a huge amount of outreach. The LA branch certainly deserves credit for their relentless efforts to spread the message, as do the folks in Minneapolis who are constantly doing outreach. Our members are go, go, go. On December 13th, we were part of an important webinar by the Uhuru movement to launch a coalition to overturn the Foreign Agents Registration Act. This was a very, very important webinar because this campaign could open the door to a lot more security and protection of civil liberties for those of us who oppose war and want peace with anti-imperialist countries. We are very excited about the campaign that has been launched to overturn the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Why is it that at the end of every year I do a video like this and go over all the outreach and all the workshops and all the national days of action that we convene? It's because of the fact that out there are a lot of people who claim to agree with what the Center for Political Innovation stands for, who really don't do anything. We live in the age of podcasts and constant social media drama, but CPI is real. We are organizing people, we are meeting new people who would never go looking for this kind of message online, and we are training them to get to know each other and to organize and do real outreach. We are building an in real life activist project to promote anti-imperialism. And it's important. Many people in our society right now are feeling left behind and forgotten, and CPI has given them a place that they can belong while being educated about how we can struggle to build a new America. Now, we've got some big plans for the coming months. First of all, January 11th, we are kicking off the new year with a great event in New Jersey. It's going to be a spectacular event themed around the name Earth is Awakening, America Should Join. We'll be giving awards to 4 different important anti-imperialist activists. In addition to that, there will be speeches, music. Garland Nixon is attending. Some rather important international guests are going to be there. There's going to be a full dinner buffet. It's going to be a tremendous time. I hope that you register at the link down below and come to our event in New Jersey, because it's going to be a spectacular day with CPI members from around the country making plans to build, build, build. We're planning to have yet another national convention, this time once again in the Chicago area. We're picking the date of August 15th. The date is significant because it will be the anniversary of Trump and Putin's meeting in Alaska, which points toward an improved relationship and the transition of the United States toward joining the rising new economy around the world. We plan to convene a major anti-imperialist gathering in the heartland of America. We need you there on August 15th. Between now and August, we're planning a series of regional workshops in areas with active innovation circles, so we can get to know local people and tell them about the organization and excite them about the upcoming convention. On March 15th, we're looking to have regional house parties for City Builders Day to tell the story of the assassination of Julius Caesar and what it means for us in the age of declining imperialism here in the United States of America. Themes for the upcoming year will be the important effort to overturn the Foreign Agents Registration Act and defend civil liberties. We also plan to focus on demanding that peace deal with Russia be signed and the Ukraine war come to an end. In addition to that, we plan to emphasize that China is not our enemy and that Israel does not work in the interests of America's working families, that Iran and the Yemeni people are not our enemies, and that solidarity with the people of the world in their struggle against the same big banks and corporations that are destroying the lives of American working families is essential.
We're going to be doing lots of outreach, lots of education, and partnering with lots of different organizations to spread awareness and push the truth in difficult times. The end of the year is a great time to donate. At this point, we need money. All of these workshops, all of these educational outreach activities, they all require funds. And if you donate to CPI, you will be helping fund important anti-imperialist educational work. Now would be the time to send us an end-of-the-year contribution or to sign up to become a monthly contributor to the convention fund to help us have a convention on August 15th of 2026 that is even more successful than the one we held last year. Please donate at the link down below. Sponsor our activities. You will not be wasting your money by any means. We have lots of work to do. One of our focuses in the coming year will be on setting up shop, finding a location in the country where we can set up a community center and really complete our out of the movement to the masses mission and operating in the community and not being an internet niche for anti-imperialists, but rather being an organization that people in the community rely on while being educated about anti-imperialism. It's not easy to set up shop, but it is necessary. The clock is ticking and the flood waters are rising. The time for building and solidifying a base among the population is now. The storm is coming, and what I've referred to as strategic equilibrium could soon be the reality facing America. We have got to be prepared. It is time to set up shop in communities. The Center for Political Innovation has gone through multiple phases as an organization. We have been learning as we organize and build. The year of 2023 was the year of the comeback. We relaunched the organization and did some spectacular things. We sponsored the Rage Against the War Machine protests in Washington, D.C. and hosted Scott Ritter. We also had a great national convention in Portland, Oregon. The year of 2024 was a year of sharpening and solidifying our organization. There were some key organizational struggles that took place where we had to make clear we were no longer seeking to categorize ourselves as a communist organization, but instead having a more accurate orientation that reflected where the global anti-imperialist movement is currently at and what our vision for an America beyond globalism and imperialism, where human creativity is invested in and cultivated, would really be like. We also, in the year of 2024, launched a struggle against Khrushchevism because members of our organization had become infected with the kind of liberal thinking that makes organizing a serious organization in America almost impossible. We had to struggle against those who were enamored with internet personalities or too scared of being labeled a cult of personality to really get real work done. The innovationist turn took place in the year of 2024, and it was a great step forward organizationally, solidifying those who were with us. In the year of 2024, we also got to participate in the World Youth Festival and speak directly with the Russian president, and we played a very, very important role in the Uhuru trial and the proceedings that went on. We intervened in the U.S. election with our Peace MAGA campaign. The Kamala Harris book went viral. That was the year of 2024. Now, this year, 2025, has been the year of relentless struggle. This has been a year where we've been in the streets all over the country preaching anti-imperialism. Something very glorious is happening with our organization. As our strategy has become more clear to us, as our ranks have become more solidified, the optimism that flows from our members is becoming more and more apparent. People who interact with us can tell we have something very, very special, and we are filled with hope. Our organization is playing a vital and important role. And as there is hope for ending the conflict in Ukraine, as more and more Americans are waking up to the role of the Israel lobby and the hopelessness and fruitlessness of these endless wars, as there is a rising awareness that the greed of Wall Street shouldn't be the basis for our economy, the role of our organization is becoming more and more important. And our members are learning to work with each other and to be in solidarity with each other and to engage with people in ways they never have before. New people are trickling into our ranks. It's a very, very exciting time. The Center for Political Innovation is marching ahead. This has been a great year of huge successes
for our organization. And in addition to that, it has been a moment where our role is becoming more and more vital and more important. So, if you can send us a contribution to help fund our activities, that would be great. And we'll see you in January in New Jersey. We'll see you in August in Chicago. And we hope that you can become a member and get involved in our activities. A lot of exciting things are happening. It's time to loudly scream from the heavens, Russia is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. We need a government of action to fight for working families. Dare to struggle, dare to win. The Center for Political Innovation is marching forward. Happy New Year.